The atmosphere in the room was tense and surreal. Yorinabu, the host, walked in from the door, like a guest waiting to be told where to sit as a guest. Ethan was sitting on the sofa, chewing dark chocolate while idly folding the wrapper in his hand. As for Adam Smasher, he was still standing rigidly to the side like a nervous subordinate. Arasaka, Yorinabu said with a complicated expression, "Are you here to assassinate me?" If it was before Ethan appeared in the field of vision, then Huangban Yorinabu would order to kill him at all costs. But things were different now. At the Intercontinental Maglev Project bidding meeting, after Ethan vetoed the Arasaka Corporation with 1 vote. He is no longer an ordinary mercenary who could be casually eliminated. Instead, it has grown into an existence that is a headache for the Arasaka Corporation. "Assassination," Ethan said, "if I want to kill you. I can do it at any time, don't get me wrong. I'm just here to discuss cooperation with you." "Cooperation?" Arasaka Yorinabu sneered again and again. "I don't think there is a possibility of cooperation between us." Arasaka Yorinabu quickly switched from a relatively sober state to a domineering state. "Since you sneaked into the Konpeki Plaza, stole relic, and poisoned my father, you have been the enemy of the Arasaka Corporation. And the Arasaka Corporation will never stop hunting you." Johnny Silverhand v. "I really didn't see that this guy has any use at all other than incompetence and rage. According to me, it's better to kill him with a single shot." Huangban Yorinabu's tone was choked, and he was shot down by his idol, which was really weird. Ethan said, "Johnny, Yorinabu's attitude is understandable. After all, there are an outsider. This outsider is undoubtedly Adam Smasher standing beside him like a minion." Hearing the topic turn to himself, Adam's tense palms were sweaty. Although he doesn't have a sweat glands, Johnny Silver glanced at Adam's hammer, only to find it funny. Just now Adam Smasher wanted to say hello to Johnny, but when he saw Ethan's presence, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. "Heavy hammer, this is not you. You have to show some courage." After staying with Ethan for a long time, Johnny Silverhand, who already had bad breaths, was even more full of his taunting skills. "I was going to leave at the Arasaka Tower, but you were the one who shot me down. And your arm was already equipped with a grenade launcher." "Right." Johnny Silverhand stood up and flashed in front of Adam Smasher and commented, "In addition to being ugly as always, you have replaced most of the metal in your body a few times. Let me see your cyberware. Would you like to shoot me?" Johnny Silverhand can be said to be incomparable. When Ethan sneaked into Yorinabu's room, he let Friday invade it again and added the network of this room to the nanoparticle network data. When connected to the internet again, project the silhouette of Johnny Silverhand for others to see. And Johnny Silverhand is now a string of data, except for entering the cyberspace to do him, or physical attacks could no longer affect him. Adam clenched his teeth. He wanted to smash Johnny Silver to pieces if he could. But he is simple-minded but definitely not stupid. Not to mention Grenade 7 if it was a nuclear bomb. Johnny Silverhand would be unscathed. And most importantly, that man Ethan said, "Johnny, the ridicule is almost done. It's time to get down to business." Johnny Silver raised his middle finger at Adam Smasher and then returned to the sofa. "It's boring. Adam Smasher has no courage. The Adam Smasher I remembered is gone." Ethan's eyes swept across the past. "Adam Smasher, my goal today is not Yaoso. I will spare your life. I will give you 2 choices now. One is that you jump downstairs from here, and the other." Ethan moved his wrist. "I'll give you a punch." It was an insult more devastating than any wound. There is no such extreme person as Ethan, who met Adam Smasher for the first time. And the half-paralyzed body of the beating person took this to become a legend. "The second time we met, I directly forced people to jump off the building." Adam pondered for a while, and with his current alloy skeleton, he jumped from the 100th floor and directly lose most of his armor, leaving half his life if it was Ethan's shot. Adam didn't dare to think about the days when his mind was shattered. "I said I came to you to discuss cooperation. There is no one else here, Yorinabu. Are you sure you want to continue acting? What the hell do you want? The glass door of the floor-to-ceiling window opened. Adam Smasher stood on the edge. Okay, though an outsider are gone, we can talk about things. Ethan said calmly, as if he had done a trivial matter. Then jumped off. Yorinabu just stared at Adam being forced to jump off the building. Yorinabu swallowed his saliva. He felt that Ethan was like an evil spirit. After weighing his options, Adam Smasher resolutely came to the floor-to-ceiling window. There was a stunned look in Yorinabu's eyes. But he quickly covered it up. I don't understand what you are saying. I have to admit, this guy's acting is really good. No wonder you can walk a tightrope inside the Arasaka and live well. Yorinabu Arasaka's acting skills were exceptional. He knows what kind of expression to use in what kind of occasion, to achieve what kind of effect. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is inhumanly calculating. Ethan knew that this guy could keep pretending until morning if he didn't do anything ruthless. Show you something and you'll know. Ethan walked to the huge electronic screen in the living room and imported the data of the murder scene recorded in this room. Soon, the recorded scene began to play on the electronic screen. Yorinabu, I indulge you again and again. But your rebellion exceeds my tolerance limit. You wantonly sabotage the company and sell technology to savage Westerners. All of which I will not tolerate. If your mother saw this, he would be very disappointed. Then you shouldn't be disappointed in the video. Arbin Yorinabu violently strangled Saburo Arasaka to death. The grimness on Yorinabu's face was unobstructed. And he could even see the performances of the next few Oscar-worthy performances. Damn it, Johnny Silverhand blurted out, unbelievable. He actually strangled Saburo Arasaka to death. Johnny Silverhand never imagined that Ethan was holding such explosive evidence in his hand. When it exploded, his digital ghost had goosebumps. Of course, the most impacted was Yorinabu himself, who was staring at the big electronic screen. The whole person stood silently for a while. Ethan did not disturb him, but he could feel the change of Yorinabu. Although it is inappropriate to describe a person like this, Ethan really feels that it is a transformation. Huangban Yorinabu stood still, but the domineering atmosphere gradually subsided. So you were there at the time. Yorinabu's eyes left the TV cabinet and said, I lost. This video can easily destroy everything I've built. I guess your next step is to give it to my sister. Or the neon headquarters of Arasaka, Ethan said, Yorinabu. Do you know that your revolution has been unsuccessful, and what is the problem? What? The problem is that you are far too reckless. Ethan said bluntly, do you naively think that as long as you mess up the interior of Arasaka, you can disintegrate the empire of Arasaka? Based on your approach, you won't be able to bring down the board for even in another lifetime. Huangban was a little speechless. He found that Ethan had understood him completely long ago. Not only did he record a video of him killing his father, but he saw the essence of everything at a glance. You said to cooperate with me. Yorinabu said you also want the downfall of Arasaka. I thank you for not being hopelessly stupid, Ethan said. Although it is absurd, you and I both know that Arasaka is a true monster. And your dead father is even more of an old monster. Yorinabu Arasaka, Saburo really deserves to die. Outsiders are saying what kind of person is Saburo Arata? Who created the Arababan company? But only Yorinabu, the son, knew what Saburo was doing. As early as the last century, when cloning technology appeared, out of inhumanly calculating Gatarianism, the whole world clearly ordered to clone inhumanly calculating beings. And Huoban conducted it in secret. The world banned poison gas experiments. And the Arasaka followed suit, including but not limited to biological inhumanly calculating experiments, nuclear weapons development. Almost Arasaka pursued nearly every project the world considered forbidden. After entering the 21st century, the power of Arasaka Corporation has expanded around the world. And in 2020, it has developed a technology that kills souls and strangles inhumanly calculating nerves. The war between companies and enterprises has rewritten the global pattern, making more than half of the world a radioactive wasteland. Arata is an out-and-out ugly monster, and Saburo Arata is the creator of the monster. Ethan said so to bring Arasaka down. You can't just mess around in the city of the night. Even if the branch in Night City is gone, the Neon headquarters and the branches in other countries can restore its strength. What's more, you could not even outmaneuver Arasaka Hanako now. Hanako, she is very smart. 33 Arasaka Yorinobu also admitted his incompetence. Ethan said, so if you want to make a revolution and really pull out the cancer of the Arasaka, you and I need to join hands. Arasaka Yorinobu was a little moved, but his reason still suppressed him and said, even if you and I join forces it may not be so easy, no. Ethan said, as long as you continue to stir up trouble internally, I can settle your external pressure. Including Arasaka Hanakauho is giving you a headache. And your father who was not truly dead. Arasaka Yorinobu only felt his tongue go dry. You mean Saburo is not dead? Ethan, what you strangled to death was just a body. Ethan came to see Arasaka Yorinobu today for two things. The first thing is to promote the cooperation between the two. Ethan has severed Arasaka's external influence of the Arasaka Corporation from the outside, while the Arasaka Yorinobu is destroying and corroding the foundation inside the company. Only in this way can the Arasaka be destroyed. The tumor was uprooted, this first thing. When Ethan sacrificed Johnny's silver hand, forced Adam to jump off the building, and then played the scene of killing his father's name with his backhand. Then he basically won. And the second thing is to conquer the Yorinobu. When two people cooperate, there will be a problem of who held authority. Such problems are often related to people's strength and value. From Ethan entering Night City and Jack Wells doing mercenary errands, to the recent cooperation with Kang Tao on the Intercontinental Maglev project. No one can be the master of Ethan, because Arasaka Yorinobu's surname is Arasaka. It is a bit special. So the best way to establish control over the partnership is to throw out the news that Saburo is not dead yet. This news is undoubtedly the best. And after returning to normal, Yorinobu has stared in disbelief and can't believe it. He subconsciously thought that Ethan was exaggerating to deceive himself. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that Ethan's methods did not require deception. And he had also initially spied on Saburo's secrets. Arasaka Yorinobu sat down on the sofa opposite and wanted to pour himself a glass of wine. But his hands kept shaking. Saburo is not dead, do you have any evidence? Yorinobu believed it in his heart, but he still demanded proof, evidence. Johnny Silverhand said, I'm the evidence. I bombed the Arasaka Tower and caused the Barbarian Company to suffer a historic humiliation. It is understandable to kill me 1,000 times. But Saburo Barbarous transportation my consciousness and threw it into the cyberspace. If you hadn't stole me from the lab at the kid, I guess none of us would have had a chance. Yorinobu Arasaka at the time. I just formally expressed my dissatisfaction with Saburo. And I didn't notice that it was you in the relic, Ethan said. Johnny Silverhand's brain is too simple. So let me tell you a little bit. This piece of relic is a special version customized by Saburo Arasaka and Anders Herman. And its function is probably to put a person's neural consciousness into a biochip, and then insert the biochip into the second person's neural socket. Then the consciousness in the chip begins to cover. And after the devouring is completed, the neural consciousness in the chip will occupy a new body and achieve a form of immortality. And you Yorinobu is the host selected by Saburo Arabata. Even if you don't do it at that time, maybe he can't wait. The truth is often so cruel. Yorinobu said with pale lips, I probably know about some of his inhumanly calculating projects. But I really didn't expect him to covet my body.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Johnny Silverhand speaking of this. You are also miserable. Saburo Arasaka didn't even spare his own son. Having said that, Arasaka Yorinobu knows how to choose even if he is a pig. He is the enemy of the Arasaka. All the senior management in the company, including his sister, must clean him up. If he continues to stay foolishly, he will only be a Saburo container for one day. Arasaka Yorinobu raised the bottle and drank directly from it on the table directly. You said, "What should I do?" Ethan smiled and said, before Saburo Arasaka came from Neon. His neural consciousness data had already been uploaded to the Mikoshi. Through his layout and Arbon's subnet advantage, he completely grasped your previous everything. Even if you strangle his old body first, and I take away the relics, he can still get you slowly through other means. Otherwise, what do you think Arasaka Hanako is doing? Arasaka Yorinobu, you don't need to say any more. I know the priorities of things in short. Saburo doesn't want to get my body. The cancer of Arasaka must also be eradicated. Since you have the means, I believe you are not impossible. It is also ironic to say that Arasaka Yorinobu has actually been reduced to cooperate with killing the father and the enemy. But revolutions often have to pay a terrible price. After successfully winning Yorinobu, Ethan continued, you and I's general direction remains the same. You continue to play goods your reckless heir in the company, and then oppose me publicly. Then I will place a small security measure on your body. And when Saburo Arasaka wants to invade you, I can give him a little surprise. Arasaka Yorinobu pulled out the personal connection cable neatly. And Ethan also took out the computer and made an appearance, and asked Friday to arrange some firewalls in Arasaka Yorinobu's body. Yorinobu said, Hanako will know that we have met. Ethan said, I know, but Huang Bantuazi will not question you. Nor will he ask you anything, after all. You are different from Hanako Arasaka, you have a choice. Hanako does not. After the cooperation with Arasaka Yorinobu was finalized, Ethan unknowingly left the Kingbai Hotel and on the way back, Johnny Silverhand appeared and said, Can Arasaka Yorinobu be trusted? He really does this, do. Johnny Silverhand was imprisoned for decades, and he didn't know much about the changes of the past decades. Ethan can only talk about some of Yorinobu's operations. In order to drag the company into the waters, Yorinobu can't wait to weaken Night City branch. After hearing this, Johnny Silverhand also laughed and said, If I have no face to live with Saburo Arasaka, what's the point of even my own son treating me like this? It's a pity that Saburo Arata not only survived, but also performed a lot of secret preparations for his own survival. Johnny Silverhand, by the way, what exactly is your collaboration with Alt outside the Blackwall? Talking about this, Johnny Silverhand is still worried. He is a good old friend and can't get Alt's serious attention. But Ethan, an outsider, can actually talk and laugh. And he has reached a cooperation and even has a BBS. Ethan said the cooperation with Alto naturally brought her into the Mikoshi. The rapid expansion of Arasaka is due to the credit of the Soulkiller. It is said that this program was written by Alt. You should not know the inside story. I know the inside story. Johnny Silverhand, I don't know anything about hacking. But I only occasionally heard her say that she wrote an epic-making program and ended up becoming trapped inside its consequences. Stop talking about this. When are you going to let Alt enter the Mikoshi? Ethan said, at least not now. Alt can't enter the Mikoshi on his own. But as long as she enters the Mikoshi, then the Mikoshi will collapse. Johnny Silverhand said, Arasaka has put a lot of effort into the Mikoshi. If the Mikoshi collapses, wouldn't it be devastating for Arasaka? Ethan said, your thinking is dangerously simplistic. The Mikoshi is connected to the cyberspace. If you are not prepared and let Alt destroy the Mikoshi, then your consciousness will die in it. And the cyberspace will also die, will change. If the cyberspace changes drastically and the rogue AI breaks through the restrictions. Then the whole world will be in chaos. It sounds a bit like the machine uprising. Skynet controls the world's mechanical life, and then annihilates the inhumanly calculatings who made them. Ultra is no longer Johnny Silverhand's former lover. She is just a highly intelligent AI in the cyberspace. She can destroy the Mikoshi desperately, but she will not consider destroying the Mikoshi. The world's collapse, however, Ethan will consider that he will be invincible if he controls every advantage. Future context and risks in his hands. After returning to the Sunshine community, Ethan devoted himself to other events. Now the sign-in mechanism is triggered once every 5 days. There are not so many minor rewards to sign in. Ethan can only organize all his resources in the room and in the portable space. This sorting revealed some of the preparations he had made earlier, but then forgot about it because of the things at hand. Among them, there is the matter of self-researched cyberware mods. Self-developed cyberware mods and self-developed weapons are not the same concept. The former requires to grasp the technology and difficulty far exceeds the latter. The cyberware mod previously presented by Sandra Dorset sparked Ethan's creative spark. It's just that I didn't have enough technology at that time, so I put it on hold for the time being. And now I can almost pick it up, fried. Bring up the data from the self-developed cyberware mod. Willing to serve. Current data security level top secret. The host is detected, and the modification is allowed to be viewed. The sound of Friday sounded. The curtains of the rooms on the top floor were all pulled down, and the light in the room dimmed a little. I saw a projector in the corner self-started, and then projected the three-dimensional model of the Iron Man's suit in the air, as well as various dense data. Project name self-developed cyberware mod. Project goal chips release energy attached to nanoparticles, which can change the shape of nanoparticles through energy, making a specialized integrator capable of storing and releasing that energy. After comparing dozens of design models, the shape and performance of tens of thousands of integrators were optimized. And finally, it was concluded that this state is the optimal solution for energy release and storage. Ethan rubbed his brows. Wouldn't he be a masked transformation hero? Ethan said, Friday, why did you make the integrator a belt? Well, augmenting the Iron Man suit by changing the shape of nanoparticles through energy. Isn't that the case? Ethan said, transmit all the data to the research laboratory to start work. It's just that when the integrator is seen, it is shown as a belt, however. Ignoring the disobedience of the knights. It is true that this form of expression is also in line with his original vision. The development of cyberware mods is more complicated than expected. The technical challenges of energy aggregation and devastating for Arasaki. Nanofission mapping structural energy conduction is huge and obscure with the help of Fright. Ethan still stayed in the laboratory for a week this week. In addition to sleeping, Ethan eats in the research room. But all the hard work is worth it. The creation of this cyberware mod not only reflects Ethan's unique research and development technology, but also develops his abilities in more diverse aspects. Johnny Hand leaned against the window and smoked a cigarette, watching Ethan walk out of the research room with a hair in complete disarray. He couldn't help but say coldly, "Are you finished?" In the past week, Ethan did not leave the door, and Johnny Silverhand was almost mad when he stayed in the room. He couldn't go out for a ride or enter Ethan's research room. It was inevitable that he was a little unhappy. Ethan poured himself a glass of water and drank it. And he ignored Johnny Silverhand at all. Johnny Silverhand saw that he was being ignored, so he could only smoke hard. At this time, a secure call came in. Caller ID, Elizabeth Perez. Ethan raised his eyebrows. Elizabeth was Jefferson's wife. She called to show that the plot had come to the death of Mayor Rhine. The political structure of Night City began to reshuffle, and the hidden force who controlled the city also leaked. Clues. Ethan connected to the video, and a G-clubful and beautiful woman appeared in the frame. Elizabeth Perez, hello MRV. Ethan said hello Mrs. Perez in the frame. The background of Elizabeth Perales is not a tall municipal official, nor her own luxury private house but a space inside a car. Doesn't Mrs. Perales have anything to do with a someone like me? Ethan naturally knew the context, but the superficial skills still had to be in place. Elizabeth Perales, MRV, is joking. You are a legend in Night City, and your achievements in Night City are obvious to all. Ethan said embarrassedly but politely, Mrs. Perales, let's speak plainly. Elizabeth Perales said, there is indeed a very difficult matter that requires Mr. V's help. After all, you are the most capable mercenary in Night City. Ethan, let me guess, Mr. Lucius Rhine died, but Mr. Jefferson felt something was wrong, so he wanted to investigate her right. Elizabeth Perales, as expected of Mr. V, you know our purpose before we speak. I understand the rules of the mercenary world. If you want to do an errand, you must pay the corresponding reward. I think I know what MRV needs. Ethan laughed and said, it seems that we all like to work with smart people. So let's meet and talk about anything. Elizabeth Perales will come and meet Mr. V to make it clear. After hanging up Elizabeth Perales's call, Johnny Silverhand was stunned. I seem to have heard what you said. Ethan did not deny it. On the other end of the phone is the candidate, Mrs. She of Night City V. You're not going to get involved in this kind of thing. Are you? Zero. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, PLE, a SE, ask for flowers. Zero. The ugly tricks of politicians. These people can do anything for the office they wanted. Johnny Silverado sneered, V. I advise you not to touch this kind of thing. Ethan said, thank you for your suggestion. But I do not accept your suggestion. Watson District and Underground Garage. When Ethan came to the meeting place, he saw an ordinary car parked in the garage. The car was ordinary, but the driver and bodyguard beside the car was not ordinary. Carter, MRV, Mrs. Perales has been waiting for a long time. Zero. Ethan said, your confidentiality work is too strict. This place is extremely difficult to find. Carter turned and opened the car door, and Elizabeth in the car greeted, Mr. V, let's talk in the car. Ethan got into the car and saw Jefferson himself sitting in the back row. MRV, first meeting, I am Jefferson. Hello, Mr. Jefferson. Ethan shook hands with him. Kate, let's drive, Jefferson ordered. After the car started, Jefferson looked at Ethan and said, MRV, Elizabeth should have told you about some situation on the phone. We came to you and really want you to investigate the cause of death of Mayor Rhine Lucius Rhine. Ethan said, in the news it was said that Mr. Rhine died at home because of a ruptured cybernetic heart. At first glance, the disease relapsed and he died normally. But Rhine was the chief of Night City, and he had the top medical team for his monitoring his health. So the probability of death from disease recurrence alone is too low. 2. Jefferson said, Mr. V's speculation is very accurate. Rhine has platinum-level medical coverage from the trauma team. The cause of death of the cybernetic heart and cardiovascular rupture is really unconvincing. The co-pilot Elizabeth Perales said, once Rhine dies, then the long-term leader of Night City will skip some buffer time and go directly to the election period. Ethan narrowed his eyes and said, are you suspicious? Jefferson said, none of us doubt it. But the conspiracy behind this incident is very complicated. After Rhine's death, we found all the security agencies and related personnel in Night City, and they were all vague. Ethan said, people take the T to devastating for Arasaka down. Lucius Rhine's death hastened the choice of long-term leaders, and also accelerated the dispute over rights. Rather than looking for a dead man's, most people just choose a political side that suits them and watch the people who are too late to get on the boat drown. That's right, Jefferson said. So my wife and I calculated it and then I went to MRV. I hope you can thoroughly investigate the background of the whole thing. We spent a lot of relationships and got the minutes of the last meeting before Rhine's death. And I believe it can help MRV get some clues. Jefferson directly took out the portable Braindance wreath and Braindance films. Ethan took over the braindance ring and entered braindance with ease. Ethan, who is familiar with the development of the situation, directly entered the analysis mode. And the perspective in braindance is the security personnel around Rhine. Recording the minutes of the meeting into braindance is the official workflow of the municipality. From this perspective, Lucius Rhine and Deputy Chief Holt can be seen talking again. But it can be seen that the two of them are not having a good chat. Jefferson's voice sounded. The general content of this meeting is to celebrate the reduction in crime in Night City. So he held this meeting. Rhine likes to see himself on TV. Ethan hummed, then went directly to the door. After standing at the door for a really large, imposing man came over. I have something to see Mr. She. That person was naturally Detective River Ward from the NCPD. Red Watson showed his credentials and walked into the conference room. After he entered the conference room with his forefoot, another person walked in outside the door. And then, without saying a word, he gave the security guard outside the door a shot through the chest. And his heart was flying immediately afterwards. The cyberpsycho rushed into the venue to make a scene, and was eventually killed by River Ward. The braindance ended here after exiting KO Meng. Ethan said slowly, I know how to do it. Both Jefferson and Elizabeth Peralez were stunned. They were still waiting to reply to some of Ethan's doubts. And there was no problem, Mr. V. Have you found any available clues? Jefferson asked again, can you tell us about your plan of action? Ethan shook his head, sorry, no. Jefferson and Elizabeth Peralez looked at each other. They were rejected by others. Ethan said, it's like this. I have an unwritten rule for doing errands with method is. Customers cannot know my operational plan. Since I took this order, you just need to wait for the result. Of course, you can also find someone else. Jefferson said, of course we believe in Mr. V's ability, then we will wait for good news from MRV. The car stopped on the side of the street. After the Jeffersons completed the commission, the two left in an exclusive floating car. Ethan called River Ward while eating chocolate. I'm River Ward, who are you? River Ward was very cautious and did not communicate with Ethan. Ethan said, last time the cybermaniac made a big noise at the press conference. You rescued Mr. Rhine, and I will investigate the cause of his death now. So I will talk to you. River Ward, investigate the cause of death. It's a matter for the NCPD. What does it have to do with you? Ethan said, Detective River. If the NCPD really takes care of this, then you should be very busy now. And maybe you won't be able to answer my call. River Ward was silent for a while. I'm going to Chubby Buffalo's Knowlet's meat there. Fatty chicken wings. When Ethan walked into this fast food restaurant, he saw that River Dejang was eating with his few friends. River Ward was still easy to find a strong black man, some of whose eyes were destroyed by gunfire and replaced with optical cyberwars. Ethan walked over and said, River, I'm the one talking to you. River Ward was stunned. Are you V? I didn't expect you to be investigating this matter. The well-known reputation does not need to introduce himself. Ethan said straight to the point, since you also want to investigate the cause of Rhine's death. Then let's check it together. The cause of death of Charlene Shi, Detective Han, a friend of River Ward, exclaimed for a while and then lowered his voice. River. It has already been said above, this matter is stopped here. How can you stop it? Don't listen, forget it. I won't get involved in this kind of thing. I have to pick up my daughter from school. Detective Han got up and came to River Ward's side and patted him on the shoulder. I suggest you change when chatting in place. Be careful that the walls have ears. The voice fell and Detective Han left fatty chicken wings. River Ward, shall we talk somewhere else? Ethan, yes, you lead the way. The two left Chubby Buffaloes. Got into River Ward's car and chatted. River Ward said, before we talk about things, I need to know for whom are you doing things. Ethan has no comment. Maybe you can ask. When I'm doing errands, neither party wants to know the information I don't want to say. River Ward, it is true that you are a legend. But your legend has nothing to do with me. If you don't say it, then I won't say a word. Ethan said, River, you won't. Because you can't protect yourself now. And even your closest friend don't want to be involved in this matter. There is a saying called cause and consequence. Since you are involved in it, it is not so easy to take yourself out. River Ward looked at Ethan. He seemed unable to refute. He was reminded by his boss not to care about Ryan's death. But the justice in his heart always drove him forward. He already felt an invisible hand, but he could do nothing. But Ethan was different. River obviously felt that Ethan had more information and looked prepared. River Ward said, several brothers in the division saw Horvath shoot at the trash can in the river valley. And they shouted that they had a meeting with Mayor Ryan and took him to the bureau. Peter Horvath, that cyberpsycho that day, Ethan said. River Ward hummed. After this guy was transferred to the city. He didn't even have a confession. And the person disappeared. Ethan smiled without saying a word in the braindance. This Peter Horvath is wearing a top murder prosthesis. How could a tramp have such a prosthesis naturally? When the NCPD handed over the person to the city again, this guy was taken away and given some powerful cyberware. And Peter Horvath's goal is not to kill Ryan at all, but to create chaos and terror. The cyber lunatic made a riot at the venue, and Lucius Ryan was frightened, paving the way for his subsequent death. Ethan, so you appeared at the press conference to remind Mr. Mayor, and that makes sense. River Ward said, I have expressed my sincerity. And now it is time for me to ask. Why is Elizabeth Peralez investigating this matter? Even sneaky investigation. This big black guy is still very smart. He first let go of his mouth and then came to ask Ethan. Ethan smiled and said, you know. River Ward, Elizabeth Peralez has visited almost all the security companies in Night City these days. And the NCPD has also come to information. But they were all declined and closed. And when you came to me today, didn't you agree to her commission? Ethan said, as expected of a police detective. The logic is not bad. Peralez is Jefferson's wife. And Jefferson is also a member of the candidate's leader. And the couple suspect that Lane's death is related to Holt. So they want peace of mind. River Ward, is Ryan's death really related to Holt? Ethan said there is a possibility, but in the end, it is still based on facts. You should be very clear about this. The two were silent for a willing. Ethan continued. Do you know the Club of the Red Queen's race? Maybe I've heard it, maybe I know. But is it related to Ryan's death? No hurry. Ethan said, compared to this, let's go to meet the boss who hired Horvath, after all. If you can afford a top-level prosthesis, you will naturally have medicine for the treatment of cyberpsychosis. Japantown Cherry Blossom Market. River Ward said, the daily work of an armed security detective is to question and write reports. River Ward accepted Ethan's prompt and drove the vehicle directly to the boss behind Horvath. You can complete the entrustment, and I can find evidence to make the above agree with me to thoroughly investigate this matter. A win-win situation. It is still bright neon lights. But every time you come, you will have a different feeling. Ethan said, Lion, she was a frequent visitor there before his death. And the day he died was about to pass. Kristen Markov, 42 years old. The file says he is the former employer of Horvath. River Ward, I only know it's a high-end club. I don't know where it is, but you can ask the informant. Walking into the Cherry Blossom Market is a long night market pedestrian street. After parking the cars, Ethan and River Ward walked on the road of the night market. There were a variety of food on both sides of the road. Of course, most of them were Takayaka street snacks. Odin and the like. River Ward said Markov is in this area a lot. And we have to ask a little bit, saying that. River Ward walked to a booth next to him and showed the ID of the NCPD. Hey, I have a question for you. The peddler said without raising his eyelids. So it's Detective Ito, you want something. River Ward, thanks, I've had it. Listen, I'm going to ask you a question. The hawker answered the question, I sell Odin here. Not a chat service. River Ward, are you looking for another job? Are you going to come down to the station? Detective, are you scaring me again? The hawker said indifferently, I abide by the law and the Armed Security Bureau has no reason to arrest me. And this is the territory of the Tiger Claws. They don't like police detectives swaying around here. The irony of 2077 is here. As the Armed Security Bureau to maintain the security of the city does not even have enough deterrent among the people that the gangs come. River, your trick won't work. Ethan patted River Ward's keyboard. Then took out €100 from his pocket and put it on the counter. Boss. I want a private booth of Odin plus Markov's whereabouts. When the hawker saw €100, he immediately came to his senses. Markov, I know. His stall is there, it's easy to find. After successfully obtaining the information, Ethan walked towards it. River Ward, why are you giving him money? Shouldn't the residents cooperate with the Armed Security Bureau? Ethan said with a smile, River. How this city works in Night City looks like you are really a utopia. You can only use sticks or bribes to deal with such people in the streets and alleys. And tell them about obligations and rights. You are too naive, River Ward said nothing. He was indeed a more stubborn detective. The two shuttled through the night market and soon found Markov's stall. River Ward, are you Kristen Markov? I have a few questions for you. The middle-aged woman at the counter was busy with the things at hand. You are the police detectives of the NCPD. Just as River Ward was about to take out his credentials, he was pressed back by Ethan's eyes. And River could only shut up. Ethan said, no, it's just to ask you something. Markov said, who doesn't have an excuse of his own? At least I know the detectives have come to me too. As for the others, as long as they dare to speak up, the company's killer or the gang will knock on the door. Ethan said, Peter Horvath, is it yours? Markov, it's not real. He did a few errands for me. But he just quit after that and made some bullshit speeches. Ethan smiled and said, the top prosthesis on Horvath didn't come from you. Markov, you're right. His cyberware can buy the entire night market. How can I have this kind of capital? One day when he came over, he had these on his body. I beat him up. He said he met a powerful sponsor. Actually, I know that he has an incredible job outside. Is this information enough, gentlemen detectives? Ethan smiled. Excuse me, I wish you a good business. Ethan and River Ward walked out of the night market. And River Ward was at a loss. It seems that this transportation did not ask any useful questions. And there is still nothing to do. Ethan ate a piece of chocolate and said, in fact, he has already given a lot of explanations. At least it proves that Lane's death has little to do with the streets. Although it needs to be investigated further. The two came all the way to the front of the car, but found that there were already two hooligans. Yo, Ward, is this your new little brother? A gangster who punk-styled said in Japanese, let your little brother put on a show for us. River Ward, you've only been squatting for a few weeks. And you want to go in again, don't make trouble. The two gangsters didn't hesitate at all. Is it a crime to let the police detectives in Night City dance? If you can see the police detectives dancing, you can go to jail. These thugs are the real scum of Night City. So rotten that the gangs don't accept them. The little gangster refused to give way, and once he started, the investigation would be delayed. Just when River Ward was planning to scare them. Maybe they'll die in some garbage can from disease that day. When the words fell, Ethan waved his right hand. My show is called Falling Heads. The two thugs hurriedly came over. What kind of show are you going to perform? They just wander the streets doing good enough shit. Ethan has already walked over and said with a smile, I'll show you a show. You can come over and watch. But before he died, it was over for him to live in the dark. The mantis knife chopped off two heads with one swish. Then retracted it again. Why did you kill them? When River Ward reacted, Ethan had already cut off the heads of the two gangsters. And blood was spilled all over the place. But since this was a dark corner, no one would notice anything unusual. Even if it is discovered, it is not unusual to see anything in Night City. Ethan said disapprovingly, when they are looking for trouble, they lose their qualifications to survive. You are a police detective and need to act according to the law. And I am not a police detective. Ethan's words made River Ward unable to refute. He was able to tolerate small gangsters because as a police detective, he needed to act according to the law. And if these repeat offenders were taken back, he would have to write a lengthy report. So River Ward would be better off doing more, one less thing. But Ethan is different. This guy is a legendary figure who stirred up the storm in Night City. Which legendary figure is a gangster who can be offended? What if he kills him, River Ward? Forget it anyway. These two guys have a lot of cases in, then again. We have to go to the Red Queen's race next. I need to find my informant to prepare. Should I bring your transportation? Ethan shook his head and said, I have other things to do. We can see you in the Red Queen's race tomorrow. After separating from River Ward, Ethan returned to the Sunshine community on the Yeba Kusanagi CT-3X. The Red Queen's race is located in the warehouse of the Pacifica animals. And now the Pacific Ocean is its own territory. So Ethan naturally comes and goes freely. Just let River Ward and the informant prepare a wave. As for Ethan, it is natural to go home and sleep. Skyscraper Brandon Studios, when Ethan came in. He saw Ponin skillfully fiddling with the parts of the firearm on the workbench, while Judy watched carefully. If Judy is exceptionally skilled technician, Night City's best braindance editor, then Ponin is highly capable fighter. And he is a powerful master at the same time. It is not a problem to modify and use various weapons. Parnan can experience Judy's braindance. And Judy can learn a lot of skills from Parnan in this way. The two live directly together. And even the studio is shared. Half of Judy's braindance manufacturing equipment. Half of Fanan's weapon wall and workbench. If it wasn't for Ethan's weak legs from time to time, he would have wondered if Judy had been pulled back by Ponin. When the two girls saw Ethan appearing at the door, it was as if they hadn't seen it. Ethan came to the front and watched Ponin wiping Overwatch's plugin. The cat is checked in by the system, and it is fundamentally better than the cat in 2077 and all the other guns. It is also very important to Ponin's personal meaning. After all, cats feel like a personal gift. Ponin wiped the plugin and said, You just came back from outside. What are you doing this time? Ethan found a chair and sat down. The Jeffersons came to me and asked me to investigate the cause of Lucius Rhine's death. Lucius Rhine, Judy replied. Isn't that the ex-chief who died a few days ago? Doesn't it mean that the case has been closed? That guy relapsed in his villa, and the cybernetic heart burst and broke his heart. The case has been closed. Ethan said the problem is not Rhine's death, but the cause of his death. Rhine has a trauma team's customized medical care, which is the top medical resource. How could Rhine be taken away by a relapse of an old condition? Woolen cloths. Ponin heard the clue. That's the ugliness of the power conspiracy. If someone wants to sit in that position, the quickest and most direct way is to wipe out all the threatening factors. Judy nodded and said, But isn't it dangerous if you check this? The death of Lucius Rhine is the result of the conspiracy of power. They have already prepared the script of the incident, and they just need to carry out the incident according to the script. It's a little difficult, Ethan smiled and said, but generally speaking it is still manageable. Judy pouted and said, Forget it. I don't care about the bad things outside anyway. As long as we can do well it's fine. The next day, Ethan arrived in Pacifica early in the morning. When I met River Ward, he was leaning in the car and having breakfast. My informant said that the Red Queen's race was in the animals-controlled warehouse. And we had to go to the animals. The two drove around the Pacifica state boundary. And River Ward was talking about the information he had while driving. According to River, Lucius Rhine is no longer a frequent visitor in the Red Queen's race. Except for the time he is not in Night City. Even if he has a lot of important tasks, Lucius Rhine will still find time to go to the Red Queen's race at least once a week. Although it is a private transportation, it is no longer a secret in the municipal official system. Ethan listened patiently, of course he knew these details. All you have to do now is to go to the Red Queen's races race and get the relevant evidence. River Ward v. You don't seem surprised at all. Ethan said, do I need to be surprised? The target location is the Red Queen's races race. The location is also there, why don't you just go in? River Ward said, it's the animals' territory. They are all muscle-obsessed fighters. With them guarding, how can they get in Tilda? Ethan said, when we'll deal with problems as they come. They will block water and cover with soil, how to get in. Of course, it was swaggering in. The car soon arrived at the target factory. After the fire was turned off, River Ward was about to go in with Ethan, but Ethan declined. Rivers, you can't go in. River Ward, why? Ethan said, not only do you and I know about Ryan's long clues, but also the mastermind behind the scenes. Do you think it's possible for them to be watching from behind the scenes? Well, River Ward is still puzzled. I know there is a lot of resistance behind this. But I'm ready, Ethan said. River, your city security bureau's authority in Pacifica is almost non-existent. River Ward didn't know why Ethan asked this, but he still said, of course. Pacifica is the most chaotic area in Night City. And if it's so chaotic, Mayor Ryan will have to separate it out to do some violent crime statistics. Nice-looking report, Ethan, since this is the case. Then your identity as a police detective of the Armed Security Bureau is still a hindrance. Do you think the guys from the animals will cooperate well? Could it be that you still want to let people force your way in with only 2 guns? River was silent for a while and said, do you have a solution? Ethan, I'm a mercenary and not a police detective. You can't imagine the way I'm going, but it's easy to use. River Ward is no longer entangled. Okay. Then you go in and I will meet you outside. And notify me in time if there is any information. Okay. After setting River Ward in place, Ethan walked into the factory. The reason why Ethan did not let River Ward in is also very simple. River Ward is one of the few people in this F***G world with ideals. If Ethan goes in with him, then the behind-the-scenes Holt will definitely take revenge after the incident is over. Ethan is capable of being immune to it. But River Ward is just a little police detective. If Holt wanted to kill a little police detective, it would be a piece of cake. Those who carry the burden for others should not be left to freeze. Those who clear the road for justice should not be abandoned among the thorns. Ethan didn't use any stealth and just appeared at the gate of the factory. The animal guarding the door helped the giant see that Ethan was coming and hurriedly leaned over. Boss V, do you want to drive away that annoying cop over there? 0. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, a SK for flowers. He's my friend. Ethan said lightly, just don't let him get close. By the way, how is the situation inside? The giant said, don't worry. That club has already been wrecked by us. But Lord Sasquatch said that you won't allow the private booth to be moved. So the private booth is intact. Ethan nodded. The Sasquatch is inside. The Savage Master is in there. Ethan walked into the factory and found a container with ease. The container was opened, and the interior space was a staircase going down. The halo at the entrance was crimson. 0. This is the hidden entrance to the high-end clubhouse Red Queen's Races Race. Ethan entered the elevator and soon came to the club located on the ground floor. The elevator door opened, and the light inside changed from crimson to faint purple. Both colors represent desire. It's a pity that even if he wants to break his head, he can't figure out that there is such a relationship between the animals and Ethan. It's a pity that the favorite place of executive politicians is already a mess. The low-key luxury of the Red Queen's Races Racing Club decoration is not inferior to Genting. After Lucius Rhine died here, the Red Queen's Races race closed directly. In order to do it cleanly, Holt also asked someone to invite animals to help come over and watch the smashing. When some members of the animals who were smashing saw Ethan walk in, they all stopped what they were doing. Ethan went straight to the second floor and saw the Sasquatch. There is a golden crown logo in the middle position. The Savage King directly greeted him and handed out the things in his hand. Mr. This is the braindance ring you told me to find. Braindance is a popular form of entertainment, and the executives and politicians are no exception. But the wealthy and powerful enjoyed far more advanced versions. The Red Queen's race is advanced, with every kind of braindance available on the market, as well as various projects and can even be customized. Customers can be satisfied with almost any experience they desired. And it is discreet and private. The Red Queen's race still uses an invitation membership system. If you don't know where it is, then it's not part of its intended clientele. Ethan took the braindance wreath handed over by the Savage King, turned around and opened the door of a box, walked into the box. Lock the door, Ethan said softly. Friday. Analyze this braindance wreath. Accessing the braindance wreath program. Changing low-level functional instructions. Discovering anomalous neural data virus. Intercepted virus successfully. Consistent with the plot. This braindance wreath is the murder weapon. The person who started it implanted the virus to be activated as early as when Lucius Rhine came over. When Lane was halfway through wearing the exclusive braindance wreath, the virus activated. After Ethan put away the braindance wreaths, he walked out of the box and led by the Sasquatch to the manager's room at the end of the corridor. As always in the office of the Genting Woodman, there are still many computer screens in the manager's room, and there are some documents on the table that are left behind during the hurried evacuation in an emergency. Sasquatch, no one should have been here before you came, Ethan asked while sitting on a chair. Sasquatch, MRV. When we came, there was only a middleman from Pacifica, and he hurriedly explained a few words about destroying everything, and then guarded the request for a period of time to prevent anyone from coming. Then the middleman left, but I saw him with a briefcase. Now Pacificaju is in the shape of Ethan. Those powerful gangs have been swept away by the animals, and Jack Wells brought the ghost face blocked by his good brother in the Valentino gang. The help also officially established itself. Behind the scenes, the Ghost Mask Gang and the Animals are the two dominant forces of Pacifica. But in fact, they are both allied forces. As early as half a month ago, Ethan contacted Yi Wangren and asked her to pay attention to a special smashing task, and then follow it up. This is the smooth efficiency it is now. After letting the Sasquatch go out, Ethan flipped through the information on the desktop and computer. It stores the video of each box, and also records the customized service of each guest in detail. There are some services that really shocked Ethan, reminding him of a place called the darkest corners of the old internet. The same inhuman depravity. After a few glances, Ethan asked Friday to copy and store all his information, and then cooperate with the documents on the desktop. After searching for a while, Ethan finally determined that there was no information on Holt here. The person who sent the contact to the Savage King should be holding a briefcase that should be Holt's profile. The boss behind the Red Queen's race is the Deputy Chief Holt. A person who can open such a field will not be clean in any way. Ethan continued to browse the video, and then saw the video of Detective Han helping to cover up the crime. The man was dead as hard as a board. If I had to say, he had been dead for at least an hour. There is no trauma team card. I guess he didn't bring it on purpose, in case something extreme is triggered and the trauma team is recruited. He will not be able to end it, okay. The forensic doctor found him at his home, and then I told him how to write, and he died peacefully in his sleep. Ethan also copied this passage. The person in charge of wiping the butt is naturally River's old partner, and the person on the other end of the conversation is Holt. Before Lucius Rhine died, he passed a bill that would cut the budget of the NCPD as long as the bill was implemented. In this way, this part of the money has entered the pockets of some people, and the NCPD is sad, therefore. Under the operation of a series of political maneuvering, the municipal officials kept silent about Rhine's death, and they were deeply concerned. The case was also closed almost immediately. The reason behind it is that Detective Han got a sum of money, and then Holt will stabilize the budget of the NCPD after he takes office. The truth was that simple, and it can't be such a person. No, it's not true, it can never be true. Ethan got up and left the Red Queen's race. And River Ward's voice also rang out, V. How is the situation inside? Then I will not accompany you. River Ward took over the chips, but never expected that the truth of the matter was so ironic. Ethan said, I found some clues, but there is no evidence to correct it. But there is something you have to look at. River Ward couldn't accept it. He and Han had been his partner for years, and the two of them covered many cases together. He couldn't accept that his partner actually did such a thing. After the two met, Ethan took out the recording chip. Ethan patted River Ward on the shoulder. Maybe you can have a good chat with him. After Ethan and River Ward separated, they did not call Elizabeth immediately, but drove directly to the Grand Imperial Mall. Now the Grand Imperial Mall is no longer the unfinished project, but has been regarded as the gang building of the Ghost Mask Gang. Since Ethan eliminated the Voodoo Boys, it has laid a solid foundation for the Ghost Mask Gang to settle in Pacifica. The animals pioneered the way and abused all the big and small forces in Pacifica one by one. Just when those big and small forces were surprised at how these muscle-obsessed animals were enlightened to dominate Pacifica, the Ghost Mask Gang was born and settled directly in the Grand Imperial Mall. So far, all the forces in Pacifica have realized the fact that the animals' move to sweep the forces in Pacifica is to pave the way for this ghost gang. As a result, the Ghost Mask Gang was covered with an air of mystery. After the Ghost Mask Gang established itself the Grand Imperial Mall, they did not continue to expand following the momentum created by the animals, but closed the Grand Imperial Mall and sent people to guard the surrounding area. In this way, the local forces in Pacifica became even more curious about the Ghost Mask Gang. For this reason, they sent a lot of gangsters to wander around the Grand Imperial Mall all day, wanting to find out, but they didn't dare to get too close. When Ethan rode a Yaba Kusanagi CT3X to the nearby street and saw this scene, he thought that someone was coming to smash the scene. So he called Jack Wells directly. Hey, V, I'm not in the motorcycle club now if it's not urgent. Don't wait until I go back to discuss it at night. Jack Wells' voice sounded, and there were sporadic gunshots in the background. Ethan said, I'm in Pacifica right now, and I see a lot of gangsters surrounding the Grand Imperial Mall. How come the Ghost Mask Gang is not accustomed to the conditions of the Grand Imperial Mall? So they have to fight. Jack Wells suddenly realized, don't worry about this. I have now encircled the Grand Imperial Mall for training. And the brothers of our Ghost Mask Gang have to be distinguished from the undisciplined street thugs outside. And the people who are recruited in shouldn't you practice. Ethan and Jack Wells about the structure of the Ghost Mask Gang. The general direction is set by Ethan, but the specific completion is done by Jack Wells. So when he said that he was training in it, Ethan almost laughed voice. If the local forces in Pacifica knew that you were training there, they probably wouldn't know what to expect. Jack Wells, don't worry about it since you're all out. Just wait and I'll pick you up after hanging up the phone. Ethan rode the Yaba Kusanagi CT3X and continued to lean towards the Grand Imperial Mall. This scene attracted the attention of the surrounding forces, because Ethan was not slow to ride his bike. The others couldn't see what it looked like in a blink of an eye. This guy actually leaned directly towards the Grand Imperial Mall. Which side is he from? I'm going. Finally, someone can't help but go to see the truth of the Ghost Mask Gang. Hurry up and have a look, dams. After squatting here for a few days, some people can't stand it anymore. So let's go over and take a look. The local forces in Pacifica are lingering in the periphery in a tacit understanding. And many people want to see the next development. Ethan was regarded as the pioneer of a certain force. With his leadership, other forces could not help but get closer. Ethan came to the door of the Grand Imperial Mall unimpeded. Jack Wells was already accompanied by several cadres, and walked out to greet Ethan. Jack Wells took quick strides towards Ethan and gave him a bear hug. Let me introduce. They are my good brothers Thor and Bryant in the Valentino gang. Thor Bryant, I don't need to introduce this one, do I? Thor wore a pair of glasses and looked very much like a gentleman. And there was no trace of a gang on his body. This is the famous Vieth name known throughout Night City. Who doesn't know? Bryant is a tall and strong man like a towering wall of muscle. And his physique is a little taller than Jack Way. He looked at Ethan with eyes. Ethan smiled and shook hands with the two of them. Since they are the right-hand men recruited by Jack Wells, they are naturally the core members. Ethan doesn't care about the crowd watching. Their shock is the best publicity for the Ghost Mask Gang. V and Jack Wells' names are too loud now, Nima. It turned out not to be the pioneer of which force. This scene made all the forces behind were dumbfounded. V's name is so loud that the whole Valentino gang admires it. Jack Wells embraced Ethan and said, "Don't stand still. Just in time for you to come. Let's take a look at the construction of the gang. It's the legend of Night City V. When the two get together and hook up with the Ghost Mask Gang, then such news is enough to detonate the news of Night City. When it comes to gang construction, Jack Wells has something to say during this period of time. All his energy has been devoted to this matter. Now that the Ghost Mask Gang has officially established itself Pacifica, Jack Wells is relieved it didn't happen that I met Ethan. So I had to show off to my good brother." Looking at Jack Wells' face, Ethan was also quite interested, then go have a look. Everyone went in chatting and laughing. And the guards of the Ghost Mask Gang set up Lee's roadblocks again. Then the sturdy body directly blocked the eyes that wanted to pry outside. Ethan walked into the Great Empire shopping mall. And it was the first time to see the construction results of the Ghost Mask Gang. The Grand Imperial Mall in front of you is no longer the unfinished shopping mall it used to be, but a new look under the drastic measures of Jack Wells. The original escalator indoor scenery and some unimportant load-bearing were all emptied and replaced by a square performance field. The combat arena is higher than the ground, and the area is directly 2/3 of the first floor. There are stone pillars all around, and on the stone pillars are engraved all kinds of ghostly carvings. Ethan walked into the combat arena and looked down. The countertop was paved with a special transparent material floor. There is also a ghost head in the center position, and on the ghost head is a ghost face in red and half black. Ethan raised his eyes and saw that a weapon rack and a rest area were also set up on the side of the court. All kinds of melee weapons and some supporting cyberware mods were displayed on the weapon rack. Jack Wells said, "We have to be the strongest gang in Night City. Even the lowest-ranked members of the Ghost Mask Gang must be distinguished from the undisciplined street punks outside. So we set up a martial arts arenond, anyone can do it. You can practice and improve your strength at any time." Ethan also agreed Jack did a good job. This combat arena is a bit interesting. The power structure in Night City is very stable, ranging from corporate oligarchs to gang forces. Each has its own unique order. Order is the life force for the development of power. As long as the order does not collapse, the power will always exist. But a good order determines the height of the power. Jack Wells spent his early years with the Valentino gang, and what he cultivated was cohesion. People often say that Jack is the proud son of Haywood. It is said that he is righteous, and he always answers when someone needs help. People around him will respond to him and follow his footsteps unswervingly. This is a rare quality. When everyone came to the second floor, the original store layout had been razed to the ground, replaced by a firearms training ground. The gunfire was loud in the firearms training ground, and several members of the Ghost Mask Gang were holding firearms and pulling the trigger again and again. Ethan watched for a while and said, "Do they have someone to guide them when they shoot?" Bryant said, "I am in charge of this piece, and I will look at all the training data." Ethan came to him and picked up a pistol on the table at random, then raised the gun and shot bang bang bang. Ethan pulled the trigger again and again until the magazine was empty, and then said, "Bryant, you add a training content to the back and turn off all cyberware-assisted shooting training." Bryant said in confusion, "Can I ask why?" In the world of 2077, the fourth generation of cyberware technology has produced many cyberware accessories, from the inside to the outside. And some internal cyberwars can even greatly enhance the strength. Take the optical cyberware eye and the nerve-assisted aiming system, for example. When shooting, the marksmanship can be automatically corrected, and the best ballistics will be given directly. Everyone is an expert marksman. Ethan said the cyberware plugin is a good help. But people can't rely on the cyberware to fight. If you accidentally get lost your optical implant during a battle, can you not shoot? It is necessary to get used to using cyberwars to assist in fighting, and also to get used to being able to continue to do things without the aid of cyberwars. Bryant suddenly thought that there was no trace of cyberware transformation on Ethan's body. People, your own strength is the most important thing. Bryant said, I remember. They will be doing shooting training without the aid of cyberwars later. Everyone came to the third floor. And from the third floor all the way up is the storage floor. In this way, all the way to the living room on the top floor. The top floor of the Grand Imperial Mall overlooks the entire Pacifica State scene. And there is a feeling of standing above the district above. After entering the room, Jack Wells slumped down on the plush sofa until now. There is an unreal feeling of going to a lot of good places in Night City and some gang turf. But there is no way to feel comfortable in my own place. Ethan also took a seat and felt it. It was really good. Jack Wells asked the people below to prepare some food, and the three of them chatted while eating. Jack Wells said, V, what have you been busy with recently? Why did you come to Pacifica? Ethan said, the cause of death of the former chief executive, Lucius Rhine, is a bit strange. So I took up an errand to investigate. Tony and Bryant both looked at each other. They both knew that Ethan and Jack Wells made their fortune by mercenary errands. But after hearing about Ethan's errand, they were also shocked the case of Mr. Lucius Rhine. Although the city officials have already closed the case, there are voices from time to time in the streets saying that it was a dirty power struggle behind him. Lucius Rhine lost, so he became a ghost. This case is quite bizarre. Lucius Rhine died suddenly at home, and the case was closed early. If it were an ordinary person in Night City, it would be fine. But he is Chief SHI, the highest power representative of Night City. Everyone can see that the entire municipal government is silent about this matter, and neither side is willing to be included in it. Outsiders all know the depth of the water inside. But Ethan still dares to step in the murky water, saying that the wind is as if it were routine. Compared to Tony and Bryant's astonishment, Jack Wells laughed. Vas expected of you. You're doing all kinds of errands, but then again, our brothers haven't done errands together for a while. Ethan quipped, aren't you going to be a legend and the top position on the street? You are now becoming the underworld king of Night City. Jack Wells, I want all of them, is that so? Ethan pondered for a while and then said, then you should arrange some things for the Ghost Mask gang as soon as possible. It won't be long before we have a major operation together. Jack Wells' eyes lit up, really? Then I have to look forward to it. Even Ethan said it was a big errand, so exciting was right. By the way, I have something for you. Ethan suddenly thought of something, and then took out the augmentation mask signed in by the system from the portable space. Ghost mask. Jack Wells picked up a mountain augmentation mask, played with it in his hand, and intuitively told himself that this augmentation mask was unusual. Ethan said, Jack, you can try it on. When Jack Wells heard the words, he put the mountain ghost face on his face. The mountain ghost face sensed that someone was using it, and attached it to Jack Wells' face quite tightly. After putting on the mask, Jack Wells only felt that the strength of his whole body was rising upwards, and his gorilla fists and arms had some burning sensations, as if there was endless power. Jack Wells said in surprise, V, I feel that the power in my body has increased. Is it the effect of this mask? Ethan said, yes, Jack. You can use it as a kind of augmentation prosthesis for the whole body. After finishing speaking, Ethan looked at Tony and Bryant again. The two of them looked at the augmentation mask on the coffee table, their eyes fixed. Ethan will not be stingy when he thinks about his own people. Tony Bryant, you can pick one. With this sentence, the two couldn't wait to choose. Bryant chose a ghost face. After wearing the flame ghost face, Bryant only felt that the power in his body was ignited, and every cyberware mod on his body was boiling, which was a mysterious experience, as for Tony's words. As in strategist, they chose a blue water augmentation mask. After wearing the water augmentation mask, the mysterious feeling spread throughout the body. The water augmentation mask was very gentle and greatly increased the activity of his brain prosthesis, and he could handle some things better. The three took off their masks one by one, unable to hide the heat and surprise in their eyes. Tony even said, such a cyberware mask has not even seen the Arasaka Militech. Kang Tao's latest cyberware device you heard, did you get it? Bryant also cast a suspicious look. Ethan said nothing. But Jack Wells, good enough, said it's good if it's useful. Don't ask so much, just give it to me if you don't want it. Tony and Bryant knew how to hide the augmentation mask and jumped away. Think beautifully. This is our exclusive augmentation mask. After a while at the Grand Imperial Mall, it was time to talk to Elizabeth before leaving. Ethan handed all the remaining augmentation masks to Jack Wells and instructed him to only give them to those who made outstanding contributions to the Ghost Mask Gang, or to those who could be trusted by him. These augmentation masks are of little significance to Ethan, but they are also excellent for equipping their core members. After coming out of the Grand Imperial Mall, Ethan called Elizabeth. Elizabeth was quickly connected, and in the background of the frame was a luxury residence, which was her and Jefferson's home. Elizabeth, did you call? Did you have good news? Ethan said, I just came out of the Red Queen's race and found some traces, but it's hard to make a decision. Ethan did not intend to tell the truth, and what the Jeffersons wanted was an accurate answer. Elizabeth's eyes lit up, as expected of UV. Come to our apartment, I'll send you the location. Jefferson has a video conference now, and the time is too late. After ending Elizabeth's communication, Ethan joined the traffic on a bicycle. The Yaba Kusanagi CT3X burst into full power, accompanied by the violent roar of the engine. The Yaba Kusanagi CT3X shuttled through the traffic like a red lightning, and many people could only hear the sound of the engine and the flashing locomotive taillights. Damn it, the Yaba Kusanagi CT3X at full speed. Does this guy have a long life? Some car lovers on the road looked at each other in dismay when they heard the roar and sound of the engine. However, Ethan, who was shocked by everyone, didn't take it seriously. With his superb driving skills and the superior performance of the Yaba Kusanagi CT3X, he soon came to the high-end apartment building where the Jeffersons lived. After verifying his identity, Ethan was able to enter. Take the elevator all the way to the top floor. The residence of the Jeffersons has arrived, and the entire floor of the apartment is their room. When the elevator door opened, Ethan saw Elizabeth Peralez waiting at the door in person, and said dignifiedly, Mr. V, we are very happy that you can come. Of course you are happy. After all, the truth of the matter is greatly beneficial to Jefferson's mayoral campaign. Ethan came to the living room under the guidance of Elizabeth Peralez. The residence of the Jeffersons is very high-end, decorated in a luxurious minimalist style. And there are some tasteful decorations in the house. Is coffee okay? Elizabeth Peralez asked. Not everyone can drink the coffee brewed by Ms. Elizabeth. Ethan said indifferently, I don't like bitter coffee. Please add more sugar, okay? Elizabeth Peralez twisted her plump waist and walked to the coffee machine to start brewing coffee. After coffee arrived, Jefferson also ended the video conference and walked into the living room from the balcony. Mr. Vim, sorry. This meeting is a bit annoying and you have been waiting for a long time. Politicians are politicians, and they understood the art of getting along with people. Ethan waved his hand and said, I've just come here, and it's not bad to be able to enjoy Ms. Elizabeth's coffee. MRV is very polite, Elizabeth leaned on the sofa, looking at Jefferson with gentle eyes. And the two of them were also very affectionate. Jefferson crossed his fingers and said, "Listen to Elizabeth, Mr. V has found out the truth of the incident." Ethan said, "River Ward and I went to the Red Queen's race. And we did find out something. Not just Ryan's cause of death," Jefferson's eyes lit up. But he did not lose his temper, but looked at Elizabeth and said, "Dear, tell me a little bit." Elizabeth Peralez said, "MRV. The general content of Jefferson's video conference today is about some supply issues for the Intercontinental Maglev project." Jefferson made clear in the meeting the deficiencies of some of the Arasaka-Link subsidiaries. Ethan raised his eyebrows. He was a politician after all. When the cooperation was reached, Ethan and the Jeffersons did not specify what the specific compensation for this order was. As a result, before Ethan gave the full truth, the Jeffersons could directly refuse Arasaka's tentacles. Ethan took a sip of the coffee and felt a little bitter, then added a few spoonfuls of sugar and said, "Mr. Jefferson, the truth is closely related to your guesses." After being admitted by Ethan's, the expressions of the Jeffersons did not change much. People like them knew how to restrain their emotions too well, and their joy and anger were no longer visible. Jefferson said, "MRV, you said you found more than that." Ethan nodded, "But this is another collaboration." Jefferson said, "Of course. In the original story of Shi Chang's death, the protagonist played the role of a disposable operative with his head on his trousers belt. He needed to take the risk to enter the Red Queen's race, and then find out the clues, and finally walked away with tens of thousands of euros. But now the situation is very different. Ignoring the influence of the butterfly effect, Ethan is familiar with all the context of the plot, and he has the advantage of knowing the original chain of events. And he is now a legend in Night City, the chief expert of Kang Tao, and his reputation and status are all rising. So even in business talks with the Jeffersons, Ethan still dominates. Ethan finished his coffee and pushed the empty cup to Elizabeth Peralez. "Excuse me. Can I have another drink, of course?" Elizabeth quickly gave Ethan a refill. When the atmosphere was about the same, Ethan said, "The boss behind the Red Queen's race is Holt. Ryan died when he was in the club, and the cause of death was the embedded neurovirus in the braindance." As soon as these words came out, Jefferson's expression also changed slightly. It's normal for politics to compete. But I can't imagine that Holt is so impatient that he doesn't even want to wait for normal procedures. Elizabeth Peralez patted Jefferson's shoulder and said, "My dear, we have to take care of our own safety for now. Now that everything has been said." Elizabeth Peralez doesn't care about Ethan's presence. After Lane's death, Holt used his connections to suppress this matter. The other councillors in the municipal government should almost know about it. Although Holt's poll data has been falling, most of the councillors' votes are not dominated by you. This is very understandable. Holt can directly set up a bureau to kill Lucius Rhine, who is still in office, and use the Armed Security Bureau to cover up the crime. And all the security companies in the city rejected the Jeffersons' entrustment for only one reason. The current situation is unusually clear. Holt has already shown his sword. The chips in his hand have his own heritage. The NCPD and the Bad Board Company, while Jefferson's own heritage cannot compete with Holt. Needless to say about the company, Jefferson himself represented the interests of very few people. And he also wanted to be a humane politician. So he was a proper outlier in Night City. Although it is the polling data that Jefferson is superior to Holt, the chances of winning are too small. The atmosphere in the living room became depressed. Jefferson searched his sour brows, and Elizabeth patted his shoulder after a long time. Ethan said after drinking coffee again, "Actually, it is not impossible to win against Holt." Jefferson woke up from a dream and said, "MRV. When Ryan was still alive, Holt was the deputy chief, and the heritage he accumulated is beyond my comparison. Plus the current situation. Although it is inappropriate to say this, but little hope." Ethan said with a smile, I just said the cause of Ryan's death. But I haven't said that he can overthrow Holt. Take down Holt if someone else said this. It could only mean that he didn't wake up from his dream. But Ethan said the export was different. It was Jefferson who tried his best to restrain himself. But he still gaffed and said, Can I know the chips you are talking about? The salutation has directly become you. And a candidate for the Night City will directly address you. But this is great news, Ethan's expression did not change. But he smiled in his heart, what's so special? If I knew it earlier I wouldn't sell it. And I don't need to drink these 2 cups of coffee to delay the time. Ethan took out a recording chip directly from his pocket. After Elizabeth took the chip, she went directly to the electronic screen in the living room to start the show. The content of the video really shocked Jefferson. The video is full of videos of some senior officials of Night City enjoying the Red Queen's race. The scale is big, the implications were enormous. There are still several leaders in several important departments. Political scandal, Jefferson smelled the meaning at once. Saying something meaningful in Night City. People in high positions and even the law can't do anything to him. Things like delinquency are like shit. These high-ranking officials are not afraid of breaking the law. The officials who protect their public image on TV actually have such a face. It can be said that as long as it explodes, then that person's political career would be over. Face is the most important thing in this position. Those videos are presumably why Holt opened the race for the Red Queen. The club that was the key to getting some MP votes. However, it is now in the hands of Ethan. Jefferson and Elizabeth watched the videos almost with disgust, including a congressman who likes to say hello to the couple from time to time at work. Good guy, that guy actually likes to eat disgusting fetish. I almost vomited soon after the video was over, Ethan said. These are just one of them, I have many more, Mr. Jefferson, do you think you can keep your votes? Jefferson only felt like a roller coaster. The decadence on his face was swept away. And he hurriedly sat over Elizabeth. You quickly bring out a bottle of vintage wine. I want to have a good drink with MRV. I'll arrange a dinner right away, Elizabeth left. Ethan went directly from drinking coffee to having dinner. You must know that those who have dinner together can only be treated by people of the same status. Jefferson is a smart person, and he can say some of the things Ethan wants without even playing on demand. When Elizabeth was about to pour the wine, Jefferson pulled Lafayette directly, no. I drink straight from the bottle. By this time, Elizabeth Peralez had the meal ready. Ethan smiled and said, as the mastermind behind the scenes, it is impossible for Holt to leave no traces. Although all traces about himself were dealt with when I went. But I can get it back. Jefferson was about to call brother Ethan. He took out a recording shard directly from his pocket and opened it. Ethan continued, Mr. Jefferson. The video is just to help you choose your votes. You still lack a key to overthrow Holt. 3 people were seated, and the dishes were prepared very richly. The meaning was obvious, Mr. V. As long as you need help in the future, Jefferson will not refuse after the recording. Jefferson directly handed the recording pen to Ethan. After coming out of Jefferson's high-end apartment, Ethan rode a Yeba Kusanagi CT3X to a bridge and stopped. Ethan leaned against the railing and ate chocolate while blowing the night wind. The cold wind whistled, Ethan's heart was as calm as water. After standing still for 5 minutes, a phone call came. Caller ID Hans. Ethan said, Good evening, Mr. Hans. It may be inconvenient for video over the... Hans's voice is full of vigor, MRV. The last time Ethan contacted him, he was looking for Mammon Bridget, the boss of the Voodoo Boys at that time. Hans only thought he was a mercenary sent by Rog to greet him. At most, it's a Voodoo Boys' foot towel. But after the change of events, Hans was stunned. When Hans heard the news from Ethan again, it was the news broadcast of the Intercontinental Maglev Project tender. This guy became the chief expert of Kangtao, and he voted against the Arasaka Corporation at the bidding meeting. Then not long ago, the Voodoo Boys was immediately wiped out. The animals swept the forces of Pacifica and cleared the way for the newly arrived Ghost Mask Gang. Now the composition of the Ghost Mask Gang has surfaced, and one of the gang leaders is Ethan immediately after that. When Hans was about to spend the night with a beautiful woman, he was controlled by the so-called Ghost Mask Gang. Ethan said, "I invited Mr. Hans just to ask someone. They didn't do anything wrong to Yorites." Pacifica, a motel. Hans was wearing underwear next to a few burly men. Although they broke into the doors, they did not make a rude moves. Hans thought about his situation and could only say weakly, "MRV. Who do you want to inquire about?" Ethan said, "You should know about Ryan's death, right?" Hans understood and said, "MRV, I am just a small character, but I don't know the details of this kind of thing." "Ethan, this is not what I want to ask you, but the middleman in Pacifica who worked for the animals a few days ago. I want his information," Hans stammered, "MRV. Please let me go, I will die if I get involved." Ethan said, "Don't worry, I am investigating this matter. The people behind the scenes have long known that they will not embarrass you. But if you don't cooperate with me, I will embarrass you." In the middleman business, it is about interpersonal relationships and observation. Even if Hans pulls his hips again, he is still a person from the Pacifica state. Not to mention Hans, who was recommended by Rog at the beginning. Where does the person who can be recommended by Roger go? Hans just felt in a dilemma, and he knew too much about talking too much in the circle. Probably because of an unintentional word. The body will appear in the trash can the next day. But right now, if he doesn't cooperate, maybe the Ghost Mask Gang will let him go into the trash first. Hans, that person is called Bob. Because Ryan's death is too involved, so he hides again. The person is still hiding in Pacifica. There are several frequent locations that may be found. And there is another one. Gossip, the NCPD is also looking for him. Ethan, thank you, Mr. Hans, for your cooperation. I will pay you. Hans didn't dare to ask Ethan for money, and quickly said, "I understand the rules. I will leave Night City overnight." After hanging up the phone, Ethan just felt confused. Has he become so terrible? Without paying attention to those details, Ethan rode on the Yaba Kusanagi CT3X and headed straight to Pacifica. In the original plot, helped the Jeffersons to confirm that it was Lucius Rhine who was killed by the Hort setup. And this matter is over, but now it's different. The game is just a linear plot after all. Triggering the task to do the task, and then completing the task to upgrade the experience. But now Ethan is really living in the Night City. Everything you do will have a follow-up. And there will be a chain reaction. Through the death of Shi Chang, he not only found another great enemy for the Arasaka Corporation, but also got on the line of the municipal official. From the time he took this job, he was already involved in a dispute over rights. Jefferson is considered one of the few politicians who are okay. And it is more suitable for him to run Night City, of course. All of this is based on the benefit of Ethan himself. It can be said that helping Jefferson to bring down Holt is the subplot that Ethan triggered himself. Pacificaju, a street of motels. This is the most complicated place in Pacifica, where the fish and dragons are mixed, as the name suggests. The motel street is a slum street composed of motels. It's a dirty adjective here. The dim street lights flickered on and off. And as soon as you walked in, you could smell the foul stench from the stinky ditch, as well as the tube building that was at least a century old. From time to time, there will be mice and cockroaches passing through the sewer. Not to mention the NCPD in such a place. Even ordinary gangsters are unwilling to come here. In a motel of rooms, Bob was squatting in the corner with his briefcase in his arms. He didn't even dare to sleep on the bed. And every now and then he had to check to see if there was any situation outside. He is so hard. Thinking of this errand, he wanted to slap himself twice. Make you so greedy when receiving the errand. Bob knew that he was working for the Deputy Chief Holt, and he felt that he would quickly rise to prominence if he was favored by a big man. So Bob did it himself. He not only contacted the people of the animals to smash the venue of the Red Queen's race, but also packed up and took away all the information of Deputy Chief Holt during the smashing. I thought I would get more rewards for my special performance. But who would have thought that I just brought out the document and didn't have time to report it? Ryan's death case is closed. Bob hurriedly called the secretary of the Deputy Chief Holt, and it showed that there was no answer. As the first instinct of the middleman, Bob is like falling into an ice cave. He could not have imagined that Deputy Chief Holt actually began to liquidate. And he was on the liquidation list. So Bob cut off all contact with his friends at the first time and hid himself in the east, only hoping for the wind to pass by quickly. In the few days he was in hiding, couldn't eat or sleep well. And he was worried all day long. Tata at this time, Bob suddenly heard the sound of going upstairs from the stairs. The stairs of the dilapidated motel are still old-fashioned handrail stairs. As long as someone walks you can hear the noise. But dogs don't want to live in such a place. How can they come to sleep in the middle of the night? Bob shuddered and was completely sleepy, and quickly used the curtains as support. And the whole person climbed out of the window and climbed down along the curtains and pipes. Pang, the door of the room was violently kicked open, and several police detectives with big arms and waists walked in with tiger steps, watching the scene where the window was wide open and the curtains were rolled by the wind. The police detective said, "The target person is no longer in the room. He should be fleeing. The people below will start a hunt. And if any suspicious persons are found, they can be killed directly. 0 for flowers." In the dark alley, Bob fled in a panic, and he knew as soon as he escaped that there was someone searching for him nearby. It was the police detective of the NCPD. Although Bob said he had a pistol for self-defense, he had no intention of resisting. Bob had no choice but to jump into the stench of garbage, although the pervasive stench wanted him to vomit to death. But it's better than death after a while. The footsteps gradually sounded and got closer. "I haven't searched this alley yet. Go in and have a look." Several detectives walked in and passed Bob's line of sight. "A dead end. Can that guy turn over from here?" A police detective came to the trash can and stood still, and said to his companion, "Do you think people will be in the trash?" "No, the garbage dump is so disgusting." "What are you looking for?" Another person said with disgust, "What's the matter?" In several cases, the target person is squatting in the garbage heap to hide the sky. The police detective will rummage when they get their guns. Bob, who was inside, was dead-faced. He tightened the gun in his hand and was about to kill himself. Boom. A gunshot crossed the night sky, and exploding bullets bloomed in the alley and smashed several police detectives. After a while, a tall figure came to the garbage dump, and this person was Ethan, who came over. Ethan said, "Mr. Bob, are you sure you want to wait for arrest in the garbage dump?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bob quickly got up from the garbage heaps, looked at Ethan with dull eyes, and found that it was a raw face. "Who are you, Ethan?" "Who used the disguise technique?" Said, "The shot I just shot will soon lead people over, Mr. Bob. Do you want to continue playing the game of who am I?" "Bob, I see. I'll go with you." Bob knew that it was absolutely impossible to escape the NCPD by himself, and if he was caught, he would die. The person in front of him was decisive in killing, and directly killing, the people from the Armed Security Bureau. And his face was calm. It is also a person who can't afford to offend himself. If so, it is better to choose to let himself live, Bob said. "I can give you everything and everything I know, as long as you save my life." "Good to say." Ethan grabbed Bob, swept to the wall partition, and then climbed to the wall in 3 steps. Ethan directly triggered the ability to walk over the eaves and walls, and the whole person was attached to the straight wall like a gecko. Even if it is a heavy living person, he can still be as light as a swallow and walk as fast as a fly. Soon Ethan grabbed Bob and came to the rooftop of a high-rise building. The night wind whistling on the rooftop can blow away the stench from Bob. Ethan stood on the edge of the rooftop and looked into the alley below. Other detectives from the NCPD also found something unusual. Ethan retracted his gaze and looked at Bob, who was shivering. He didn't know if it was cold or scared, maybe both. Bob respectfully handed the briefcase over. Ethan took the briefcase, which contained some special documents on paper and several original chips. It's all the stuff of Vice Chairman Holt. Ethan smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. Not only will you not die, but you will still live well too." Ethan's words can't help but make Bob stunned. It's a great luck to be alive now. But after hearing what Ethan said, is there a chance for things to turn around? Bob is a tightrope walker. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the middleman to connect the line between Deputy Chief Holt and the animals to facilitate cooperation. Anyway, now I have nothing and nothing to lose. Bob said, "You mean?" Ethan, the information you have is the evidence against Holt. And adding the information yourself is the key to killing Holt. Bob's eyes lit up when he heard this. Since Holt wants to liquidate and not give away to survive, then the best way to survive is to find it by yourself. Holt is not the only one running for the next president. Bob, you work for Jefferson. Ethan glanced at him and said, "You have too many questions." Bob shrank his neck and closed his mouth immediately. Ethan made a communication call to Elizabeth and briefly explained the situation here. After a while, a floating car flew over from the night sky and hovered on the rooftop. The door of the floating car opened, and several security guards with live ammunition jumped out and guarded all the corners. Jefferson's wife walked down from the floating car, and the filthy Bob was stupid, and the Jeffersons were called directly by a communication. How holy is this guy? Jefferson got down from the floating car and directly held Bob's hand. Not at all disgusting that Bob's body was dirty, Mr. B. I sympathize with your experience, but don't worry. Your personal security will be fine from now on. Bob shivered and said quickly, "Thank you, Mr. Jefferson, I will do my own thing." After sending Jefferson to the floating car, Jefferson said to it, "Honey, I think I need 3 minutes. Elizabeth, I'll take good care of Mr. Bob." Ethan and Jefferson just stood under the roof, overlooking the night view of the slum from here. Jefferson took out the delicate fragrance and handed it to Ethan. And he kissed me. Powerful men had their own rituals, pay attention. Many people smoke to relieve stress. I only smoke when I am happy, Jefferson said, Mr. V, I will remember everything you did for me. Ethan said, Mr. Jefferson, we are just a pure cooperation transaction. Maybe, Jefferson said, MRV is very capable. If it is really only for absolute interests, then you can help Holt, only having seen Mr. V's means I know a fact, Jefferson rode, what's up? Ethan asked Jefferson without considering Mr. V's factors. I have some confidence in the struggle between me and Holt. Even if Holt kills Ryan, I will not collapse. But only after seeing Mr. V's ability. If Mr. V finds Holt to cooperate, then I will definitely lose. There is nothing wrong with Jefferson's words, at present. The only problems that can cause Ethan a little headache are the Arbor Company and Saburo Arasaka in the Mikoshi. From the original clues, it can be seen that Night City is only the tip of the iceberg of the Barbarian Empire. It will take some time to uproot the Arasaka Corporation. Other than that, all things in Night City. Ethan has the ability to let him go according to his own ideas. Such an ability of a legendary figure in history has never reached the heights it is now. Ethan is becoming a unique existence. Ethan finished smoking when I came to Night City. I had only one goal in mind: burn down Night City and establish a new order, however. To achieve this goal, some human warmth is needed, Mr. Jefferson, and I hope you can make Night City a little warmer. Before Ethan intervened in this matter, Jefferson just wanted to find out the cause of Ryan's death. After Ethan intervened, not only did he get to the bottom of the truth, but he also gave the sledgehammer that was capable of destroying Holt and turned Holt into Jefferson's hands. As for the political game in the future, that is not something Ethan should consider. So far, the incident of Ryan's death has come to an end. Ethan rode the Yaba Kusanagi CT-3X back to the Sunshine community. In the Night City, only staying here is the most comfortable. After coming out of the underground garage, Ethan went straight to Victor's cyberware clinic. In the cyberware clinic, Victor is seeing the teeth of the elderly in the Sunshine community. Yes, prosthetic Dr. Victor is also a good doctor even outside cyberware works. Mom, you need a good rest these 2 days. And you must be careful not to get angry when you eat. After 2 days I ordered the required dental equipment. And I replaced the bad teeth for you. An old woman from the Sunshine community sat up from the operating bed, grabbed Victor and said, Dr. Victor, thank you so much. My toothache has tortured me for a long time. But unfortunately, I don't have the money to go to the hospital in Night City. Look, Victor said, don't worry, ma'am. We don't need any fee to replace your teeth. And we will do several free medical examinations in the future. The old woman smiled and said yes. And saw Ethan when she walked to the door, you're back. In the days when he lived in Sunshine community. As long as Ethan did not go out to do errands. He basically went to and from the vegetable market every day to buy vegetables and cook. After going back and forths, I also got to know a lot of people in the community. Even if a skyscraper was built, Ethan's reputation was getting bigger and bigger. This comfortable relationship has not changed in the slightest. Ethan also lightly supported the old woman's hand and accompanies her across the threshold. Slow down when you go downstairs. After sending the old man away, Ethan walked in. Victor took off his surgical gloves and sterilized and stored some simple dental tools before saying, Isn't Jack with you? Ethan poured a glass of water to himself and said, Jack has been busy with gang affairs in Pacifica. And I am also a lot of things, it's normal. As the reputation grows, there will be more things. Victor sat down and opened the old-fashioned boxing video and said, Just when you are here, let's talk about the company. I think the Victor Medical Assistance still needs to buy some businesses. Most of the residents in Sunshine community have no cyberwars. And they don't have the money to go to the hospital in Night City when they get sick. So I want to expand the clinic. In addition to cyberware transplants, I also give other people a diagnosis and treatment of minor illnesses. What do you think? After all, Victor is still a good person. The other cyberware doctors are like monkeys. And some even use defective products to make shoddy ones in order to make money. Compared with those guys, Victor is an angel. Ethan said, this proposal is good, just don't need to expand. Just build a community clinic next to it. And then purchase some medical equipment. And you will serve as the dean. I will ask Judy back to see if there is any mocks. My little sister wants to be a nurse. Victor was stunned. He really couldn't think that Ethan wanted to go directly to a hospital. But that's fine, and it's more convenient to do it this way. After leaving the cyberware clinic, Ethan went upstairs to the Braindon's lounge. Then they came to the Braindon's studio with ease. In the studio, Judy and Panam stopped what they were doing when they watched Ethan come in. Judy, is your business done? Panam, it should be all right as long as you're not injured. Ethan was still very useful when he looked at his 2 women and asked for help as soon as they entered the door. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's done inside the studio. There are several sets of sofas and a huge electronic screen. At this time, old movies from decades ago are playing on the electronic screen. And Ethan sits in the middle, with Judy on the left and Panam on the right. Very comfortable. Ethan opened his mouth and ate a lychee that Judy had peeled off and said, Judy, I just came up from Victor. Judy, what did you guys talk about? Ethan said, when I went in, Victor was seeing a mother-in-law's teeth. And then she approached me to discuss opening a community clinic, which was planned to be built next to a skyscraper. After the completion, I will give everyone a physical examination and treatment of a minor illness. So I want to ask, is there anyone in the Mox gang who is willing to be a nurse? Judy said, it's a good thing, I'll ask it myself. Ethan turned his head and saw Panam looking straight at him. What's wrong with Panam? Panam said, just a little emotional. You have done a great deed, why do you say so? Medical supplies and food are equally important in the Badlands. Some gunshot wounds may kill a person without a bottle of disinfectant. Some homeless tribes may fight for a few boxes of medical supplies. It can be said that in the Badlands, medical supplies are absolute valuable currency, and many will use medical supplies as bargaining chips to exchange for some other benefits. Ethan laughed and said, "You said so much. Do you want to praise me, Fawnin?" "Yes. To be able to open a community clinic here is to make a special trip to face the unprofitable crowd. Ethan's actions are great kindness in this F***G world. Even if he has achieved the position of Ethan, he still has a point bona fide. Where can I find such a man?" Ethan smiled and said, "Humans. You always have to do something meaningful, wipe." Judy and Panam looked at each other, then took out small gifts and said, "Seeing that you have performed well recently, then I will give you some rewards." This sentence is his catchphrase. Just found that last night. Yorinobu Arasaka made a lot of calls to himself. Ethan, who was still tired at first, was in good spirits and got up. Ethan called back, "Yorinobu, what's the matter?" The next day, Ethan woke up from the bed. Ethan's eyes lit up. Judy was holding a dark blue bodysuit, and Panam was holding a nurse's uniform. Something hidden in DNA reacts. Yorinobu's figure appeared in the video frame, and the background was naturally the top floor of the Kingbai Hotel. And only here Yorinobu could call Ethan blatantly. "Yorinobu Arasaka, let me make a long story short. Huazai will be preparing for Saburo's memorial service in the past 2 days, and a parade will be held at that time. And the venue will be in Japantown." Ethan raised his brows. And the old friend from Japantown was still here. In the original plot, after robbing Anders Herman from Kang Tao, the protagonist got the relic information from him, and the words of the person were brought to Arasaka by Goro Takemura. It's a pity that the final result did not make Takemura Goro wish. And even the implants, cyberwars and dignity were taken away, but even so, in order to repay the kindness of Saburo Arata, the ignorant and loyal Goro Takemura went to see Hanako Arasaka again. He eventually died in the melee, and Ethan's way of dealing with it is to directly collapse Anders Herman. Now Takemura Goro is finning the implants. Prosthesis and dignity are still there. It's just that it's a bit difficult for him to focus on the Hanako. Ethan retracted his thoughts and said, "Did you call to say what will happen to Arasaka and Saburo?" Yorinobu said, "It's not impossible. This parade is independently organized by Huazai. And even I don't know the specific process arrangement. She is slowly arranging me." Ethan said, "I can guess. After all, I kept Adam's heavy hammer in order to knock the mountain and shake the tiger." When discussing cooperation with Arasaka, he deliberately left Adam's smasher to die. And Adam's smasher would then report it to Hanako Arasaka, and then use Arasaka Kanako to spread the word to Saburo Arasaka in the Mikoshi. Ethan is the first to show his sword, and there is no reason for Saburo Arabata not to accept it. Yorinobu said, "My rights are slowly shrinking, and Huazai is embezzling my rights. So the result of this parade should come out. Saburo Arasaka has a total of 3 children. The eldest son, Swang Banjing, was ashamed when Johnny Silver Hand leveled the Arasaka pagoda, so he cut his belly to death. Yorinobu, the second son, is a complete rebel. The third daughter, Arakako, is the most obedient puppet that Saburo Araka has cultivated. In addition to this, the eldest son Arabake also left behind a daughter with the same name and surname as Saburo Arasaka's deceased wife, Araba Machiko. She is also Saburo's most beloved granddaughter. In the Arasaka family cabinet, the only variable is naturally Yorinobu Arasaka. In this parade, Saburo Arasaka in the Mikoshi will make the next deployment. I don't know if it will be born directly, but the dismissal of Yorinobu should be a certainty. Ethan said, "I'll take care of other things, but you have to do something for me." Yorinobu said, "Tell me about it, Goro Takemura." Ethan said, "You should be familiar with this person." Yorinobu said, "Takemura has followed Saburo for many years, and he is a very loyal dog." Ethan said, "He always thought that Saburo Arasaka was ready to take revenge. And in his perspective, you are the one who needs to pay the price." But I need Takemura Goro alive. And I want you to talk to him after the incident is over. Ethan thought about it. Takemura Goro would give everything to repay Saburo's kindness. So it is far less effective for him to explain the backside of all this after the incident. Which is far less effective than Yorinabuli. Who killed his father Yorinabu? I can talk to him. After finishing the phone call with Yorinabu, Ethan called Jack Wells again in the video frame. Jack Wells is working on the ghost face to help the headquarters. Jack Wells, hey V, Ethan said Jack. You arrange your affairs for Tony and Bryant. And then come back immediately. Next we have a big job and Victor gathers here. As soon as he heard the big job, Jack Wells immediately said that he was fine. He misses the days of fighting side by side with Ethan too much. Wait, I'll be right back after notifying Jack Wells. Ethan thought about it and called Takemura Goro. Ethan, you can don't check outside. I have a way for you to meet Yorinabu. Victor Prosthetics Clinic, the door is closed. The last time the door was closed was when Ethan and Jack Wells stole the relic chip. Jack Wells and Takemura Goro rushed back from outside one after another. After everyone got some food, they chatted while eating. Ethan said in 2 days, the Huabin Company will hold a memorial service for Saburo Cuban. And there will be a parade at that time. And the senior management of the Huabin Company will attend the festival. As will Hanako and Yorinabu parade. Takemura Goro murmured in short. It's enough to see Yorinabu, I want him to pay the price. Jack said, it's really a big job to be linked with Saburo Arabata's memorial meeting. V, let me ask, what is the purpose of this single errand? And who is the middleman, which way is the client? Those who dare to seek Arasakaban are not happy. Ethan said meaningfully, the purpose of this trip is to meet Huab and Hanako. We are the one who will send the live. As for the middleman, we really need to find Wakako. Jack Wells was stunned and laughed. This is the first time I have encountered someone who assigns work to himself. And then finds a middleman to do a big job. It's interesting to do it. Just listening to Ethan's description made my blood boil. Takemura Goro said seriously, V. I really don't know how to thank you. Ethan smiled lightly, you just need to remember my kindness. Takemura will not forget. Takemura Goro said, when the matter is over I will repay you. Jack and everyone's kindness. Ethan didn't care and just said, Victor. We are going to do a big job soon. And the equipment logistics can't be lost. Victor smiled bitterly and said, it seems that I am busy. Victor got up, placed 2 operating beds. And pulled out all kinds of cyberware parts. Jack, Takemura. Lie down and I'll replace some parts for you, it's work. Takemura Goro took off his clothes and lay down on the operating table. Jack Wells also took off his clothes and revealed his sturdy upper body. Victor. My defense and destructive power are no longer a problem now. You can get me some parts to improve my movement skills. Victor said, just lie down and leave the rest to me. After Victor started the operation, Ethan left the clinic and called a Delamin car. Delamin's car quickly came to the skyscraper. After Ethan got in the car, did not let Delamin's car start. But said, Delamin, I need you to help me deliver something. Delamin's bald head image said suspiciously, sorry sir. Delamin is not a delivery service, it's all the same. Ethan secretly changed the concept and said, I ask you. Is Delamin's purpose to allow customers to arrive safely? Choose Delamin and travel without worry. Ethan continued, let me ask you again. Is it possible that Delamin can still choose clients? Height, shortness, fitness, skin color, ethnicity, and place of origin. Do you have any suggestions for refusing to carry? Delamin does not have the right to choose the customer. As long as he orders Delamin service. No matter what the customer's identity is. Delamin will deliver it according to their demands. Ethan, that's right, I paid to stop you. How to use it is my business. So what's wrong with me letting us send a tarot card as the passenger? Delamin was silent for a while. I can't refute what you said. Sir, we have not found an objection option in our system. Maybe the behind-the-scenes boss of Delamin doesn't even know that there will be guests like Ethan, who spend a lot of money to call a card just to send a card. Ethan smiled, then put the tarot card of the god of death on the back seat of the car. You send this to Arasaka Tower, and then deliver it to Hanako Arabata. After sending the items, Ethan turned around and returned to the cyberware clinic. Since it was a minor operation, all the effort was replaced in a short while. Jack Wells jumped on the spot a few times. He was equipped with a calf leg jump enhancer and was adapting. And Takemura Goro was originally a well-rounded combatant. And the cyberwars he installed were relatively balanced. After getting ready Ethan's, Jack Wells and Takemura Goro drove to Japantown. Jig Street Pachinko Shop when Ethan, Jack Wells and Takemura Goro came here. The shop had already been cleared, and there were members of the Tiger Claw Gang standing around. The members of the Tiger Claw Gang looked at Ethan and others with complicated expressions. After all, Ethan left them two deep memories. When the Mox Gang recaptured Genting alone, Ethan directly killed the brothers on the first floor and chopped off the two bosses in the gang. The second time was that the Tiger Claw Gang wanted to make a comeback to retake Genting some time ago. Ethan appeared again and reached a cooperation with Mr. Miyamoto Tomo. Ethan pushed open the door and went in, and saw a Japanese-style room with Wakako Okada sitting on the main seat. After speaking, Miyamoto Tomo left the room. Ethan and his party entered it smoothly, under the guidance of the members of the Tiger Claw Gang. The side seat was obviously Miyamoto Tomo. Miyamoto Tomo saw Ethan coming in and got up and said, Mr. V. Everything has been arranged according to your requirements. I will be guarding outside, and you can call me at any time if you need it. Wakako Okada said, V. Jack Wells has two legends and a new handsome guy. You can come to my shop, it's really honored. Ethan naturally sat down and said, Wakako, I won't beat around the bush. I came to you to buy information from you. I was able to enter the room where Wakako was. Jack Wells said Wakako doesn't need to see outsiders. We've worked together so many times before. Akamoto and Jesse said it's different. Now you two have such a strong reputation in Night City. Especially V has done a lot of great things, I know. Kazuo Akamoto helped the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose before you came. Miyamoto Tomo already said hello. Maybe you are the only one who dares to be in the Arasaka-dominated Night City today. Make a fuss over your head. Ethan laughed and said, the parade will enter the entire area of Japantown. I want a route map and some security configurations and related information. It's all in the chip. Wakako Okada handed out a chip. Ethan picked up the chip and handed it to Jack Wells. How much? Wakako Okada, don't ask for money, give it as a gift. Wakamoto's move is a gesture of goodwill. Ethan's reputation is getting more and more famous. As a middleman, Akamoto and Akako know a lot, and also know the extent of Ethan's power and methods. After Eleven, Miyamoto Tomo has succumbed, so she naturally needs some eyesight. Takemura Goro said nonsense. Things that don't need money are often the most expensive. Ethan didn't care. Wakako, I have written down this favor. Jack Wells inserted the chip into the entrance of the brain, and then shared the content so that all three could see the data. Japantown. The entire block is blocked before and after the parade. The most important of which is the mountain bike platform. When the time comes, it will fly from high altitude to the street, and the balconies along the line. The overpass and some places will open the view position. At that time, Araba Yorinabu and Araba Kanako will appear in the front platform area. Araba Kanako should be able to recite Saburo Arasaka's eulogy. As for the security force, it is also top-notch. There will be plainclothes and Arasaka assassins in the crowd. There will also be the latest armed drones and combat robots following the floating vehicle. There will be snipers at the commanding heights around the entire route. Of course, hackers who are on the board will not be absent. Closed-circuit television probes and surveillance electronic eye biometrics are used throughout the block and nearby. And the main access point is shown here as a control center. It has achieved complete coverage in the true sense. With Akamoto and Yutako's explanation, the three of them went through all the chip content. Wakako Okada said, if you are sure you have finished reading. Please remove the chip I need to destroy it. Jack Wells frowned, this is too strict. There are hundreds of points just marked. Take Muragoro, there may be things we can't see. Ethan said indifferently, Jack, you can take off the chip. Jack Wells took off the chip and pinched it with his fingers. Okamoto and Jesse sat back and said, when you go out, let me know by the way and we can continue business. The three left Wakako's room and Miyamoto Tomo, who was waiting at the door, hurriedly greeted him, MRV. Miyamoto, let's walk with us. Ethan said and left the store first. Miyamoto Tomo ordered his subordinates to disperse, and then followed behind without saying a word. The group of four went shopping in Japantown, and Jack Wells couldn't help asking, V, what should we do next? Feel the scenery of Japantown. Ethan said. Jack Wells smiled awkwardly. Japantown is also divided into many streets, and now a few people are staying in Jig Jig Street, except for the scenery of the adult entertainment district. Ever since he and Misty had a deep love affair, Jack Wells has gotten rid of his bad habits, not to mention looking for girls, and he has stopped drinking flower wine. Compared with Jack Wells' discomfort, Take Muragoro and Miyamoto Tomo are much calmer. The former is dedicated to revenge for the Lord, while the latter is dedicated to practicing the sword. In this way, the four came to a crossroads. Ethan stood still and looked around and said, this should be the place where the parade will stay for a short time. We will act separately and survey the area to get information. Finding information is very simple for a streetwise fixer. Jack Wells chose a random street and walked out, while Goro Takemura chose the opposite location without saying a word. MRVs, where do I look? After the two left, Miyamoto Tomo asked coldly. Ethan glanced at him. You don't need to check. Just use your influence. If Jack Wells and Takemura Goro went to check the streets, they could at most find out some areas where Arasaka Assassin might go in and out, or the location of the monitoring room where the electronic eyes were being monitored. And what's more important is above. Hackers like Arasaka and Elite Ninja Corps with sniper rifles and Hanako are only deployed on balconies, and those places are not easy to get into. Although it is not difficult for Ethan to enter. Why not enter with a swagger? Ethan and Miyamoto Tomo walked into an apartment building, which was a selected open-view area. It's just that the two of them entered on the front foot, and someone trotted over from the back foot and said with a bad look, stop. This is a private apartment and no one is allowed to enter. Generally speaking, as long as you dress appropriately, no matter who comes in or out will not be obstructed. And now the Arasaka Corporation has already greeted you along the way. Who would dare to disobey? Miyamoto Tomo said coldly, Japantown is the site of the Tiger Claw Gang, not the site of the Arasaka Corporation. Are you trying to stop me? Although everyone in Night City knows that the Tiger Claw Gang and the Araki Company wear a pair of pants, none of those collaborations have been approved by Miyamoto Tomo. Sato Hiromi and others who traded with the Arasaka Company have long since become dead souls. So it is natural that Miyamoto Tomo will have the final say on the trend of the Tiger Claw Gang. The man was swept away by Miyamoto Tiger's eyes, and he was instantly shocked. Being stared at by Miyamoto Tiger's eyes is like being locked by the pupils of a predator, which makes people shudder. The man who stopped him suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, are you Miyamoto Tomo-sama? Miyamoto Tomo was too lazy to talk nonsense, then get out of the way. Lord Humo, I'm confused. The man bowed and apologized directly. Although the Araki Company is big, but if you want to live in Japantown, why not watch the Tiger Claw Gang after all? Even a powerful outsider needed local cooperation. After the episode, Ethan and Miyamoto Tomo took the elevator directly to the area with a wide view. This happens to be an open balcony. Ethan walks to the edge of the balcony and can see the open balcony of the tall building opposite. Nice place. This place is high enough to be able to grasp all the movements below. Whether it is to arrange a machine gun turret, or to arrange a sniper rifle to cooperate with the coaster. It is also very good. Miyamoto, let's go to the other side and have a look, okay? With Miyamoto Tomo's face brushing and opening the way. All the inaccessible places in Japantown can be entered. In this way, Ethan basically stepped on all the corner areas worth going to. Miyamoto Tomo said, Mr. V, do you need my assistance this time? Ethan raised his brows and joked, Miyamoto. You Tiger Claw Gang and Arasaka Corporation have always cooperated. How do you react? Miyamoto Tomo, it wasn't me who signed the cooperation with Arasaka. And the person who signed the cooperation is already dead. So the position of the Tiger Claw Gang can be changed. Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Miyamoto Tomo is quite interesting. Just because the swordsmanship lost to him and wanted to ask for advice on 2 tricks. He really treated himself as a master. Ethan said, it is not appropriate for the Tiger Claw Gang to tear its face with Arasaka now. So that you can cooperate with Arasaka in the overall situation. But all the elites of the Tiger Claw Gang are scattered to the places where Arasaka assassin is distributed. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Miyamoto Tomo understood and then left very knowingly. After Tora Miyamoto left Ethan, Jack Wells and Goro Takemura reunited at the crossroads. Ethan said, Jukun, how is your exploration? There is progress. Takemura Goro frowned and said, but it is not clear. It will take some time, Ethan hummed in this way. You can go and explore in your own way. And then we will meet again tomorrow, it is good. Takemura Goro once again disappeared into the sea of people. Ethan looked at Jack Wells again and said, stop sticking. Let's eat together. The two found a restaurant on the street and ate like that. Ethan doesn't like raw food such as sashimi. So he can only eat sushi or eel rice balls. But fortunately the wine is all right. Jack Wells said while drinking, it's too complicated. I have asked every family in my side. And none of those viewing balconies can go in. And I can't even give money. I want to draw a gun, Ethan smiled. Jack Wells asked, V, what are you laughing at? I spent the afternoon walking around the viewing balcony along the way. And I'm almost stepping on the spot. This. If you can't enter your own family, Ethan's family can enter casually. Could this be the difference? Jack Wells ate with his head down. Jack, I have already seen some key locations. Ethan chewed on the eel rice ball and said, how are the people of the Ghost Mask Gang practicing? Jack Wells, the results are okay, a few are exceptional. Ethan scrubbed his chin and said, in this way. You immediately call to get all the people who have got the augmentation mask and the most powerful people to gather. Ethan, how is the bug preparation? Didn't the waste board arrange sniper guns and hackers along the way? Let's come to. When looking at the materials of Akamoto and Jesse at the pachinko store, Ethan directly let Friday record it. And then passed it to T-Bug. Jack Wells, Tony. Gather the augmentation mask and the top 20 gang members. And let them rush to Japantown. T-Bug said it's a bit tricky. But I can get it done before I do it. Jack Wells' eyes lit up. And the people he brought out came in handy. How could he not be happy? In the video frame, T-Bug's honored bald head appeared. After Jack Wells' phone call, Ethan also made a communication. Jack Wells dialed Tony's communication directly. Baron Towers. The building of Arasaka Corporation's branch in Night City is also a trace of taking root in Night City. 50 years ago, after Johnny's silver hand was leveled, the security level of the reconstructed Baron Pagoda has been raised to the highest level. Not only the main body can withstand the bombardment of nuclear bombs, the various organs inside have also been iterated a lot. Not to mention the security personnel from top to bottom. Without the relevant biometric identification, not even a fly can get in, but now. An unsightly Delamin's car was parked in front of the Arasaka Tower. Delamin's special car has already driven over during the day. And it is very eye-catching at the gates. A security guard came forward to ask. The answers I got were, there is an item to be handed over to Miss Hanako Arabata. No matter how many times they tried, Delamin would only tell that it was not a dangerous item. Several security personnel are directly numb. It's impossible to be rough. Not to mention the particularity of Delamin's company in Night City. This car is still using the Emperor package if force is used. The combat power of Dramin Crepe Myrtle will not lose to battle robots. The Baron Tower is fine. But the security personnel have nowhere to live, damn it. It's been a day. Is this broken car ever finished? Who said it wasn't? If you let me know who's pulling the prank. I'm going to rip him off, why don't you do it? Bring some rocket launchers and let this broken car go to the sky. Absolutely not, Delamin Taxi Company is very special. Although their market capitalization stocks are not the top, they represent the top of the car industry. Not to mention that there are special laws to protect them. Once we do eat as long as the Delamin Company negotiates, we will all die. Then what should I do? I can't ignore it, right? If Miss Huazai sees it, you and I can't eat and walk around. Several security personnel of Arasaka Tower gathered together to discuss how to deal with this special Delamin car. But no one knew who had opened their mouths. The voice just fell, and a floating car flew over in the night sky not far away, flashing the landing instruction and then slowly stopped. The security personnel's scalp was numb, and they hurriedly greeted him. The door of the floating car opened, and several masked ninjas jumped out and stood on both sides. After that, Kanako Araba walked down under the escort of the personal samurai Oda. Arasaka Kako's eyes quickly saw the Delamin special car parked at the door, and couldn't help but ask, did someone call for the Delamin special car? A person who can work in the Arasaka Tower. There are cars made of Arasakas and full-time drivers for travel, and it is generally not necessary to call a car. Miss Hanako, I'll take care of it. The long-haired Zai Ocean went straight to the security guards guarding the Baron Towers, and said coldly, what's going on with this car? The security captain said with a bitter face, Sir Oda, this Delamin car came here during the day, saying that it was going to give Miss Huazai something. I don't have anything that needs to be delivered by Delamin's special car. 33 Hanako Arasaka also came over. Oda slowly pulled out his samurai sword and said with murderous intent, so, you let a strange car park here all afternoon. The security guard's heart was in his throat. And he said again and again, we have repeatedly confirmed that Delamin's special car only gave an excuse for non-dangerous goods. Or so your incompetence makes Miss Huazai a little more worried. Oda's icy voice sounded, and he was about to cut several rice buckets with one knife. Arasaka Kako, Oda, don't blame them for this. Delamin's car is obviously called by someone with ulterior motives. And the Delamin company is very sensitive and should not be rough. Listening to Arasaka's words, several security guards breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but be grateful to her. If it were Yorinobu Arasaka, he would have killed someone long ago, Oda, but they. Oda, come with me to see what they have sent. Hanako Araba walked towards the Delamin car while talking. Oda glanced at a few security guards, and then caught up with Arasaka Hanako. Holding the samurai sword tightly in his hand, Miss Hanako. Don't get too close, the two approached the Delamin car. And the Delamin car also responded, Arasaka Huazi. The car has your things. Delamin's voice sounded and the door creaked open. Oda looked inside and saw that there was only one card in it. Is it a card? Oda picked up the card and looked at it repeatedly for a while. But there was no abnormality. Oda, what's in there? Arakako's voice sounded. Oda hurriedly took out the card and respectfully handed it to Hanako Arasaka, Miss Hanako. It's a card. Arasaka took the card. Tarot cards, the god of deaths. Arasaka looked at it for a long time, then chuckled, what a nice gift, saying that. Hanako Arasaka turned around and walked into the Arasaka Pagoda. The pace was a bit fast, and Oda felt that there were some problems. Arasaka took the elevator all the way to the floor where she lived. Yes. Kanako Araba stayed at Araba Tower on the first day after coming to Night City from Neon. It's still a whole floor. There are many indoor landscapes. Indoor hot spring screens, bamboo forests, and bluestone roads on the floor of thousands of square meters. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. all of which belonged to Hanako Arasaka alone. The elevator door opened and Hanako Arasaka said, "Oda. Let's go here, Tadyu can go down to rest." Oda said, "Miss Hanako, I haven't checked the safety of the room. Arasaka, there won't be any problems here." After speaking, Kanako Araba passed through the biometric door and came to his room. Hanako Arasaka walked straight into a secret room and entered his biometrics, pupil recognition and neural recognition in turn. The door to the room can be opened. There are dense instruments in the room. And Kanako Araba walked into it and sat in the hacker chair and entered a special password. The next moment, a light blue humanoid projection appeared in the secret room. It's really Saburo Arasaka if this is discovered. It will definitely cause an uproar. Before Saburo Arasaka's death had caused a lot of uproar. No one in the entire Night City didn't know the news, even now. The Argentine company is still preparing for Saburo's memorial service. And Saburo Arasaka himself appeared in this way. "Hanako, your expression tells me that you have encountered difficulties." Saburo Arasaka's humanoid phantom stood with his hands behind his back. His voice calm and indifferent. Saburo Arasaka, who projected the data, was not angry. And even Hanako Araba was very cautious in front of him. "Arasaka Kako, father, I did encounter some resistance. Your brother Yorinobu is a conceited person. He is incompetent and conceited, and at the same time very arrogant. He thinks that chaos will affect Arasaka. He is too naive." Arasaka Saburo said, "Hanako, your ability more than that. Father, it's not because of Yorinobu." Hanako Arasaka said, "It's a mercenary named V." A mercenary after Saburo Arasaka suspended his death. His body had already been abandoned. And his own neural consciousness data has long been roaming in the empty board subnet and the Mikoshi of the empty board built in the cyberspace. Through a strong network of relationships, it is not difficult for Saburo Arasaka to know something. Previously, after he exchanged death for life and summoned Huazai to Night City to check and balance Arasaka Yorinobu, Saburo Arasaka put all his thoughts on the construction of the Mikoshi. So generally speaking, if it wasn't for the way that the father and daughter agreed to, he wouldn't come out. Hanako Arasaka said, "At that time, when Yorinobu was rebellious and strangled you, they were in the hotel room and they also stole the relic." Saburo Arasaka narrowed his eyes, stealing the relic. The relic is a specially ordered chip by him and Anders Herman, which was used in experiments by Johnny Silverhand's conscious body. Although the theft of the biochip has brought some obstacles to subsequent plans, it is not irreversible. Arasaka Saburo and Arasaka have already mastered the rich technology, and it is not particularly difficult to use Yorinobu as the carrier of their return to reality. Saburo Arasaka looked Gujing Wubo. The biological chip is no longer important. Is there any other trend after that? Hanako Arasaka said, in the Intercontinental Maglev project restarted by Night City, Kang Tao won Arasaka with a big advantage in the municipal official bidding meeting. And Vas Kang Tao's chief expert voted against the participation of Arasaka. Project writes, speaking of which, Arashiko is also very angry. This is the first big defeat in her life. Oh. Saburo Arasaka was interested, continue talking. So Arita Huako informed Saburo Arasaka of all the information coefficients investigated. Same as Johnny Silverhand. But he is stronger than Johnny Silverhand. As for that V, I am very interested and I will meet him. Stealing the relic. Setting up a gang in Pacifica to embezzle underground forces. Achieving cooperation with Kang Tao. Having a good relationship with Militech. And also participating in the election of the chief executive. The profit of Night City will drop as soon as it drops. You arrange it just to impeach Yorinobu. And then control him so that I can accept it immediately and come back. Interesting. Saburo Arasaka said, after living for a long time. I can only see a few good people. Whether the enemy is also a friend. It seems that he is on the opposite side of Arasaka. The original Johnny Silverhand became the opportunity for me to build the Mikoshi. So V can also be the nourishment for the expansion of the Makoshi. The most important thing is that all of the above were done within half a year. Hanako Arashi heard that her father was praising her. Father, his series of actions have already affected Arasaka's interests. But at the memorial meeting a few days later, he also made relevant actions and came for Arasaka. Look back to Japantown. After the order of Jack Wells was issued, the elite gang of Ghost Mask Gang came to gather here from the Pacifica State headquarters at the fastest speed. Tiger Claw Gang's hotel rooftop. Ethan and Jack Wells sat on the chairs, and the gang boss's momentum came out spontaneously. The elite gang members of the Ghost Mask Gang stood in front of them. Their bodies were like guns, and their momentum was like knives, Jack Wells said, V. These are the strongest elites of the Ghost Mask Gang, and each of them has passed various tests and was selected. I see, Ethan said. I have to say that there are still some effects under the Devil's training. Having been in Night City for so long, Ethan has come into contact with all kinds of people. The Baron Arasaka assassin members of major gangs, and some small bosses. A similar point among these people is a lack of momentum, because they relied too much on the cyberware and the firearms in their hands. Their aura was fixed and they were more simply ruthless. However, the elite gangs of the Ghost Mask Gang are different. And when Ethan discussed with Jack Wells again, he formulated the classification within the Ghost Mask Gang. Just use the simplest law of the jungle. It's that simple for strong people to enjoy good resources. Ordinary entry-level gang members just look around and roam the streets of Night City. And a little bit of strength can be a small leader and order some scattered members. And continue to climb up and you will reach the elite level. Elite gangs also exist in other gangs in Night City. But the election of elite members in other places is that they can fight and kill. But being able to fight and kill in the Ghost Mask Gang is not enough. Elites have at least two skills, either fight or shoot. Either shoot and hack or all around. This category will be supported by the resources of the Ghost Mask Gang, and will be turned into mercenaries to take over. And the strong middle hand of the elite gang has the opportunity to win the honor of increasing the ghost face. The 20 gang members standing in front of them now are all elite members of the Ghost Mask Gang. Among them, 12 of them have obtained the augmentation mask. Night Ghost, Fierce Ghost, Ethan called out softly. The two wearing ghost faces came out to Ethan, knelt down on one knee, and their heads were slightly lowered. Although Ethan never intervenes in the management of the Ghost Mask Gang, everyone knows about his deeds, time to help. The two legends of Ethan and Jack Wells are enough to get people on the street to help. Immediately after being honed by gang training, he obtained the magical augmentation mask. Their reverence and loyalty to Ethan is directly full. Ethan said, Yegui, you are good at stealth assassination. I need you to grasp the movements of every sniper and ninja at the beginning of the parade, and then directly kill after receiving my order. Night Ghost, yes, a little ghost. Ethan looked at another person and said, You are responsible for the positive containment. Arasaka Assassin and the Special Operations Team. I want you to deal with them. And then follow my orders before starting, Liege, yes. As for the others, I'll give you one night to make a list of all the cyberware parts and weapons you need, and then hand them in. Finally, during the parade, I'll smash the boards with me. Dry and shredded boards. The voices of the 20 elite gang members shot straight into the night sky, and everyone's blood was boiling. Looking at the two bosses with fiery eyes last time, the two bosses went straight into the Konpeki Plaza and directly killed Saburo Arasaka. Smashing Adam's hammer, this time it's finally their turn. When Ethan and Jack Wells were engaged in the atmosphere, the members of the Tiger Claw Gang, who were in charge of managing the security of the hotel, only felt bitter in their hearts. People ghost face to help with big things. Tiger Paws help people to see the door. Really, people are more popular than dead people. After letting Jack Wells lead the ghost-faced gang to disperse, Ethan found Miyamoto Tomo again and handed him a list directly. Miyamoto, help me find a cyberware doctor and the best cyberwars. Ethan said and handed out a money chip. Miyamoto Tomo took the list but didn't pick up the money chip. Mr. V, I'll take care of this trivial matter, Miyamoto. Your Neon Bushido spirit has always had a problem. Ethan said that is too rigid and too city rules. You have to remember that the way of martial arts is not the bullying of the strong against the weak. Nor is it the nailing and licking of the weak against the strong. If you want to become a strong person, you have to practice with an open mind and at the same time learn to be strong. Just take the money after Ethan finished speaking. He stuffed the money chip into Miyamoto Tomo's hand. The latter pondered for a while, then took the chip and retreated. After sending everyone out, Ethan returned to the rooftop alone. System sign in. Ethan called out softly, sign in successfully. Get the perfect field stagnation, domain stagnation. To put it simply, means that if any attack on Ethan enters the domain, the trajectory and speed will slow down. Long-range attacks such as bullets and missiles, or close quarters fighting with fists and swords, are nothing to worry about. The corners of Ethan's mouth rose. This skill is really good. Although Ethan has no opponents to dodge attacks, but the field is too stagnant. A dry and confident enemy who walks around in the courtyard is simply a comfortable yuppie. After restraining the surprise, Ethan went back to the room to sleep. Just like that, time passed day by day. The cyberwars on the 20 elite members of the Ghost Mask Gang have also been upgraded as a whole. Saburo Arasaka's memorial service and parade are finally here. On this day, the Japanese street block is blocked. The whole neighborhood is empty on weekdays. The places without people are also full of people who eat melons. Even in 2077, the habit of eating melons in the bones of human beings will not change. It's evening time. The Japanese street looks like the lanterns are just beginning. And some of the small stalls doing business in the Japanese street are laughing from ear to ear. The shops on both sides of the street turned on all the neon lights, creating a colorful and festive feeling. Koi projections floated across the sky from time to time. The crowd was even more mixed. In addition to the people watching the fun, there were also the Arasaka assassins who were dead and the ground hackers in the crowd. At every street intersection, even police detectives from the NCPD came to the scene to maintain order. The main master has not yet arrived, and there is something called Pai Mayan floating around. At the same time, there was a stall on the overpass across the street. Ethan, Jack Wells, and Takemura Goro are eating. Jack Wells said, Jumura, what are you going to do when Arasaka Kenko comes? 0. Ask for flowers 0. Takemura Goro said, I will jump on the roller coaster and personally like Miss Hanako to smash Yorinobu's conspiracy. Oh, I thought you would slash Yorinobu with one knife. Jack Wells said, it's not that easy. Takemura Goro said, Miss Hanako has Oda by her side. And Yorinobu has Adam Smasher by her side. So I won't be their opponent. Although I also want to kill Yorinobu, I am not qualified. Only Miss Hanako and Arasaka can deal with him, Ethan, who was eating by the side, said, Ryukun. Things may not go as you wish, Takemura Goro said, MRV, Mr. Jakai will not hinder you. As long as you don't do anything to Miss Hanako. I cannot hinder you, Ethan said, Ryukun. Do you take Hanako Arasaka as the new master? No. Takemura Goro shook his head and said, I can't think of anyone other than Miss Hanako who can bring down Yorinobu. Ethan, Jumire, then you have to think clearly. Your goal is to avenge Saburo. And my goal is to send Arasaka to hell. We will end up on opposites. Takemura Goro was silent for a while. I was born in a slum in the 11th district of Neon Chiba Prefecture, which has always had the highest crime rate in Neon. It was Lord Saburo who gave me order, self-discipline and knowledge. And in order to implement Lord Saburo's thought, I would give everything. At the same time, I also know that, on some levels, being incapable is an unforgivable existence. But it is impossible for everyone to be comprehensive. And old dogs can't learn new tricks. However, I will never forget the life-saving grace of Mr. V and Mr. Jack. If that time comes, I may choose to die at your hands. Takemura Goro said, I can't help you to destroy Saburo's hard work. And I can't be ungrateful to you. I will use my death to abide by my things. Speaking of which, Ethan laughed instead. Takemura Goro is a loyal dog in the game. It can be said that if Takemura Goro didn't find Deshan and dig the protagonist out of the garbage dump, then everything would be gone. Takemura has a life-saving grace for the protagonist. Although it is built for Saburo, the life-saving grace is undeniable in the same way. Goro Takemura has no flaws except for being ignorant. This is why Ethan chose to save Jukun. But now is a watershed moment. Ethan wants to take Goro Takemura. But this kind of thing is not what Ethan is willing to do. If the parade is a matter, Goro Takemura can sacrifice him and Jack Wells directly in order to meet Hanako Arabada. Ethan will not hesitate to remove Takemura Goro from his own sequence, and may even personally send him on the road. But Goro Takemura's choice now dispels Ethan's doubts. This guy actually considered using his own death to keep his promise. Such a talent did not waste Ethan's efforts. Ethan said, then you should be mentally prepared. Today's events will subvert your three views. Takemura Goro hasn't heard Ethan's deep meaning, maybe. At this moment, the surrounding noise rang out again. At the entrance of Japantown, the roller coaster riding Arabana Raisun and Arisukenko finally fell from the night sky. Ethan finished eating the meatballs in 2 bites. Got up and wiped his mouth, workings too. The parade float approached Japantown and gradually slowed. And the speed began to slow down when it entered the predetermined route. In the coaster, Hanako Arasaka's confidant was preparing the speech that was about to be used. Hanako Arasaka stands on the front half of the coaster. This coaster is specially customized. The front part is made of completely transparent special glass. You can see the crowds on the street below at a glance. Of course, you can also see the elevated platforms below. Huazai's Hanako. Isn't this armed configuration a bit exaggerated? Yorinobu Arasaka came to Hanako Arasaka and asked. This time, Saburo's memorial service and the parade were completely organized by Hanako Arasaka. Yorinobu 327 of Araki saw that in the coaster alone there were Oda and Atom Smasher, as well as the elite ninja brought from the Neon family. There are some snipers, Deadpool and hackers in the viewing balcony area along the way. The crowd below also has such a configuration. It doesn't feel like a parade anymore. It's more like a military occupation of Japantown. In response to Yorinobu's question, Huazai only chuckled, brother. Father's memorial meeting is very important. And this parade is also an event that was decided early. Today is different from the past. Secretly, there are a lot of people making secret moves. So I'm well prepared, Huangban Yorinobu was speechless. Which was too exaggerated. Brother Hanako will handle this matter very well. Hanako Arasaka directly blocked what Yorinobu Arasaka was about to say. And then gestured with his eyes. Odaho was standing still. Nodded, then jumped out at the door of the mountain bike. Yorinobu raised his brows and even Zai Ocean was sent ahead. It seems that this time will not end well, Miss Hanako. The manuscript has been checked 3 times. And there are no problems. The confidant respectfully handed over the chip. Give me a minute. Hanako Arbin immediately began to read the contents of the chip. At the same time, Ethan and Jack Wells and Goro Takemura left the overpass. Ethan said, Jack, how are the brothers of the Ghost Mask gang preparing? Jack Wells said with a guarantee they have already been in place. And they have also found a sniper rifle and a few hackers. Just waiting for your order. Ethan nodded and looked at Goro Takemura and said, Takemura, what would you do if you met Oda? Goro Takemura, he is the one I brought out. So he probably won't, you are wrong. Ethan said, you want to ask Hanako Arasaka to clarify. But now you are a traitor to Arasaka. If you want to approach the mountain bike, then you are the attacker. Oda is first the personal security guard of Kanako Arashi. Who is your apprentice 99? Goro Takemura said, if this is the case, Then my sword will be faster than his, okay, to be honest. Ethan is also very curious how strong is Goro Takemura, who has not taken out the Implinsects and cyberware, Jack. You wandered on the ground with people and dealt with all the Deadpool and the Special Operations team. Takemura, follow me to that position. The action plan was finalized, and the action begins immediately in the crowd of people. Jack Wells directly took the ghost-faced gang members who appeared from the corner and touched the opposite person according to Thug's voice guidance. Ethan and Goro Takemura walked into a high-rise building adjacent to the coaster docking platform. This building is deserted, even the elevator can't use zero. Fortunately, both of them were not a problem. Goro Takemura stepped on the handrail of the stairs with his legs cyberware jumping to increase. And he lightly tapped his toes to go up several floors. Ethan, on the other hand, took a volley against the wall of the stairway. And the skill of flying over the wall after 3 steps up, the wall allowed him to move steadily on the wall. Walking in the courtyard facing the 90-degree wall is outrageous. Ethan put his hands in his pockets and said with a relaxed expression, "Ye goilai Giyu can do it now." At the commanding heights on both sides of the streets of Japantown, there are snipers from the Iraqi company. The sniper's duty is to eliminate threats before they could emerge. And there are no dead ends under the sniper scope. On a commanding heights iron frame platform, a Arasaka sniper was lying on it, looking at every corner of the area with all his attention. "Good evening," suddenly a ghostly voice sounded. And then the sniper only felt that his mouth and nose were covered by a big hand. "Boss Jack gave us 10 minutes to solve the sniper deployment. I can't afford to lose this man in 10 minutes. I'll finish it in 5 minutes, rub." The night ghost wiped the blood on the head of the daggers, picked up the sniper rifle and threw it to the person on him. Arasaka's sniper rifle has the entire area in sight. But the elite members of the Ghost Mask gang can't wait. In the next moment, the blade went straight for the throat. The elite members of the Ghost Mask gang kicked away the corpse of the Arasaka sniper rifle and lay down on the platform instead. "You stay here and help Boss Jack snipe the Baron Dog 35. This is happening at the same time at the commanding heights elsewhere. All the progress seems to be rehearsed in advance. And the result is doomed long ago." Arasaka's sniper rifle was silently killed by the elite gang members of the Ghost Mask gang without a shot being fired. And then replaced, the assassination was very smooth. And when the parade float that Kanako Araba was riding came to the docking platform, all the snipers had already changed. On the ground, even more so. Jack Wells took confident strides and walked into a small box. "T-Bug, Jack. There's a Baron hacker in the closed room in front of you." Got it, Bug? Before Jack Wells came to a closed shutter door, the wedged his gorilla arms into the gap of the door and suddenly pulled to both sides. Kaka along with sparks spraying everywhere. The sealed shutter door was opened alive. When the Arasaka netrunners reacted, they would draw their guns and fire at this time. A few figures rushed in from the window of the room. The elite gang members of the Ghost Mask gang let their blood splatter the keyboard before they shot. Jack Wells said, "The bug has been resolved here." "T-Bug, cool Jack, you saved half the time. Because I want to kill a few more company dogs." Jack Wells beckoned to the inside, and the elite gang members of the Ghost Mask gang threw a shotgun at random. Jack Wells played with the shotgun, only to feel very comfortable. "Bug, you can report for the next location." Look back to the high-rise building. Ethan and Goro Takemura had just reached the top floor with their front feet, and only heard a sound of breaking through the air on their back feet. Several shuriken came out of the sky straight to the door. When the shuriken flew to Ethan's body again, it touched Ethan's time-slowing field, the shuriken, which was as fast as a bullet suddenly slowed dramatically. Ethan reached out and caught the shuriken, predicting the launch trajectory of this shuriken and throwing it back. Boom! The shuriken that was thrown back went straight to a ninja's forehead. On the other side, Goro Takemura pulled out a sword. Holding the taka in his hand, he slashed the attacking shuriken with a few slashes. Goro Takemura frowned. "This is Miss Hanako's ninja unit. But in order to expose Yorinabu, we can only kill." While Goro Takemura was still judging, Ethan shook his hand. and the mantis blades made of vibration gold popped out. Brushed another shuriken hit Ethan's face. Ethan waved his hand and slapped it with a mantis blades. At this time, a black shadow flew into the sky, and the ninja pulled out the double blades behind his back to come with a diving strike. Block! The ninja's double blade was held up by a dark tang knife. Before the ninja could react, the instrument violently smashed the ninja's double blade. And then the sword's edge remained undiminished and headed straight. Gorgeous, perhaps Arita Hanako's ninja unit, with some second-rate ninjutsu, can cause trouble for others, feel sorry. Long-distance attack is slow motion in Ethan's eyes. Close-range fighting Ethan can even smash Adam's hammer. These people are simply unstoppable. Goro Takemura's side also fought with a few ninjas with a sword. Although the old dog can't learn new tricks, the old dog is experienced. As a man baptized in the fire of war, Goro Takemura has been the bodyguard of Saburo Arasaka for many years. And the battle has reached the perfect level. Goro Takemura's sword is faster, more accurate and more powerful, basically. After 3 or 5 swords, the ninja will directly collapse. The two people on the top floor really started to cut through the opposition. And Ethan climbed to the iron platform first. There is a master hacker on it, with a cable connected to the back of his head to master and monitor the entire area in sight. Ethan walked in and cut off the pipe connection with a rough knife. The tube was broken open by external violence. The master netrunner was suffered neural burnout in an instant, waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, an afterimage flew over Ethan's head. Oda, who is lurking here, has already used the top-tier cyberware throughout his body. And his arms are even more advanced with a heated mantis blades. The mantis blades' blade is radiant, and he will strike Ethan down. Feng 327 whoosh. A samurai sword directly interrupted Oda's offensive line, and the tricky angle had to turn Oda's attack into defense to block the sword. Oda snorted coldly, "A traitor is not qualified to teach me." Teacher Goro Takemura. Goro Takemura said, "This time I am here to clear my stigma. And I want to see Miss Hanako, 99. Goro Takemura sighed and looked at Ethan and said, You go first, I'll come later, none of you want to leave." Oda gently swept into the distant scene with a glance. He saw someone he didn't expect. "Will I believe the traitor's nonsense?" Oda said. Takemureu are the accomplice of Saburo-sama's death. Because of this incident, Miss Hanako's heart is broken. Give me a reason not to come to support you. Goro Takemura maintained the posture of throwing a knife. Oda, your offense is sharp, but the weak defense is your biggest weakness. Ethan walked towards the back. He didn't want to get involved in the matter of master and apprentice. Oda suddenly burst into flames, chasing after Ethan like an electric body. And the hot mantis blades on both arms was even more sharp. And it was straight to the heart. Clang. Goro Takemura forcibly interrupted the battle and stood directly in the middle of Oda chasing Ethan, holding the samurai sword in both hands with a determined look on his face. "Oda, your opponent is me, you're meddling." Oda had to change his moves and turned his power down to Goro Takemura. The mantis blades is more flexible than the samurai sword. With the swing of the arms, the mantis blades can radiate amazing slashes from different angles. And the power and angle are elusive. Goro Takemura is armed with a samurai sword, and he can always catch Oda's offensive. "Oda, you are too reliant on the cyberware." Goro Takemura said, "Take out your samurai sword. Old-fashioned weapons have long been outdated." The mantis blades on Oda's arms had an extra blade in a blink of an eye. "Just wait until I come to support you." A traitor after Oda's mantis blades was upgraded again. The offensive became more and more violent. Double blade, double power and damage. Taking the samurai sword in his hand, Goro Takemura was forced to retreat again and again. And his arm was cut several times. "Takemura-sensei, if you don't show your true skills, you will be killed." As a mentor, Oda clearly knows the level of Goro Takemura. This guy is still taking into account the relationship between master and apprentice and did not do his best. Goro Takemura quickly pulled away. looking directly at the apprentice with a high-end cyberware in front of him. After a while, he sighed and bent down to pick up a ninja sword in the hands of a ninja on the ground. One-handed samurai sword, one-handed ninja sword. Oda's eyes flashed with surprise. This is the full strength of Goro Takemura. Ethan did not interfere in the battle between master and apprentice, but appeared on the viewing balcony after walking out. You can see the mountain bike right in front of you, through the semi-transparent part of the front of the coaster. Hanako Arita can be seen giving an impassioned speech. The content of the speech is nothing more than a review of the brilliant achievements of the company in the past few years. And then the memory of Saburo. And finally, the prospect of the company in the future. It is a real feat to turn a corporate memorial into a citywide spectacle. The whole speech reflects the absolute strength of Hanako Arasaka. As a woman, it is rare for her to be able to suppress the audience with momentum, as expected of an heir shaped by Saburo Arasaka. Compared with her, Yorinobu is really looking unimpressive and standing aside like a scoundrel. Soon the people in the coaster also discovered the existence of Ethan, and the ninja troops guarding the coaster rushed up, trying to strike Ethan down on the balcony. Inside the coaster, Hanako Araba's speech was cut off at the end, and then he looked straight at Ethan, this guy. Bad things come every time, every time. Arabana Huako said in a cold voice, there is an intruder. The parade is suspended. Arabana Company is prepared for combats 35. As soon as this sound came out, the spectators in the block below was slightly taken aback, and then quickly left. This was no longer a ceremony. This is obviously about to kill inside the coaster. Hanako Araka directly glanced at Adam Smasher, heavy hammer. Stop him 99. Adam slammed the tiger's body and shocked. He stopped him, but after thinking about it. The strongest person here is yourself if you don't get on. You may turn your head and turn your head into a scrap of iron. Adam Smasher jumped straight up from the coaster. Ethan was holding a mantis blades and killing ninja soldiers who had no fighting experience. Seeing Adam Smasher, he suddenly regained his spirits. Adam Smasher, is your injuries from your last fall healed? Having said that, Ethan projected Johnny's hand with a thoughts, V. It's too much, I didn't even say hello and kept me for so long. This thing is very inauthentic, very inauthentic. Johnny Silverhand opened his mouth to complain. And halfway through his complaints, he swallowed all the complaints, damn it. Are you going to nuke Arasaka Tower? No, this is not the Arasaka Tower, it's Japanton, 5. When it comes up, it's an absolute spectacle, Johnny. Look forward to the teaching of hanging Adam's hammer. 35. After Ethan got a wave of mentality, he reached out and grabbed the ceremonial blade. Adam hit the howitzer directly, and the barrage of grenades bombarded from the launch port on the back. Ethan did not dodge and he slashed out. While cutting the grenades, it also sent damage to the ninja troops that were not dead yet. Bang bangs. At this time, the coaster slowly starts to escape. Adam Smasher hasn't heard what this means, but it doesn't prevent him from using all kinds of new weapons. Goodbye then, Hulkbuster armor, it's not over yet. The building was Shakingan, the ninja troops died plainly. Ethan glanced at Adam and said heavy, I wanted to have a good time with you, but time doesn't allow it. Ethan double-clicked the triangle pendant, and the nanoparticle covered the Iron Man armor. A faint light flashed in the night sky, and the Hulkbuster armor component summoned by Ethan fell on the roof like a meteor from the sky. A few big holes were smashed when it hit the ground. If it wasn't for Ethan's strength, he would have to break down this building. Ethan walked towards Adam's hammer slowly, and as he walked, the armor components on the ground flew towards the body. The first to fly over is the armored fist arm. Ethan swung his fists that didn't match his body shape, and with one punch, all the attacks of Adam's hammer were disintegrated. Boom. Boom-a-boom. The sound of each component loading is a whisper of the devil to Adam's hammer. Johnny's silver hand cigarettes are all gone, really gone. I thought that Ethan's Iron Man armor was already a great armor prosthesis. But the Hulkbuster armor tells you what real armor is. Atom Smasher turned pale, although his face was originally white. In the next moment, something shocking happened. After Atom Smasher gave Ethan the full barrage, he turned around and ran. The dignified war meat grinder turned around and run. Johnny Silverhand grass. Don't let Atom Smasher run away, run. Ethan chuckled, no one can escape. Adam slammed his forefoot into the air, and Ethan followed with his hind foot in desperation. Adam's hammer was pinched by Ethan like a fly, caw. Ethan exerted a little force, and Atom Smasher's alloy bones shattered into slag. Although Atom Smasher has no body, it does not mean that he has no nerves. He feels that his body has been completely twisted and scrapped. The shadow of death casts his mind. Decades later, Atom Smasher never thought about death. He's not going anywhere. Taking other people's lives for fun. Barbarian will be the strongest company, and his Atom Smasher will be the strongest killing machine. But now the dream is shattered. Atom Smasher could even feel his life passing, and he opened his mouth to ask for mercy. But the sound of the alloy bones being crushed, and the coolant and synthetic fluid oozing out of his body and pouring back into his mouth stopped him. Johnny Silverhand flashed to the shoulders of the Hulk armor. Since he is a data body, no gust of wind or force has any effect on him. What a relief. Johnny Silverhand smoked and drank wine. What's more pleasant than watching this guy? It's better than being a woman. Ethan's huge body was flying high in the sky, and he could already see the parade float in front of him at full speed. There was chaos in the coaster, and Hanako Arbin was full of horror. Look at the big red guy who was following behind him. Even if the Arasaka Corporation has not developed such a mature biological large-scale mecha, Araba Kanako repeatedly urged the people around him, hurry up and send out the armed drones. In addition, hurry up to inform the Arasaka Industrial Park and send out the Titan mechs. One after another instruction issued. Yorinobu Arasaka was stunned. Hanako, are you crazy? You can't send Titan or robots. The Titan mech is a large-scale war weapon secretly developed by the Arbin Company. It is more than 10 meters high and can even use a nuclear warhead to strike. I think you're crazy. Hanako Arasaka said happily, V Winsex to kill us. He Winsex to kill us, Yorinobu Hanako. The Titan mech will shatter the balance of power. If you use that kind of weapon, it will turn all of Night City into a battlefield. Doing so will directly contact the municipal officials of raging Night City. And when other companies attack it, Night City branch will be destroyed. For Yorinobu Arasaka's persuasion, Hanako Arasaka just smiled coldly and said, brother, isn't it always what you want to destroy Night City branch? What? Yorinobu Arasaka saw Hanako Arasaka in front of him with a strange look on his face. Such a Hanako is resolutely and absolutely indifferent, like Saburo Arata who goes his own way. Yorinobu Winsex to remove the cancer. But all he Winsex to do is to bring down the company. Not in the form of all-out wars. Although he has no feelings for this Night City. But in order to destroy the Arasaka to cause war, and the Arasaka to wage war for the greater good. The ninja on the side is about to attack Yorinobu Arasaka. And Yorinobu Arasaka's body is cold. He has been completely grasped. Right here the mutant prominence. Hanako Arasaka said condescendingly, brother, since your surname is Arasakathan, this is your life. Impressively spherical atom hammer. You give my brother a good rest. What is the essential difference? Boom. I saw a streamer flashing from the night sky behind. Then without warning it penetrated the parade float. And a large hole was pierced at the tail of the parade float. And then the round thing also appeared in front of everyone. Arashimoto hates war like his rebellion. Atom Smasher's signs of life have disappeared. And his limbs and body have been rubbed into twisted scrap metal and attached to it. After piercing the tail of the coaster, it rolled straight to the crowd, leaving the green modification fluid on the ground. A look of astonishment appeared on the frosty face of Hanako Arabata. She clearly knows how strong Adam's hammer is. when she was still trapped in Arbonmoto's house. She checked the information about Atom Smasher. This guy is a war killer. It's a murder weapon that was piled up from the waste. In particular, he even smashed the terrorist Johnny Silverhand directly on the Arasaka Tower. The Night City has been around for nearly a century. The legendary executioner who made countless people terrified. Now it has been squeezed into an iron ball like this. Yorinobu looked at Atom Smasher, who was pinched to death, and couldn't help but sighed in relief. If Ethan approached him at the beginning, he would not agree to cooperate with his reckless plan. It is estimated that the one who becomes the ball today is himself. Good evening, a playful male voice sounded. I don't know when's. Ethan has appeared in front of the cabin door of the coaster. Originally, the ninja who had to control Yorinobu Quangbin directly changed his target and used ninjutsu against Ethan. The two ninjas on the left and the right touched Ethan's time-slowing field, and the attack that was going to the extreme seemed to have been pressed the slow button. Brush the ceremonial knife slashed horizontally, directly cutting both down now. Only Yorinobu Arasaka and Hanako Arasaka are left on the coaster. At this time, Yorinobu started to act and took out a pistol from his arms and aimed it at Ethan. Hanako, run away, Ethan almost laughed out loud, but said with a stern expression, if I want to come to support you, do you still have a chance to draw a gun? Yorinobu Arasaka, very good. Then the new hatred and the old hatred are counted together. Come on, enough Yorinobu, Hanako Arasaka said. You should impress yourself with your poor acting skills. Hanako Arasaka directly stepped forward and stared at Ethan. You have repeatedly destroyed Arasaka's interests. And you have touched the limits of Arasaka, that's it. Ethan said, I thought you had any other lines that sounded impressive. Just a fart threat, but you misunderstood. Where am I touching the limits of the Arasaka? What I want to do is to erase the existence of the Arasaka. And I don't even have any bottoms left. Ethan's expression is leisurely and content, as if erasing the Arasaka is not particularly difficult in his eyes. Hanako Quangbin sneered and said, the poor B*******D, who was brainwashed by Johnny Silver, really thought that he could destroy Quangbin with just a little bit of movement. Arasaka rose from the time of World War II, and after a century it has stepped on all opponents. And what we want to do is to be a god on this planet. And you are all insects, Ethan's eyes narrowed slightly. Saburo Arasaka had succeeded in brainwashing this woman. Yorinobu Arasaka is also an eye-opener. It turns out that Huazai has become this kind of person. Let's turn to dust. Along with the frantic words of Hueb and Hanaka, a huge black shadow lay in front of the parade float. It is the large-scale war weapon sent from the Arasaka Industrial Park below, Titan Mech. The Titan Mech is very similar to the miniature version of the mecha in the Pacific Rim. It came to the front of the parade float and executed the attack command directly. 0 for flowers, 0 Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. The Titan Mech charged up and punched the parade float. Boom, an explosive spark rose in the night sky. An afterimage flew out of the spark. Ethan had already put on the Iron Man armor, holding Yorinobu on the Arasaka with one hand. And the other hand, cannons began to bombard the Titan Mech directly. The flames of the explosion illuminated Yorinobu's shocked face. He was shocked that Huazai could launch a suicidal attack frantically. He was also shocked that under such an attack, Ethan still fished him out. Ethan said Hanako Arasaka is not dead. Her neural consciousness data has long been transmitted to the Oracle, and she can be reborn at any time as long as she winsex. And you were originally going to prepare a host body for Saburo. But because of my intervention, I can only do this to destroy you. I have to say that this father and daughter are really vicious. Yorinobu Arasaka gritted his teeth, but he still felt a little distressed. But Hanako Arasaka, the younger sister, didn't want to leave a way out for his eldest brother. Ethan brought Yorinobu Arasaka to the ground and put him down in a deserted place. Yorinobu, I will directly attack the Arasaka Industrial Park in Arasaka. You should prepare to let the company's troops stop me. If there is no accident, you will be able to see Saburo soon. Yorinobu said, I see. When Yorinobu went to set up the stage, the Titan mech also caught up. Ethan turned around and saw a Titan mech 10 times larger than himself. With such a big iron block, the dismantling experience should be very good, too. The Titan mech is a weapon of war that the Arbin company is still in the confidential stage. If it wasn't for Arbin Hanako, who insisted on killing Ethan, it would not have been made public at this time. Unlike combat robots, Titans are more than 2 generations ahead in technology. The amount of ammunition, attack methods, and material craftsmanship are incomparable, and the mecha movement tends to be closer to real creatures. Ethan looked at the big guy in front of him and directly summoned the Hulkbuster armor. After loading the Hulkbuster armor, Ethan and the Titan mech fought head-to-head. The Titan mech flew at a low altitude and swept to the front. The iron fist slammed directly. Ethan blocked it, and the Titank mecha was bounced back into a fist with 5 fingers, clenched tightly and doubled the strength to hit back. Oh, it's kind of interesting. 35 When Ethan saw this, the Titan mech was also interested in counterattacking with force, and the anti-Hulk punch didn't hesitate to slam it. Boom. Like a muffled thunder sounded. The Titan mech's body was knocked out and flew far away, while Ethan only took 2 steps back after being repelled. The Titan mech came back again, this time with a rapid punching assault. The ultra-high-speed straight punch hit like a storm. Ethan did not retreat, breaking it with a faster and heavier jab. Boom. The Titan mech punched Ethan's chest with sparks, and Ethan really punched the Titan mech's face. The powerful force directly broke the Titan mech's face, and a steel head was broken open, holes leaking the precision parts inside. Just when Ethan wondered why this big guy had to fight melee, the Titan mech changed. The Titan mech pulled out a laser weapon directly from the spine, a light blue laser blade, and the smell of Star Wars and Gundam was too strong. What the Titan mech executes is the destroy order. As long as Ethan's biological signal exists, it will not stop attacking. The Titan mech held the laser blade in both hands and slashed towards Ethan. Ethan was unavoidable, raised his hands above his head to the middle, and caught the laser blade of the Titan mech with his bare hands. After the laser blade started, sparks flew. The invincible laser blade is frantically cutting Ethan's palm. If Ethan's armor is of other types, it is estimated that the laser blade will cut off the entire palm. Too bad there is no if. Although the Hulkbuster armor signed by the system is not as powerful as the original Marvel, but the augmentation effect of the Iron Man armor is also terrifying. The hardness makes the laser blade impossible. Ethan grabbed the laser blade with one hand and freed up one hand to make a fist. An uppercut hit the Titan mech's chin directly. The huge giant force unreasonably smashed the Titan's body into the sky, while Ethan probed it with a big hand, grabbed the Titan's mecha's ankle and smashed it on the ground. Boom, the ground was cracked. Ethan grabbed the Titan mech and came with a series of brutal slams. There is no intact ground in the surrounding suburbs, and all the giant pits were smashed by the Titan mech. Even though the material and craftsmanship of the Titan mech is very close, there is still a limit, and this limit has been surpassed by Ethan's whip technique. The handsome-looking Titan mech has been smashed to pieces. Ethan stepped on the back of the Titan mech, and then pulled hard with his hand, la la la. A mechanical thigh was directly ripped off. Then came the other hands and feet. Although the Titan mech has no pains, it will still resist violently when Ethan stepped on the ground and tore off his limbs. The Titan attacked Ethan with one hand that could only move, and was found by the latter to take advantage of the situation. Boom! The limb interfaces of the Titan mech are all arcing and sparking. If it is a person, it is now a person. The weapon of war of Arasaka Corporation was torn apart by Ethan. In the end, Ethan slapped the head of the Titan mech completely with a slap, which contained a special control chip. Everything about the Titan mech should be integrated here. Ethan looked at the chip in his palm. Friday, analyze it 35. Parsing Titan core. Analyzing behavioral directives. Although these Titan mechs cannot be effective against Ethan, it is very easy to use them to blast the industrial area of the Arasaka. Ethan will be fine in no time. It was learned that there are a total of 5 such as the Titan mech. And in addition to this one, there are 4 to be activated in the Arasaka Industrial Park. The analysis result was immediately passed to Ethan on Friday. And Ethan glanced at a certain behavior command of the 5 Titan cores is connected. That is to say, as long as the behavior command is changed, the remaining 4 Titan mechs can be controlled, fried. You analyze the core technology of Titan, and then seize control of the other 4. Invasion of the core, caller alert Jack Wells. Happy to serve 99V. The Arasaka assassins and the Special Operations team in Japantown have been eliminated. Current live NCPD is sending a large number of troops here. Where are you in the video frames? Jack Wells led the gang members of the Ghost Mask gang hurriedly in the alley. And the Night Ghost and Liege were all behind him. A cursory look at the battle this time did not happen to the members of the Ghost Mask gang. What? Ethan said, I'm probably near the Arasaka Industrial Park now. Jack Wells, damn it, when and where did you go? Do you need me to take someone to come to support you? No need for now. Ethan said, now that Japan has been blocked and martial law, you will be targeted by the Armed Security Bureau. And it is not suitable to have a conflict with them now. Jack takes someone to the high-rise building. Find Goro, take Muran, notify Miyamoto Toma. So he can receive them you. Jack Wells, okay, but what about you V, are you okay? This big fool is still very concerned about himself. Ethan smiled, what can I do, I will join you, okay. Jack Wells didn't hesitate at all. Hung up the communication and went to work. Ethan looked into the distance. The Arasaka Industrial Park in Arasaka was already brightly lit. A water of armed drones and combat armored vehicles came in and out. It seems that there is still a lot of movement made by Yorinobu. Ethan sighed and said, it seems that there is no way to see Saburo Arasakata today. What? A series of operations to directly dry and smash Arbin Company's parade. But Ethan missed something, that is the NCPD. The Arkansas Company and the Deputy Chief Hut are basically grasshoppers on the same boat. There has never been an airtight wall in the world. Ethan helped the Jeffersons investigate Lane's death. And it was only a matter of time before Holt knew. And Ethan's float festival is still vigorous. And now the Armed Security Bureau surrounds Japantown. It should be the Deputy Chief Holt who entered the game from behind. If Ethan forcibly pulled the people from the Ghost Mask gang to attack the Arasaka Industrial Park directly, then the NCPD would attack from behind. By then, things got a little bit troublesome. Ethan can't always put his brother in danger, so he can only avoid its edge. Although it didn't take down the Arasaka Industrial Park directly into the heart of the enemy, it sent Atom Smasher and Huoben Hanako to hell. It's also a major victory. In Japantown, the sirens are blaring. The aircraft of the NCPD hovered over the block, and many police detectives walked the streets and alleys to search. Jack Wells came to the high-rise building with the gang members of the Ghost Mask gang. The battle on the tall buildings is over. Goro Takemura was half kneeling on the ground, and there were countless scars on his body gurgling with blood. He could barely support his body with his katana. Opposite him, Oda was in terrible condition. His cyberware was chopped to pieces by Goro Takemura, and the injuries on his body were only a lot more, which was obviously worse than that of Goro Takemura. Oda said, traitor, you were used by that damn mercenary. He used you to hold me back, and then went to harm Miss Hua Zai and Mr. Yorinobu alone. You held me back. You are a complete traitor. Goro Takemura said, V did not use me, this is my choice 39. I want to meet Miss Hanako and tell her some truth. But my identity has been branded by Yorinobu, so I can only approach Miss Hanako in this way. But you are too stubborn, 5 Oda snorted coldly and said. Traitors really make excuses. You can live well when Lord Saburo is dead. You can still act with the murderer and destroy the parade. If you are not a traitor, what are you, 99? The two had no choice but to fight Goro Takemura, Oda. You don't look at things with your eyes. You only have Miss Hanako in your eyes. You have already lost your sense of proportion, you fart. Oda raised his voice and coughed blood. I only admire Miss Hanako. She gave me the opportunity to live like a person. I am the blade in Miss Hanako's hand. Goro Takemura, I don't think so. If it was Miss Hanako who died in Kanbai, you probably would have made the same choice. 35. Oda said, we are different, I will never betray. Jack Wells extended his big hand towards Goro Takemura. Brother. If you don't you will have good luck. Jack Wells rushed in with a few strides, while the members of the Ghost Mask gang spread out and looked around vigilantly. At this time, Jack Wells' clearly pressing but audible voice came from the stairs. There may be some remninsects running away. And you are a poor B*********D who has been deceived and exploited. Oda was stunned and was slapped in the face before he finished speaking. Mr. Jack Goro Takemura responded. But you are being clever. Now that the NCPD has blocked Japantown, and the Arbon's troops have also been dispatched, they will destroy that mercenary. Bamboo Village, are you up there? Oda just watched as Jack Wells pulled Goro Takemura up. In Oda's eyes, Ethan, Jack Wells and the Ghost Mask gang are all a group of whimsical rabble. Once things are exposed, the tide is gone, you will run away. But such a group of rabble under the arrest of the NCPD dared to return for him. Jack Wells glanced at Oda. Playing with the shotgun in his hand, is there a survivor? Goro Takemura said weakly, Mr. Jack, he is my disciple, let him go, Takemura. You are humiliating me, who asked you to intercede? Oda went mad. He would rather be shot into a sieve than Goro Takemura plead for him. It was 100 times more uncomfortable than killing him. Goro Takemura bowed slightly, please. Jack Wells frowned and said, okay, give you a face. A few ghost-faced gang members helped Goro Takemura and walked outside, letting Oda roar loudly without paying any attention to him. Jack Wells took the Ghost Mask gang and Goro Takemura soon to a hidden alley. In the alley stood the Black Tiger Claw gang. Miyamoto Tomo was standing in front to receive them. Brother Miyamoto, someone is injured. Jack Wells said directly. Miyamoto Tomo, let me handle it. 2 people bring the wounded to the cyberware clinic. And the rest start to parade, Miyamoto Tomo gave an order. And the members of the Tiger Claws mobilized. Really humbled. The Ghost Mask gang stirs the wind and the rain. And the Tiger Claw gang also helps to wipe the buttocks. But who made the boss of the Tiger Claws go to others? Jack Wells said, thanks, brother Miyamoto. 35. Miyamoto Tomo said in a low voice, no need to thank you. This is what MRV explained after speaking. Miyamoto Tomo took the members of the Tiger Claws onto the street and happened to meet a group of police detectives from the NCPD. Miyamoto Tomo said straight to the point, everyone in the NCPD, please stand down. The senior police detective of the NCPD obviously knew Miyamoto Tomo and quickly said, Mr. Miyamoto, there has been an unprecedented riot in Japantown, and our NCPD has the responsibility and obligation to maintain law and order. 5. The Tiger Claws has the final say in Japantown. Miyamoto Tomo said, the matter here is handled by the Tiger Claws. The senior police detective is also one of the top 2. If there is a choice, he is not willing to come here even if he is invited. Wouldn't it be nice to wander around and catch a few people to question him? It's too stressful to go face-to-face with the Tiger Claws. The irony here is that corporations in Night City cannot be messed with. They are the top of Night City and also carry taxes. And the gangs on the street can't be provoked. They are all masters of fighting, especially when gangs cooperate with companies. Yishui's equipment are more advanced than the Armed Security Bureau. The NCPD said that the ugly thing is that the gang of municipal officials can arrogantly drive and build power over the civilians. The senior police detective said with a wry smile, today is the festival of floats held by the Arbon Company in Japantown. When such a riot happened, we came to maintain law and order under the order of the municipal officials. Would you like to ask Mr. Miyamoto to make it easier? The faces of the tiger claws changed, waving the samurai sword in their hands murderous. The tiger claws has the final say in Japanton. Don't you understand human language? The deputy director of the NCPD is a frequent visitor to Tuicho Street, and he has to give us some tips for the tiger claws. Where is your turn to be a dog's 35-8 grid tooth road? Then let's fight, the tiger claws was furious, and their anger that had been stagnant for a long time finally erupted. The tiger claws in Night City, after being pulled out by Mox's gang, kept walking back and forths. Not only can't we do anything to the Mox gang's industry, but also respect it. Who makes the boss of his own family go to someone else's house? And now these days, the tiger claws is responsible for the ghost mask gang eating and drinking in Japanton. Even if a bunch of things are done now, the tiger claws will wipe their asterisk. The tiger claws has had enough of their suffocation. Now is the time to explode. Miyamoto Tomo did not discourage his subordinates, but looked at the senior police detective and said, "You should have seen the attitude of the tiger claws. If the NCPD insists on this, then let's fight." Senior police detective Boss Miyamoto is joking. Since Japanton is covered by the tiger claws, then rationally leave it to the tiger claws to deal with. After the Japanton incident broke out, Night City News Channel unexpectedly made a report. Although this is true every night, there is a difference between not sleeping and not being able to sleep. Not to mention the fighting power of the tiger claws. Battle with the tiger claws, close the team. Today is destined to be a sleepless night in Night City. Naturally, the NCPD will not be looking for trouble. Really smiling face, heart numb. The relationship behind it alone is unclear. And if you turn to Chacho, you may still be the person on the boat for a day, News 54. It's still a familiar old friend, Stan. But Stan didn't read the familiar opening remarks, but looked shocked. Night City viewers, please forgive me for not saying hello to you, because my mood at the moment cannot be described in words. 35. In fact, I was just notified that I needed to work overtime. But when the press release came to me, I was blinded. Araban Corporation destroyed the parade in Japanton today. Please don't doubt your ears if you heard it correctly. It was screwed up along with Stan's explanation. A video of the riots in Japanton began to play on the screen. Whether it's around the parade float in the sky or the streets on the ground, all of them enter the battle in an instant. In the shaking video, it can be seen that the scene is directly raging. Stan, everyone should understand when you see this. Someone directly attacked when the representative of the Arbin Company, Hanako Arasaka, gave a speech, and then destroyed the entire parade. According to the latest news, the legendary Atom Smasher has been confirmed dead. Hanako Arasaka was shot down when he was fleeing and confirmed his death. And only Yorinobu Arasaka survived. And it was the legendary V and the legendary Jack Wells who planned it all. OMG. These two names have been in front of my eyes for the past 6 months. Whether it's the Cyanbai Hotel incident, which is the pinnacle of debut, or the tender event that soared all the way to the sky, or the current parade, I have a hunch. These two are about to surpass the legendary figures of Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, and Old Snake, and then set foot on a new legendary status. This night is a sleepless night for the Araki Company. This is the official city's sleepless night. This night is also a sleepless night for countless people who seek life in Night City. With the news broadcast, the hotels all over Night City burst into warm cheers. Atom Smasher is dead, Atom hammered to confirm death. OMG, I'm going to suffocate. V and Jack Wells are not legendary anymore. They can go down in history, kill Arashi Saburo, kill Atom's hammer, kill Kanako Arashi, and defeat Arbin Corporation. I can't think of what to call it. I think this is God. While the guests in the bar were drinking V and Jack Wells cocktails, the bar owner was also excited, open for drinking tonight. Tonight is free. 35. Scenes like this happen in every corner of Night City. Meanwhile, Ethan returned to Japantown from Arbon's Arasaka Industrial Park. Tiger Claw's hotel rooftop. Familiar places, familiar people. When Ethan appeared, everyone's eyes were scorching hot. Mr. V, the ghost mask gang, helped the crowd howl. And the voice was full of excitement and admiration. Ethan glanced at them and said with satisfaction, "There is no shortage of one. And you have done a good job, V." Jack Wells walked over quickly and gave Ethan a big bear hug. "It's so hot, it's so cool," Ethan laughed and said. "Where are the people from Take Mura? I'm injured and I'm at the cyberware doctor." Jack Wells said. Ethan nodded. Then looked at Miyamoto Tomo. "Miyamoto, thank you 35. This plan can be completed so smoothly. Miyamoto Tomo and Tiger Claws have contributed a lot. Miyamoto Tomo just wanted to receive them. You're welcome." Then thought of Ethan's words and immediately said, "You're welcome." Ethan nodded with satisfaction. "I've been busy for so long. Do you mind setting a table? I'll make arrangements." Good wine and good dishes are prepared directly on the rooftop of the hotel. Although the night wind is slightly cool, it is not as hot as the heart. Everyone present was excited. Because each of them is a legend after drinking and eating. Jack Wells arranged for the Ghost Mask Gang to return to the taping state headquarters. Ethan, on the other hand, called Judy and Panam back to report that they were safe. Very nice. At this time, Johnny Silverhand appeared next to him, leaning against the railing, and said, "V, your legend will spread throughout the streets and alleys of After Night City tonight." Ethan said, "Are you rehabilitated again, V? Your every move now can even affect the pattern of Night City." "What I'm saying is serious," Johnny Silverhand said. "I didn't discover a truth until today. Morgan Blackhand used to be good, but he was bad. Maybe he himself is not as good as others say." Johnny Silver sighed. "Can this be called a legend? But you are different, 99s. Adam Smasher is just a vicious dog kept by a Arasaka. I'm an idiot that blasts the Arasaka Tower directly with a portable nuclear bomb. More so with the old snake 35. If you are a legend, everyone else can only dim down. We guys are F***G legends." Johnny Silverhand's words made Ethan a little unnatural. Ethan said, "Johnny, you are not about melancholy. It's weird that you say these failings." Johnny Silver blew out a smoke ring. "Then am I a jerk? A rock and roll maniac who eats, drinks, and gambles? Or a useless terrorist? Neither." Ethan said, "Actually, your legend is not the kind of reckless stunts that carry a nuke into Arasaka Tower. But that you are sober enough 50 years ago, when everyone was numb, you were able to step up and try to awaken people's minds. It's so wicked." Although Johnny Silverhand said so on his lips, he was still very useful in his heart. There are many labels for him by the world. And there are more people who love and hate him. But most people don't understand Johnny Silverhand. And now Ethan understands. It was also at this time that Johnny Silverhand would no longer be arrogant towards Ethan. He could listen to Ethan's opinions calmly. And he couldn't help but believe it. Let people around you can't help but believe. And this kind of quality Johnny Silverhand has never had. After smoking one cigarette after another, Johnny Silver looked at the night sky and said, "The first version of the samurai is the samurai band. An attempt to awaken the rage and courage in the heart. And then I went forward like a samurai. But later I found that people worshipped me fervently. Even if I shot off the stage, some people said I was handsome. I just believed that it shouldn't be a samurai, but a warrior who served a cause." Ethan also sat on the railing, took out the dark chocolate and chewed it. The warriors cut a path with the sword, and then wake up more people to become warriors and pick up the sword to fight for freedom. 55, it's just like he's feeling it, Johnny Silverhand said. "Very you interested in playing rock and roll, huh?" Ethan was immediately stunned. "Johnny, are your questions so hard?" Johnny Silverhand, after tomorrow, the Arasaka Corporation will come to support you like crazy. Because your hatred is enough. But you can't blow up the Arasaka Tower tomorrow, right? You can't make yourself the fifth, the fuse of the subcorporate war. Right, Ethan, what do you want to say? Johnny Silverhand, you're already a legend. It's time to find some of your own, and music is the best way. Ethan thought about it for a moment, then his eyes lit up. You're right, music is the best channel. Next day. The topic of discussion on the streets of Night City was naturally the parade yesterday. Some people who were in Japantown at that time became the most dazzling existence among friends. It was as if when the scuffle in the Japantown started yesterday, they were running around, as if they had done something extraordinary. However, as a personal experience, it is natural to have more boasting capital. In the world of companies and enterprises, they have dominated Night City for so many years. No one has really turned over a company. Johnny Silverhand, who has been talked about by countless people, has long been a cup of less, and his deeds are not even as chewy as the rock songs left by the samurai. And Morgan Blackhands, Lao Shi and others who were said to be rotten have long been buried in the dust of history. Don't talk about doing something big. Even if it's life or death, it's different until 2077. If the residents of Night City could vote, which year after the corporate war was the best? Ask for Flowers Zero. It is estimated that it will be gone before 2077. But it can be in 2077. With the creation of 3 major events in half a year, the reputation of Ethan and Jack Wells has climbed to an unparalleled level. More information about the duo has also been excavated. Especially Ethan's homeless identity invisibly fits the freedom of the street people, of course. Some people are happy and some people are sad about this phenomenon. Apart from the Arasaka Corporation, the Militech that stands side by side with the Arasaka is also a bit unsettled. This world military enterprise made by NUSA is not much different from the Arasaka in essence. It is also a capital oligarch who provoked war and sold arms everywhere. Therefore, Ethan's activity has given Militech executives a big precaution. It is not ruled out that Ethan will use the means against the Arasaka Corporation to deal with Militech. For the first time, there was a heated discussion about one person at a company meeting in Militech. When multiple forces were constrained, Ethan, the protagonist of all reasons, was very comfortable. All day in the top floor tinkering with new ideas. Then I went to the door every day. And finally stayed at the Braindance studio. Ethan came to the Braindance lounge as usual. And now more and more people come to experience the new type of Braindance. Seeing so many people slowly accepting the new Braindance, Ethan is also sincerely happy for Judy, V. The Mox guard with a baseball bat in charge of the guard stopped Ethan. And then took out an antique like a pen and paper, sign me 35. Ethan Hus 33 to an autograph. Ethan smiled and waved his hand. Harry, are you okay with me asking for an autograph? I'm not a Braindance star. I'm not interested in those tricks and poses, Harley. The Mox guard with the baseball bat said, V. You don't know that your popularity has exploded beyond anything I expected. Only stars like us cracks usually get this much attention. Hala implored, you see we've known each other for so long. So sign me one, this sentence is not wrong. In addition to the characters in the 2077 plot, the one Ethan met the most should be the guard baseball girl at Lizzie Bar, 327. Sign. 35. Ethan took the pen and paper and wrote a big V on the paper. Ethan said, by the way, you don't want Jack's autograph. Jack's Harry murmured, let's talk when I meet him back. Ethan was silently distressed for a wave of Jack Wells. When he was about to enter the Braindance studio, he found that there were many eyes around him looking at him. You are the famous V. Sign me, I also want. The customers who came to experience the Braindance called out requests one by one. And everyone's requirements were outrageous. Even a man ripped off his clothes and asked Ethan to sign his bare chest, but was severely rejected by Ethan and other enthusiastic people. Ethan can only experience a celebrity surrounded by fans. Hara strengthened the security. Keep the stranger fans under control, Ethan exhorted. And then walked into the Braindance studio. As soon as he entered the door, Ethan was greeted by Judy and Panam's gaze. Ethan looked very uncomfortable. What's the matter? V, it seems that you are going to become a braindance star. Judy joked, would you like me to tailor a braindance for you and send you your debut? Ethan shook his head, I'm not an idol group. I'm a power group. Ethan walked to the sofa and sat down with one buttocks and was about to hug him from side to side. Judy and Panam got up and left at the same time. Is there a trouble between the three of them? Ethan retracted his hand in embarrassment. Then what? Did I do something wrong? Seeing Ethan's humble face, Panam couldn't help laughing and said, V, you don't have the feeling of being a Night City legend at all. You are not a legend, Ethan smiled. Legends can die. I have always been me in front of you. No matter what kind of people Ethan talks and laughs with outside. He does things ruthlessly and short. Just keep it in front of the two women. Only an idiot will bless his temper and other things on his own woman. Johnny Silverhand appeared leaning against the wall. This is a good move. Playing humble to win them over. Ethan rolled his eyes. You hypocrite, shut up. Johnny Silverhand, my character is so special. Although I have a bad temper, I dare to love and hate. Ethan, are you referring to bringing your girlfriend to rescue your ex-girlfriend? Then dying afterwards. Leaving others alone to be sad for half a lifetime. Johnny Silverhand, nothing to say. After hitting Johnny's silver hand, Ethan looked at the second daughter again. Sure enough, with Ethan's standard answer, the two women's expressions softened a bit. Judy said with a jealous tone, you are not the you used to be. Busy people have not seen anyone all day long. And only Panam and I are company. I almost feel that this is a motel after a long time. Ethan has more and more things at hand and more busy. Every time he comes here seems to be doing that thing. And the three of them have no time together. My fault, it's my fault. Ethan smiled and came to the second daughter to look at Judy and said, Judy, shall we go diving together? Judy, I like to edit braindances, you can go alone 99. Panam couldn't help but said, okay. Saul messaged me yesterday, saying that the plant cultivation methods you taught Aldecaldos has been effective. And there are already some things in those greenhouses. Judy, Panam, didn't you mean to bait him? Why did you leak it so quickly? 35. Panam said with a smile, V is so busy. When we make a small temper, his first reaction is to amuse and admit his mistake. Without the slightest impatience. Does this still not explain the problem, Panam? Ethan was moved. Hello, Mrs. Panam, understanding partner. Judy curled her lips. He has a good response. But time with us is also. Judy's front foot said that Panam leaked. And the back foot leaked. Ethan smiled and said, it's better to there's no better time than today. Then let's go to Aldecaldos to play together today. Going to Aldecaldos 35. Yes. We haven't been together for a long time, we called Victor. Jack and Mistian Bugand, we all got together well. Aldecaldos' bonfire party was really good. Judy looked at Panam with some yearning. She had never been to the Nomad clan to play. Panam, can you? Panam nodded. Saul will be very happy. Ethan was in a good mood. Go to Aldecaldos to check the preliminary results of plant cultivation. And bring everyone together, by the way. It just so happens that the work at hand is done. And the timing is just right after leaving Braindance. Ethan first notified Misty and Victor, as well as T-Bug and Goro Takemura, then. Ethan called Jack Wells. Jack, let's put things at hand and come back soon. We're going to a good place to play for a few days. As for Ethan's words, Jack Wells won't get to the bottom of it at all. As long as he opens his mouth, others will come. After notifying the friends around him, Ethan made a special call. Ethan, Mama Wells, how are you recently? Mama Wells still looked kind in the video frame. I'm still the same. But you and Jack have done a lot of great things. Ethan snorted and said, has Mama Wells heard of it too? You are the famous V, Mama Wells praised. Last night, the streets of Haywood were boiling, and many people were shouting your names, calling you and Jack's name to cheer you, especially Peppy. The Wolf Bar was free last night. It seems that everyone is quite happy, Ethan said. That's it, Mama Wells. Today I plan to invite all of my friends to the Aldecaldos tribe, outside the city to gather and have a bonfire party. Something so want to invite you to go with me 35. Ethan's words are very natural, a natural invitation. Mama Wells said, I should not have been involved in the activities of your young people at my age. But if you invite me, I think I can come. Ethan continued, Mama Wells, Misty will also come. In the original plot, Mama Wells did not like Misty very much. And even at the funeral of Jack Wells in the original plot, Misty did not dare to go to the scene to worship. As far as Jack Wells' stubborn personality and thin-skinned Misty are concerned, she will have to wait until the forever to meet her parents. I won't stop them. Mama Wells said, I figured it out for a long time. Jack is a very amazing man, has become a legendary man. I think he can take care of himself and the people around him. If he likes it so much, so be it. Mama Wells' transformation was a pleasant surprise. And Ethan also smiled, Mama Wells. I will tell Jack that he will drop by from taping to pick you up. After hanging up Mama Wells' communication, Misty just closed the door of the Misty's Esoterica and came to the side and said, V, who are you contacting? Agonies at Jack. Ethan smiled, it's Jack's mother, Mama Wells 99. When she heard Mama Wells, Misty was stunned and then forced a smile, that's right. Then I might not be able to go to today's party. Ethan, what's the matter? Misty said, Mama Wells doesn't like me. It's against me and Jack, Ethan, that's right. Then you don't have to worry. He just agreed with you to be together. After adding fire to the relationship between Jack Wells and Misty, Goro Takemuraho was recovering from a serious injury. Also came over at the cyberware doctor. Goro Takemura had already seen the reports. Miss Arabata Hanako is dead. Goro Takemura was very depressed for a while, and his hope of avenging Lord Saburo was slimmer. But he would never give up. Goro Takemura came to the front, V. What is the reason for you to come to me? Bamboo Village, you came just in time. 39. Ethan glanced at him, you look good. 35. It's much better. Goro Takemura said, it's a pity that Miss Hanako died. The corners of Ethan's mouth twitched slightly. And Huang Benhuazi's suicidal operation was also stunned. When Ethan did this, he didn't want to kill Hanako Arabatra directly, but wanted to kill the chicken and set an example. Smash Adam into a ball, and see if he could force Saburo Arabatra out. Result is because Hanako is reckless. Let the Titan mech hammer the wise operation of the roller coaster. Ethan forcibly killed Hanako Arasaka again, Takemura. Hanako Arasaka died of a roller parade float explosion. Ethan said, Ethan, don't refuse, you have to come. I can still get in touch with some Miss Michiko Arita. Reunion, think about it so much. I called you here this time for a party, Ethan said. The convoy left Night City and headed straight for the Aldecaldos camp outside the city. Goro Takemura smiled and said, V, I believe in you. If you say you don't kill Miss Hanako, you won't, huh? I also want to understand, in Goro Takemura's memory. In addition to his time in the slums, he also had such activities where everyone got together in the boot camp. But it disappeared after that. After everyone assembled, take advantage of the dusk. At the Aldecaldos camp, a roaring bonfire has been lit in the center of the camp. Pick up some dry wood on the bad soil. Drizzle some waste gasoline. And the campfire can burn all night. Knowing that Ethan was going to bring friends to the Aldecaldos camp for a party, Saul took over the logistics first. He took out the high-grade preserved meat confiscated by the Chaosau Club, and then personally took people to the automated greenhouse to pick some fruits and vegetables. After getting ready, I waited to the gate of the camp with Mitch and Shoes. As the sun went down, a few speeding vehicles appeared on the horizon. The leader was naturally Panam's Tingwei, while the following cars were unusually low-key. The convoy quickly came to the front, and after getting off the bus, Ethan and Saul came to a bear hug. Saul said proudly, V, good wine and good food are ready. Coming to Aldecaldos is like my own home, let's eat meat. Drink and dance 99. The surrounding Aldecaldo's tribe also created an atmosphere. Like Judy, Victor, T-Bug and Goro take Mura and Misty, and even Jack Wells all at once. As for the wandering tribe, most of them have heard of it. But this is the first time that I have come to the nomad camp to have intimate contact. Goro take Mura looked at some of the thin children, and then took out candy from the bag, little boy candy. Delicious with the encouragement of their parents. Aldecaldo's child came to Goro take Mura, reached out and took the candy with a sweet smile. Victor's attention was placed on a few veterans. Although those veterans were old, their bearing was still disciplined. Judy's words were fascinated, and she could see from her expression that she was very happy. She hasn't laughed like this since she left the dam's hometown. Panam took Judy directly to the Aldecaldo's camp for a walk. Jack Wells, Misty and Mrs. Wells were still a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Mama Wells said reasonably, "Jack, take Miss Misty around. I seem to have found someone to chat with." Jack Wells' eyes lit up. "Mom, then you have fun." After speaking, Jack Wells grabbed Misty's hand and went to the place. The people who came to the party had a high degree of fit with the Aldecaldo's tribes, as if they were born into a family. Ethan was accompanied by Saul to the front of a few cars. Saul pulled the dust curtain, and the car was full of various fruits and vegetables. These are things grown under your technical guidance. And our people at the planting base have tasted them and said they taste pretty good. Ethan almost laughed out loud, which is naturally incomparable. All food eaten these days is synthetic. And if it is not synthetic, it is the vegetables and fruits left over from nuclear waste. Whoever eats it wins the lottery. The fruits and vegetables cultivated through Ethan's cultivation compendium do not contain any nuclear waste additives, which directly pulls the fruits and vegetables back decades ago. Before the corporate wars, Ethan took a corn from the Cariagatuk off the corn coat, and you could see the kernels were plump and golden in golden color. Ethan said casually, "Saul, how did you taste these corns?" "Boiled in white waters." Saul said, "Just boiled in plain water. This corn is too sweet. I swear I have never eaten these delicious corns." Ethan put on a pained expression. It seems that the corporate war not only nearly wiped out animals and plants, but also dried up people's eating skills. Boiled corn. A waste of money. Ethan also looked at vegetables such as potatoes, tomatoes, and cabbage, and the results were quite good. The results are very good. And there will be no problem if you follow what I told you. Ethan recognized, prepare to enter Night City directly in the near future. People take food as their heaven. As long as Aldecaldo's is on the right track, you can use other fruits and vegetables to let the people of Night City know what they have eaten in the past few decades. "How about the other 2 greenhouses?" Ethan asked. "Saul, it's growing very well and it's absolutely private. I let Mitch and Scorpion take turns to take care of it." Ethan nodded. "Very good, let's have fun first." 99. Ethan smiled and said, "I'm unlocking a more perfect way to eat corn for you." What are you doing? It's so fragrant." Judy next to him was completely attracted. Beside the bonfire in the center of the camp, everyone sat around the court. Others also roasted corn in the same way. And there was a faint fragrance floating above the Aldecaldo's camp, as the corn is roasted on a small fire. The faint fragrance is also lingering around. Ethan reached out and picked up a bag of corn and pierced it with a wooden stick. Then I took some charcoal from the bonfire and added firewood to make it roast on a small fire. Aldecaldo's, a musically inclined veteran, was holding jai and playing softly, while the others were chatting and laughing together. Fire is called the kind of civilized fire is not a vain name. With the uniform heating of the charcoal fire, the juice of the corn was dried and lost, and it became a little shriveled. Judy swallowed from time to time. "The corn has changed. Is it still delicious?" 95. "Ethan, you can't help swallowing your saliva, isn't it?" 35. Judy, "How can this be counted? It's a natural reaction to not eat anything in the afternoon and smell the fragrance. But you come up with strange food, dark food." Ethan was reminded, then opened the fire with a wooden stick. stuffed the corn in his Honda and buried it with hot ash. Judy looked at Ethan's operation and was puzzled. Why did you bury the corn in the ashes? It's still edible. Judy is a clean freak. She's never heard of anything that needs to be dusted. Ethan smiled. You will know about later, as time passed by. The aroma of the corn buried under the ashes overflowed. Judy felt very strange. She watched Ethan roll the ashes with the corn. But she couldn't help but want to eat it. Is your sense of taste deranged? Panam on the other side also turned his head and his eyes were straight. After a while the corn is roasted. Ethan picked up the hot corn and blew off the ash on it. The shriveled corn had turned brown and black, and looked inedible no matter what. But Ethan was very satisfied. Ethan broke off a bit of corn kernels and ate it. The mouth was crispy and fragrant, wonderful. Panam stretched out his hand. I want 235. Ethan reluctantly broke apart the two halves and handed them to Panam and Judy respectively. And then baked the next bag at this time. It is also good for people around to learn the corn roasted by Ethan. The people sitting around the campfire eating grilled corn were shocked. There is still such a way to eat. After the corn is roasted, it is a crisp snack. And all kinds of vegetables and top-quality preserved meats are good on the fire grill. Aldecaldo's people are versatile. And the car stereo next to them is playing dynamic music. The crowd sang and danced. Jack Wells and Misty looked at each other and gave everyone a sample. The two actually came to a very standard waltz. Jack Wells, who looked rough and crazy, danced in a rough and subtle way and led others. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. As the absolute center, Ethan is quietly roasting food. The sad thing is that Ethan has no dancing skills. And Judy and Panam's skill points just don't point to dancing. Although I really wanted to dance with everyone, I couldn't resist being ashamed. Saul let's dance together, Saul. The patriarch of Aldecaldo's was also a reckless invitation. The bonfire is a symbol of human civilization and a regular item of the tribe. Ethan waved his hand and said, my limbs are not coordinated. 35. Saul said again and again, happiness is over. Follow the rhythm and everyone dance freely. I'd better play a song for everyone. Ethan still couldn't pull his face down to dance to make a fool of himself on the dance floor. So he could only take Johnny Silver's electric guitar. Went to a car and plugged the cable into the socket. After the power was turned on, Ethan plucked the strings at will. The more dynamic electronic music style directly covered the audio, and the crowd in front of the bonfire echoed the rhythm. Although Ethan doesn't dance, he is the one controlling the rhythm now. Johnny Silverhand appeared on the other side of the car, nodding lightly. Your song is good, but it doesn't seem to be my song. Ethan, stop putting gold on your face. Who wouldn't give it a shot? In this way, the carnival continued until late at night. The next day, Ethan got up from the container room, and the second daughter next to her had already woken up early and disappeared. After Alit is outside here, and the three-person line is still too exaggerated. At Camp Aldecaldo's, watch the uncut sunrise. It's no better than Night City. There aren't as many rows of identical megabuildings blocking the sun. Changes to the horizon can be seen at a glance. The others also got up one after another and walked around the camp. After lunch, everyone went to the planting base. Since the last time the source seed bank was taken away, Biotechnica gave up this basin after being taken over. It naturally became the planting base of Aldecaldo's. The convoy set off from the Kong camp and soon arrived at the planting base. The guards in front of the planting base looked at the convoy coming from the camp and directly opened the roadblock restrictions. Everyone was able to come in unimpeded. Ethan, Panam and Judy got off from Tingway, and the others also got off from the vehicle behind. Saul stepped forward 2 steps. Those 2 special automated greenhouses are in the innermost. You can go there directly. As for your friends, I will entertain them. In fact, there is no need to entertain, because it is the first time for others to come to the planting base, and their eyes have already been attracted for a long time. Ethan has always grasped the general direction of plant cultivation. The central control system of the planting base is powered by FRIT, so Ethan can see the progress even in Watson District. For the part that required manual intervention, Ethan taught Saul, and then he taught other people in Aldecaldos. When the whole thing started, Ethan divided planting and cultivation into 3 directions. One grows fruits and vegetables to replace those synthetic foods, and then goes to grab the biotech market. One is plant research. The research value of plants is usually medicinal, although 80% of the injuries in 2077 can be solved by replacing cyberware parts. But there are exceptions. Some of the neurological or biological conditions is beyond the reach of the cyberware. The last one is the area privately requested by Ethan. The first area was left to be operated by Saul with people, while the latter 2 areas were all closed and controlled. Only now can we see the real results. Ethan left the crowd and walked towards the closed area at the end. But as soon as he left, Judy and Panam followed. No way, woman's curiosity. Ethan walked in front and soon found the little tail behind him. But he didn't care, just wanted to take a look. Ethan walked into the closed area. And the automated greenhouses inside should be special. Biometric authentication success. The door of the automated greenhouse opened and Ethan was able to enter. He stood still for a few seconds and Judy and Panam followed. Then looked at each other. Ethan smiled. If you want to see it, let's take a look together. The interior of the automated greenhouse is exactly the same as the vegetable greenhouse in the previous life. It is nothing more than more sophisticated inside and more advanced instruments. Various temperatures in the greenhouse are constantly regulated, and the original 4-season cycle is automatically simulated. The lights of the dome are also inactivated, since there are traces of nuclear elements remaining on other peripheral bad soils. They need to be screened and neutralized all the time. There are also special intelligent robots walking around in the passages to collect the growth data of plants. On the side of the field is an electronic screen suspended, showing the plant codes of all the plants in the greenhouse. A highly automated greenhouse is a matter of course. Judy and Panam were stunned by what they saw. Most of these plants could not be seen. Even if they could see it, they were only seen in the data. And they were long gone, and now it can be cultivated. Judy said, do these plants do anything special? Ethan, medicinal use. Although any problems can be solved by changing cyberwars these days, there are also cyberwars that cannot be solved. Just like the sequelae of using cyberwars too much. I hope these things can come in handy at that time. 5. In the world of 2077, while cyberwars technology is innovating, the pain point is the irreversible damage behind the use of cyberwars. Usually this thing is called cyberpsychosis. For people with cyberpsychosis, some people are forced to brainwash to join the max tac, while other cyberpsychopaths are unstable factors, either killing or being killed. This is the inevitability of the development of science and technology and the development of cybernetism. In the game, cyberpsychosis is just an enemy used only for experience points used to gain experience. Flowers 0 Japanese symbol BUT. Now it's different. Ethan needs to make arrangements in advance. Listening to Ethan talking about the medicinal value and possibly the treatment of cyberpsychosis, the 2 girls were very moved. Both Judy and Panam are idealists to some extent. The former discusses people's slaughter and struggles, while the latter seeks to find the meaning of freedom and self. But neither can be achieved, and now they all see it in Ethan. Ethan encouraged and supported Judy to develop a new braindance, and then helped Aldecaldos get out of the predicament and gave Panam a lot of love. And no, after becoming a legend second to none, Ethan is taking a serious work into food safety and the treatment of cyborg psychosis. Although it is inappropriate to say this, the 2 women felt that Ethan was even taller at this moment. Ethan, why did you 2 suddenly stop talking? Cough cough, Judy diverted the topic. Nothing, good job. These medicines are well grown. 35 Panam also said, Doesn't it mean that there is still a closed area? You said this. Ethan took the two women's hands and walked out of the automated greenhouse, and then came to the adjacent greenhouse to stand. Reach out, Ethan said. Judy and Panam did so. Hearing the words, the two women put their jade hands in the identification area. Biometric authentication success. The two girls were stunned. The last closed automated greenhouse actually used their biological data. The door of the automated greenhouse slowly opened, and Judy and Panam couldn't wait to cast their gazes. And the moment the scene inside appeared, both women froze in amazement. The scene in the automated greenhouse is a sea of colorful flowers. Those that have long since gone extinct. Those that only survive in old-fashioned movies. And the flowers that have long been collected in laboratories by major companies are blooming inside. Judy and Paname stared, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Ethan said, this sea of flowers is specially planted for you. If it hasn't bloomed when you come in, then the surprise will be overturned. Fortunately, the timing was perfect. The flowers in the automated greenhouse are in full bloom, and they are very gratifying. Both Judy and Panam's voices softened, and their beautiful eyes were full of emotion and happiness. Look at the flowers. Ethan took the two daughters into the automated greenhouse. Naturally, there were not all kinds of flowers in it, but each one was hand-selected and bred by him. Rose. Judy came to the rose field and looked at the deep red roses with thorns. Full of love, roses are among the world-renowned flowers. The language of flowers is a warm confession, and is generally used as a bouquet to express love. Witness romance, but also witness love. Panam found a bunch of sunflowers. Compared with other flowers, they are more beautiful. The sunflowers were less delicate than the other flowers, but the bouquets that bloom in the sun are very interesting. The two girls were soon immersed in the sea of flowers. Ethan sighed. The romance and atmosphere are in place, and the inspection of this trip is almost the same. Before leaving, the two girls were still a little reluctant to part. Ethan proposed to fold a bunch of flowers but was rejected. Shortly after Ethan, Judy and Panam walked out of the enclosed area. Others also came out from the vegetable area. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Especially Jack Wells was still covered in mud, and Misty was brushing dirt on him. It was obvious that these people were having a good time. Ethan came to the front and said, Saul, the cultivation of plants has been implemented very well. Next, we can increase the cultivation of plants, and then send the automated greenhouses that have not been used. After Thaddeus can go to Night City to register a company, and then Aldecaldos can support himself with his hands. When Saul heard the words, a trace of fire rose in his pupils. How much fun Aldecaldos feeds himself with his hands. Saul said directly, since everyone is here. Then I will give the company name first. It's called Aldecaldos Biotech 99. Ethan laughed. This is okay. The name carried perfect irony. It is estimated that after the completion of the industry, the Biotechnica company is estimated to be cursed. But that's all for later. In this way, the acceptance of Aldecaldos' achievements and the bonfire party have come to a successful conclusion. In the evening, everyone drove back to Night City and returned to their exclusive location. On the way, Jack Wells drove Mama Wells and Misty to meet Haywood. And Goro Takemura also expressed the idea of going back to Neon to contact Michiko Arita. As for the others, they returned to Watson's Sunshine Community late at night. Johnny Silverhand appeared at the top-floor residence. On the electronic screens, there is scrolling the news that the new album is about to be brought by the Us Cracks. The new album will also cover the songs of Samurai. Johnny Silverhand listened to his song being changed into a two-dimensional style, and embarrassedly almost deducted a Night City with his toe on the spot. V changed the channel, can't stand it. Ethan refused, isn't it nice, grass? Johnny Silverhand said, the original version is not like this. It's not like this. The Samurai is rock and roll, not this kind of shit. Johnny Silverhand felt that life is better than death. So the song of the samurai was so rudely changed to this bird-like. Johnny Silverhand made it clear that he didn't believe it. I've been dead for more than 50 years. And no one has come to cyberspace to negotiate a contract with me. 99 Kiang Nian Shu was silent for a while. Grass. Carrie is a coward. Ethan, Shaku, are all the members of your samurai dead? Ethan should be their 95s. Ethan said Us Cracks is currently the most popular in the world. And the MSN that created them is also a top entertainment company. They can't plagiarize, this song is legally licensed. If the butterfly effect doesn't matter, then Carrie really should be in Night City as a side story character. Johnny Silverhand calmed down slowly. Very good. You can probably use him for the concert in Night City. But before that, knock out a tooth from him. I can't wait to rush into the screen to kill, damn it. How dare you plagiarize the works of samurai? Johnny Silverhand said indignantly. Damn it, to make money, authorize the song, do it. Johnny Silverhand was very irritable. Are the Carrie people in Night City? I want to shoot this cowardly skull. Johnny, don't be so impulsive, Ethan persuaded. Johnny Silverhand, warrior songs are so badly abused by 3 little girls. It's all Carrie's good work. I really don't blame Carrie about this. The dead are gone and the living will continue to live. Since you died, the samurai existed in name only. Only Carrie is still active. And the copyright is naturally in his hands. The rights to arrange and sing songs are all transactions between companies. And whether Carrie or the girls in the Us Cracks are just workers. Ethan said. Johnny Silverhand took a deep breath and said, Okay, I'll take back the words of knocking out his teeth. But the song of the martial servant has been changed to that. I'm really uncomfortable. Ethan said lightly, it's not just you who is uncomfortable. 39 Johnny Silverhand, what do you mean, literally? Ethan looked at Johnny Silverhand calmly. You. A person who has been dead for so many years. Will be furious because the songs of the Wuxi band have been changed like this. What about the people who are still alive? Johnny Silverhand said brightly, Carrie. Although this guy is a coward, but he is serious about martial servants. 1:30 in the mornings. The intersection of Gray Street and Malagra Street. This is the outskirts of Night City. The buildings on both sides of the street are very old, and no one except the locals usually lingers here. Even more so at night. The streets are empty and few people are seen at this time. A dilapidated old car drove over from a distance. The classic car was so worn out inside and out that it made a screeching sound at extreme speeds. In the car, Carrie Eurodyne still felt that he was not fast enough and stepped on the accelerator to the death. He deliberately opened the car window, and the gust of wind that poured in still couldn't dispel the anger in Carrie Eurodyne's heart. An Asian girl group relying on flashy idol choreography actually adapted Wuxi's music into such a commercial pop spectacle. Simply unforgivable since the negotiation is positive. If the Us Cracks insist on playing that song, it is no wonder that they will cause trouble to their concert. Carrie Eurodyne found out that the equipment truck responsible for providing concert performance equipment for the Us Cracks will pass by here. So blow the truck apart. Without props, see what those 3 sluts are doing. Just when Carrie Eurodyne was thinking about how to hijack the car later, a figure suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead. F***K. Carrie Allodian stepped on the brakes subconsciously, and the dilapidated classic car braked suddenly, scratched the ground for a long time, and stopped in front of the figure, F***K. Carrie Eurodyne took the pistol directly from the co-pilot, then opened the door and got out of the car. Why don't you watch where you stand? Carrie Eurodyne wants to shoot this son of a B***ch. But he can't do it. What's the point of scolding him if he kills someone and makes a mess of his album? The person who was yelled at was naturally Ethan after the disguise. Now Ethan is very famous. But sometimes it is inconvenient to do things. Johnny Silverhand appeared on the side, looked at his former friend and said, it's rare. Carrie used to be a downright coward. But now he dares to yell like that. Without answering Johnny Silverhand's words, Ethan just looked at Carrie Eurodyne said, Carrie, are you driving so fast as a prop car to move people? All the anger of Carrie Eurodyne was turned into terror directly because of this simple sentence. No, in order to do this secretly. He deliberately chose to do it in the middle of the night. Or did he leak it? Carrie Eurodyne said, "Who are you?" "Paparazzi, I don't understand what prop car 39. As a celebrity, the first reaction is to deny it. Johnny Silver wrapped his arms around his arms and said, This guy Carrie eats hard but not soft. Continue to persecute him and overwhelm him. I don't need your teaching, Ethan said if he could choose. Carrie Eurodyne would like to lie in a private villa and take a milk bath. Carrie Eurodyne glanced at Ethan and said, You are my fan and want my autograph because this guy is gay. Just for the rock star image. He got a heavy gold chains and his arms are covered in tattoos. Could he not know whether Cleo Rodin eats hard or not? Ethan pulled back his thoughts and said, I'm not a paparazzi. I'm just here to help you, drag racing. Ethan smiled and said, The big star's car is not a top-level sports car. Carrie, who would believe you if you drive a broken car? If that's the case, I'm terribly sorry that I didn't bring a pen and paper. You can come to my autograph event next time. And I promise to get you one saying that. Carrie Eurodyne was about to get back into the car. Then please get out of the way. I'm going to continue racing, 39 so at the end of the day. You're still going to blow up Gangley's concert equipment. Ethan broke through Carrie Eurodyne's plan in one sentence, making him very passive. Carrie Eurodyne took off his sunglasses, looked at Ethan and said, Who the hell are you? A pervert who is following me, 35. Then I'll kill you with one shot. Saying that, Carrie Eurodyne raised his gun. Just the moment he raised the gun, Ethan grabbed the gun back as soon as he stretched out his hand, and then dismantled the gun into pieces in front of Carrie Eurodyne. I don't like being pointed at guns. After Ethan finished speaking, he opened the co-pilot's door and sat in. Carrie Eurodyne was shocked, and he could grab the gun in an instant and then disassemble it. This is a master. Johnny Silverhand appeared in the back seat, resting his hands on the back of his head and said, Yes. It is to suppress Caritha's guy will get in the car. Obviously you said something nonsense. Ethan ruthlessly complained. Johnny Silverhand, forget it, I'll let you guys do it, 35. After a moment, Carrie Eurodyne seemed to have figured it out. Then he opened the car door and sat in. Carrie Eurodyne said while driving, I understand. You are a fan of the samurai. Because you saw on the news that Baya Ozzy from the Us Cracks was going to cover the songs of the samurai. You couldn't help but make a detailed plan and want to teach them a lesson. And the plan is to let the concert props go to hell. Our ideas happen to match. Ethan smiled, you can understand how you want. Carrie Eurodyne is gay. But he's also a very interesting person. It may be that by nature. His style of behavior is not the simplest. Direct and decisive. So much so that Johnny Silverhand said every day that he was a coward. And he had to think about killing someone with a gun. Carrie Eurodyne said, I have already checked everything. And the car that arranged the props for the three boys will take this road and be sent to the city of Night City. And I wouldn't let them do that. By the way, have you heard my songs? After the samurai disbanded, Ethan said, I've heard of Johnny Silverhand, Johnny. Carrie Eurodyne was stunned and then said, it's not surprising. After all, 80% of the samurai are his fans. I just want to say that they are really blind. Obviously, Carrie not bad. Johnny Silverhand in the back seat of the car said, Carrie has grown a lot more than before. If someone asked me in front of him before, he would definitely be very unhappy. Ethan, death is great, Johnny Silverhand. Dilapidated classic cars soon came to the outskirts. And as they grew farther away from Night City, even the road infrastructure rotted. It is not surprising that this is not a main road after all. So how could the municipal officials pay for repairs? The car came to an abandoned bus stop. And after the car stopped, Carrie Eurodyne got out of the car. Damn it. It's so unfortunate to get out of the car to see three brats. Carrie Eurodyne spat abandoned bus stop signs. Cheap monitors still showing some information. And the concert advertisement of us cracks has already hit here. Fair enough. Carrie Eurodyne scolded, it's better to sell a few more tickets. And see if I don't let you guys smash your bottoms. 5. Ethan stood silently eating chocolate. Hijacking the car that delivers the props is not difficult at all. And Ethan does not expect to do anything at this stage. Johnny Silverhand flashed out and came to the opposite of Carrie Eurodyne. In Ethan's vision, the two stared at each other with big eyes. Actually, Carrie couldn't see Johnny Silverhand. At least not now. Johnny Silverhand said, Carrie is very nervous. Every time he speaks nonsense to strengthen his courage. But even if he was nervous, didn't he come to do business? Ethan said he could have turned a blind eye. Put a lot of money into the account and then drank spicy food. Sir A. Carrie Eurodyne, okay, I remember. Just call me A, Ethan said casually. Ethan snorted and said, can a cyberware like me be remembered by a big star? When the equipment truck arrives later, it shouldn't be a problem for you to do it right. Johnny Silverhand, the spirit of the samurai, will always be there. No matter how noisy or noisy. As long as there is still someone alive between us. The dignity of the martial arts will definitely be upheld. 35 Small problems. 35. Carrie Eurodyne said, you who can make a name for the samurai are naturally not unknown. Not only do I want to make friends with you, but I will also invite you to breakfast after the business is done. What? Carrie Eurodyne said and still pushed the work to Ethan's head. After a while, Carrie Eurodyne seemed to have scolded enough and came to Ethan and said, I haven't asked yet your name. Carrie Eurodyne opened the carriage and took out a device from the inside. It was a palm-sized telescopic tire spike strip device. After the tire spike strip device was activated on the road, the tire spike strips like a crawler were spread out. Immediately after, he took out 2 more pistols and threw one to Ethan. Use this 35. Ethan took the thrown gun and played with it for a while. It was really the most common basic handgun. Johnny Silverhand sneered, this counselor is so much more aggressive than he just scolded. And it ends up being counseled again in 2077. Who the hell stabbed in a carjacking and carried only a pistol? What a amateur. Moments later, a bunch of headlights came on not far away. Carrie Eurodyne said above, 8th prop car is coming soon. You prepare while speaking. The equipment truck has rushed over quickly puff. The wheel was crushed on the tire spike strip. And it was punctured in an instant. The wheels were punctured and the air leaked wildly. And the car lost its balance and rushed towards the bus stop sign. F***K. Carrie Eurodyne was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. While Ethan was very calm as he watched the unbalanced ramming truck. Boom! Ethan raised his hand and shot. And the bullet directly exploded the driver's head. Before dying, the driver's hand turned the steering wheel to the right. And the car turned right when it was close at hand. And then slammed into the mountain wall. In an instant, thick smoke was rising. Ethan walked into the car and opened the door of the rear compartment, which contained some concert equipment, and at this time, Carrie Eurodyne had already climbed up from the ground, leaned over and said, how without these props? How are they supposed to hold the concert? 35. Ethan was too lazy to explain that they had spare props. And everything would be as happy as Carrie Eurodyne. The final car bombing part is Carrie himself, pulling a grenade striker away and throwing it on the car. Boom! The force and heat of the explosion directly engulfed the equipment truck, burning it into an burned-out frame. Cool. Carrie Eurodyne shouted a few times, then turned to look at Ethan and said, "You did a good job." Ethan's face was expressionless. What's the point of just firing a shot? It's almost done, the NCPD is coming, Ethan said. That's right, if I'm caught by the NCPD. My music career will be over. Carrie Eurodyne hurriedly returned to the classic car. And after Ethan got in the cars, he started the fire and left the crime scene. The carjacking incident was really not difficult at all. And Ethan wanted to doze off inside the car. Carrie Eurodyne was playing his own song, then swaying to the rhythm. Next, let's go to have a celebratory breakfast. Carrie Eurodyne said, I'll take you to drink the best coffee in the whole night city. Their espresso is a must. And if you get along well with the boss, they will give you some fried food. Carrie Eurodyne's words were broken. And he didn't get through the way, old ink fried pork. When Ethan got out of the car, Johnny Silverhand also got out of the car. This place is so familiar I can even smell it. Carrie Eurodyne said, this is the place where the marshal's servants often came when they were not mixed up. At that time we were very poor, we were hungry every day. And everyone had no money to endure it all the time. Because the spirit of bullshit rock was not weak, no. Someone described us as wanting to eat all the cardboard of homeless people. Ethan sighed. Carrie, I suddenly wanted to be captured by the NCPD 35. This guy's rambling was exhausting. It hurts people's brains to hear it. Carrie is just like a bird with an endlessly rambling mouth. Johnny Silverhand smiled and said, of course you can conquer him, that's another story. Ethan laughed angrily. Johnny, is it that I can't hold the knife, or are you floating? Believe it or not, I forcibly resurrected you and then threw you into the bird for a spin. Johnny Silverhand was silent. Seeing that Carrie Eurodyne was about to speak, Ethan made the first move, close your mouth and eat well. The two walked into the shop, which was a very old-fashioned shop. Cleo Rodian, give me a double espresso and Jamaican coffee. Then a slice of breakfast bread and I'll lose weight 19. Finally, after having a peaceful breakfast, Ethan and Carrie separated. The guy left a business card before returning to the car and leaving. There were 2s and 3s of people eating breakfast in the store. Ethan and Creolo Dean sat by the window, and the waiter came over and greeted Creolo Dean. Things came quickly, and it felt really good to drink a mellow coffee. The latter choked back and said, Johnny also said the same thing. What about this new friend, Ethan? Same as him. Johnny Silver put his hands in his pockets and looked at the taillights far away from sight and muttered, it's still changed. Although it's still a coward, but it's a lot more gentle than before. I just don't know if it's useful to blow up the equipment truck. Do you want to hear the truths? Ethan said the truth is useless. Johnny Silverhand, that's all for nothing's 33. Us Cracks is the hottest band in the world. And the company behind it is also a top entertainment company. Will it split on the spot because of a problem with the concert equipment? It will be delayed for a few days at most, Ethan said. Then this, Johnny Silverhand didn't know what to say. Ethan, in 2 days, Carrie should still be looking for me. At that time, if he sees the Us Cracks directly, then he will be able to settle the matter face to face. It's so annoying. 35, Johnny Silverhand said. V, thank you, 35. Ethan said it's easy to say. After coming out of Gray Street, Ethan removed the disguise and drove the Yeba Kusanagi CT3X to return to Wo Tilda Shen district. And it was also at this time that Elizabeth Perez called. The call came in. Caller ID, Elizabeth Perez in the video frame. Elizabeth Perez was still just as elegant, Mr. V, I think our couple has something to trouble you again. Maybe you could come to the apartments. Ethan looked as usual. Okay, come over immediately. When Elizabeth Perez makes the second call, it's time for the strangest case. Ethan rode a bicycle through the traffic, engine roared, and arrived at the Jefferson couple's high-end apartment. After coming here once, you will naturally be familiar with the road. Ethan took the elevator to the top floor, and Elizabeth Perez was still waiting at the door. Mr. V, thank God you are here. In order not to raise unnecessary questions, Ethan pretended to be ignorant and said, why are you here this time? Is there a lot of movement from Holt? Elizabeth Perez shook her head and said, with the evidence and witnesses you provided last time, Jefferson has already gone all the way in this election of the chief minister. This time it's our couple's private matter to find you. This matter is very strange, let's talk. Ethan followed Elizabeth Perez into the spacious living room. Jefferson had already woken up on the sofa, but he looked very pale and haggard. Good morning, MRV. Jefferson reluctantly said hello when he saw Ethan. Jefferson's frowning brow eased. Ethan naturally sat down. Elizabeth was about to brew coffee. Ethan said, I've already eaten it. Let's go straight to the topic 99. Jefferson said, someone broke into my house last night. An intruder who left no trace. Ethan pretended to be surprised. Isn't the security of this high-end apartment not very high? How could someone enter the room? So it's the unusual kind, last night late at night. I was woken up by a sound like a thief was rummaging around 99. I picked up the pistol on the nightstand and tried to get out of the bedroom. 55 after walking out of the bedroom. I found a stranger who wanted to shoot, so I fired first. Japanese symbol flowers 0, Ethan said, go on. Jefferson rubbed his brows and said, I think I killed someone, but after the shooting. My head started to feel dizzy and then I fainted. And when I woke up in the morning there was no trace. Then I informed our private security SSI. They said no one had ever broken in and there was no sign of shooting at the scene. 35. Jefferson said with a haggard expression, but I obviously shot. Elizabeth Peralez patted Jefferson, don't worry, honey. MRV should have a way, 0 of course. Ethan knew the general development of the incident. Because he intervened in the incident of Shi Chang's death, which caused Holt to kill Ryan not only without secure his victory, but also handing over the handle to Jefferson. Election to Jefferson. This is a fact that neither Holt nor the interest team behind him want to see. And a top company has arisen from it. So people are pieces on a board. Only they are people moving those pieces, in their opinion. This time the Shillong choice is nothing more than a controlled political game. If you don't mind, can I look up some clues about the room? But this company is still the existence that dominates the ups and downs. Jefferson nodded. MRV, you are free too. Ethan said through a series of things. Jefferson has cleared many obstacles. But at the same time he has also established new enemies. Night Corp is a behemoth. And everything in Night City is under their control. Although Night Corp does not compete for the so-called reputation in every industry. Every time he recalled the details of last night, Jefferson was deeply unsettled. The mysterious man who suddenly appeared in the room. The mysterious man who can vanish without leaving a trace after being shot is simply too weird. Elizabeth Peralez stroked Jefferson's back. Dear. Don't worry, there must be no problem with Mr. V's shot. Ethan got up and said casually, by the way. You didn't notify the NCPD, did you, Elizabeth Peralez? No. The NCPD and Holt are closely aligned. If they knew that Jefferson had encountered this kind of thing, maybe they might have exploited the situation. 340. Ethan heard the words and left the living room. Looking around the apartment in the original plot, there is a hidden surveillance room in the apartment. Just behind the huge display wall in the side hall, there is a secret door, and inside the door are spy monitoring equipment. Ethan walked to the side hall and glanced at the huge TV screen. Johnny Silverhand appeared. But before he asked Ethan why he called him out, Johnny Silverhand's body twisted. Damn, what's going on? As in digital construct, Johnny Silverhand is also projected in the form of a data signal. Naturally, he could also experience the signal interference. Ethan said as an experiment. It seems that the signal interference here is very strong. You must know that Johnny's silver hand can move freely in the network environment because Ethan has strengthened it with nanodata. And around this, Johnny still had a bad interference reaction just now, which is enough to know the seriousness of the matter. Ethan told Johnny Silverhand about the reason. Johnny Silverhand sat on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. In front of the two of them, the huge TV screen was already a string of codes. And slowly it was displayed transparent. You can see the surveillance room behind. Ethan said loudly, Mr. Jefferson, come here. 39. As soon as the words fell, the Jeffersons walked in quickly. Mr. V, have you found anything? Ethan pointed to the huge TV screen and asked, look at the TV. What can you see? When Jefferson and Elizabeth heard the words, they looked at the screen and saw that it was pitch black. MRV, this TV screen has been installed for 2 or 3 years. And we don't usually use it, Elizabeth Peralez explained. Johnny Silverhand was walking around the room. Damn it. It seems that this pair of high-ranking officials who still tried to act with integrity has already been dealt with. Ethan said, next, prepared for what we are talking about. The two were stunned when they heard the words. It was because a legendary figure like Ethan was serious enough to prepare the couple psychologically. It seemed that things were more serious than they thought. Jefferson took a deep breath. MRV, you can talk. Let you see it for yourself. Ethan took out the instrument knife and walked to the inconspicuous secret door on the side. And slashed out brushy dowcut iron like mud, directly splitting the secret door. And the Jeffersons rushed over. Oh my God, oh my God. Jefferson and Elizabeth Peralez at least made a startled sound at the same time. And it was a spy-safe house. The data of the Jeffersons are scrolled on the dense instruments. And the location of the safe house can see both the living room and the private rooms. The Jeffersons were watched 24/7 without privacy. SSI bastards. Jefferson immediately became angry. I spent a lot of money to have them provide security. And that's how security is done. Elizabeth Peralez held her forehead and her figure swayed. In other words, other people couldn't accept this fact all of a sudden. Ethan said, Mr. Jefferson, the people you saw at night are real. And the shots you fired are real. Perhaps the people who monitored the Jeffersons did not expect that when Jefferson was able to get up at night last night. They bumped into each other. Jefferson also shot him. Ethan found some pneumatic injections and emergency medicine for gunshot wounds on the table. Johnny Silverhand, it's so well hidden. Bullet holes and bloodstains are covered with composite material. 99s. After the instrument knife in his hand knocked open the newly attached material. Several bullet holes could be seen. Ethan pointed to the medical item and the stairway leading to the roof in the corner. These are all evidences. And we will find more clues next. 5. Ethan came to the wall and quickly found a place where the color difference was subtle. As a top politician, he has a strong ability to regulate emotions. Ethan and Jefferson came to the corridor outside the bedroom, where the shooting took place last night. Jefferson sent Elizabeth out and walked in again. Go to your bedrooms. Jefferson has now suppressed his anger, Mr. V. I won't let them go. 35 after Ethan found the bullet hole. He kicked the loose floor with his foot. The guy used a jamming signal to force Jefferson into a coma after taking a shot from Jefferson. Afterwards, it is also difficult to restore the scene afterward, and then treat and finally escape with the gunshot wound. Mr. Jefferson, can you do a blood test? Ethan said. At present, all the evidence cannot be handed over to the NCPD. So it is only yourself. Jefferson nodded and said, I'll find a way to get in touch. Ethan split the loose floor again. And there were obvious bloodstains and synthetic fluid underneath. You should change to a new residence as soon as Po SS Ibel. And then find a few people who can use it to take care of this place. Ethan offered advice. Jefferson sighed and said, I can't believe it would be like this. This house is the love nest of Jefferson and Elizabeth. And they all stared at it when it was renovated. But I didn't expect that the people behind them were so vicious. And they buried the line so early. Create a hidden compartment in the room while installing the TV wall. For several years, the life of the Jeffersons played out like a daily reality show. Jefferson clenched his fists. I wanted to save some face for Holt. But I found out I was wrong. Ethan said, you are wrong. It's not Holt who is monitoring you. What? Jefferson was shocked. Holt can't do and won't do this kind of method. Because to eradicate competitors, he can deal with you like Ryan's. So this kind of method can't be done by Holt. 5. Of course it can't be done. Politicians who say good things are politicians. And if they say bad things, they are puppets pushed to the table by corporations. If Holt had done this when Jefferson set up his new home, he would have been a scumbag by now. Jefferson said, Mr. V. What do you mean? Ethan said, perhaps Mr. Jefferson knows about Night Corp. Night Corp. Jefferson was stunned for a while and then smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, a few days ago, I also received a message from a Yee's group messenger. They want me to go to Night Corp to make a deal 35. Ethan raised his eyebrows. Then what is your choice? Jefferson said, I can't submit to anyone. Night Corp and Arasaka are no different. Even better than Arasaka. But it is impossible for them to delusionally control me. You turned down the Night Corp's invitation to meet. So you saw that mysterious man last night. If you hadn't fired a shot first, the situation might have been reversed. Jefferson's cold sweat came down on the spot. If Ethan hadn't investigated these things, then the composite material would not be covered with bloodstains and bullet holes. Ethan also licked his lips. He was still very interested in the mysterious Night Corp. In the original Plotty's group's writing was minimal, except for monitoring and neural core washing Jefferson. And now it seems to be touchable. Ethan's thoughts retracted, and he saw Jefferson studying him carefully. Mr. Jefferson, you have something to say, Ethan said. Jefferson seemed to think about it for a while, and said seriously, Mr. V, the NCPD and SSI are not credible now. Even if you find another security company, there is no way to solve the problem at the root cause. 5. So I would like to ask MRV to handle this. It is unimaginable that Night City is almost like a top-ranked Jefferson, and he is powerless when faced with such a thing. I can only beg Ethan. Ethan raised his mouth and said, Mr. Jefferson, I have to remind you that the more I do, the less autonomy you will have. I can't answer for a while. But this order is more humane than the alternatives. And if I choose one, I'd rather be in this order. Ethan said, Mr. Jefferson, I'm not necessarily a good person, and this time. What kind of compensation can Jefferson come up with? Jefferson's remarks can be said to be heartfelt. Ethan smiled and said, then we have a good cooperation. You never consume people without leaving anything behind. And I've also checked you around the mega building community. Clouds and the Mox gang, in short. As long as it is the tentacles of your influence. It follows a certain order, Jefferson said, Mr. V, I have probably checked all the deeds you have done. You are stirring up trouble in Night City. Some things are cruel, but some things you do are very compassionate. I've thought about it. It's a fool's dream to want them to sit firmly without any external force. Jefferson said, but compared to those companies that eat people and don't spit bones, I'd rather put my future in your hands. 99. Jefferson had already taken out his tape recorder the last time he had given key evidence to Smash Holt. Ethan and Jefferson returned to the living room from the bedroom passage. Elizabeth Peralez was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, and her delicate body trembled from time to time. As a woman, such a thing is too scary, Mr. V, please leave it all. After Jefferson finished speaking, he returned to Elizabeth Peralez and held her in his arms, comforting him. Without disturbing the space between the couple, Ethan turned around and came to the surveillance room, and then followed the ladder on the wall completely to the rooftop. When I came to the rooftop, I saw a yellow signal transmitter. Johnny Silverhand came out at this time. This thing is very common on the battlefield. Militech battlefield communication equipment can directly bypass signal shielding. But it is a little troublesome to use, of course I know. Ethan said the short-range operation must be used within the specified range. And there must be a receiver at both ends. Ethan said, his eyes swept across the busy street scene. Then I saw a signal reception vehicle parked in an open-air parking lot. When Ethan's eyes were projected, the signal car in the open-air parking lot also seemed to have noticed the difference, and quickly started its engine and left the parking lot. Want to run? Ethan came to the edge of the rooftop and jumped, relying on the ability to fly over the eaves and walk the walls. He sprinted up to 100 meters directly on the outer wall of the high-end apartment. And halfway through the runs, the Iron Man leg prosthesis began to appear in his legs. The propelling flame rose out of thin air and sent Ethan's figure to the sky. Aware of the counter-reconnaissance, the signal car drove to the extreme, fled wildly on the road, and headed straight to an abandoned factory in the North District of Watson District. This used to be one of the strongholds of the Maelstrom. and it was completely abandoned after the maelstrom was destroyed. The signal car galloped in, the door opened, and a hacker-like guy abandoned the car and ran away. But his pace was a little slower because of the gunshot wound. Boom, the hacker hasn't even gotten a few steps away. With the sound of a gunshot, the ground of the escape route was blasted directly into a big hole. The hacker stopped and looked back. On a high platform of a factory building, a figure stood against the wind. Naturally, it is Ethan who is waiting in ambush. In the original plot, when he arrived at the scene to bypass the whirlpool to help everyone, the suspect was gone and only the car was left. And now Ethan is getting everything. Ethan jumped down from the sky, then pointed the gun at the hacker and approached step by step. The hacker raises his hands above his head, which is a common gesture around the world. Ethan took a look. Unfortunately, this guy is not a Mr. Blue Eyes operative but an ordinary hacker. The hacker immediately begged for mercy. If you have something to say, don't kill me. 39 if I ask you to answer if you talk nonsense, you will eat a guns. Ethan said quickly. How long have you been monitoring the Jeffersons? 2 to 3 years, good guy. He's been monitoring the whole thing from the time they moved to today. The next question, who is behind these data? Night Corp. The hacker said, I am only responsible for monitoring and recording. The rest is unclear, Ethan hummed. And the hacker hurriedly said, monitoring the Jeffersons is to monitor and record data on a continuously, and then hand it over to his superiors every month. Ethan said, what about this month? The hacker took out the chip from his pocket. Ethan took it over and checked it. After confirming that it was not a virus, he put it away. Hacker, I have cooperated like this. Can you let me live? I'm sorry, but I can't, Ethan said and pulled the trigger. Boom. After shooting the hacker with one shot, Ethan returned to the signal car. The signal car is also a mobile surveillance station. After inserting the chip into the chip slot, the data about the Jeffersons are transmitted. All the data are recorded in detail. Even the private life is no exception. In addition to the Jeffersons, the chip also contains data on other politicians. As Ethan guessed, the Mr. Blue Eyes was controlling the entire city from behind. Happy to serve. Then subtly change the character of some people. This process is slow and irreversible. Friday, intercept the deletion order. After about 10 seconds, the progress bar stopped at 60%. Some powerful public figures are there monitoring objects. Through biological data comparison and big data analysis, they cooperate with electromagnetic signals to affect the hippocampus of the monitored person. On Friday and the network equipment left by the Mr. Blue Eyes, the battle without gunpowder began. The original setting is that as long as the hacker pulls out the chip and then plugs it back in a very short time, it will be hacked by default and then deleted. Successfully blocked interception instructions. At this time, the screen on the signal car popped up an instruction for automatic intrusion detection and deletion. Compared with Friday, the computing power is better than the network attack and defense. That is not even a contest. After successfully blocking the deletion instruction, Ethan copied everyone's data and then deleted it manually. Caller ID Elizabeth Perez. Ethan was stunned. Elizabeth pinched the time quite accurately and was about to find her, but she called in the video frame. Elizabeth Perez has sorted out her emotions and regained her former sense of composure. Elizabeth MRV, did you find anything outside? Ethan said, there was a hacker who monitored your couple's life. He was caught up by me when he left and then dealt with it. In short, the truth of the matter is very complicated. Elizabeth Perez lowered her voice and said, Mr. V, let's talk about this, just the two of us. Ethan hesitated. I don't know if I know Jefferson. Jefferson has gone to deal with some things. Elizabeth Perez said, and I have another thing to tell you. In short, a ramen restaurant in Japantown, we can meet there. Japantown ramen restaurant. When Ethan came, he saw Elizabeth Perez sitting in the corner at a glance. Elizabeth changed into casual clothes that were not too eye-catching, and a pair of sunglasses that blocked the information from being read. She did a good job of keeping secrets, Mr. V. Ethan came to the side and sat down. Ordered a bowl of noodles at the bar and said MS. Elizabeth, is it okay to have a bowl of noodles? Elizabeth Perales, of course, MRV. The ramen was served quickly, and Ethan ate the ramen with chopsticks. Ethan seemed more natural than Elizabeth Perales' nervousness of being discovered. Ethan said while eating the noodles, "What Ms. Elizabeth wants to tell me is about the fact that you already suspected someone was monitoring you." MRV's use, how do you know? Elizabeth Perales said with a pale face. Her own showdown and being broken by Ethan are completely two concepts. I naturally have my own way, Ethan said slowly, Ms. Elizabeth, it seems that you also found something wrong. Actually, I think Jefferson is not right recently. Jefferson seems to have amnesia and often forgets some details. His temperament has also become moody. And even his favorite music tastes will change. There was even one day when we visited his brother's grave. But he said he was the only son. Elizabeth lit a cigarette irritably. I must have seen that safe house. But I can't remember the details, Mr. V. My memory is fragmented. Ethan said because your couple has been neural core-washed by them. Your words and deeds have been subtly changed. But you really shouldn't hide things until now. Elizabeth Perales, I can't help it. And several times my friends will say that my temperament has changed, very strange. And I myself have forgotten some things. As if I may not remember after tomorrow, we met today. Ethan, two guinea pigs. Obviously you are the more resistant of the two. Elizabeth Perales, Mr. V, what do you mean, literally? Ethan wiped his mouth after eating the ramen. The safe house not only monitors your couple's biological data, but also uses various frequency signals to affect your hippocampus in real time. Therefore, you will forget things and your personalities will deteriorate, which is simply a reset of your personalities. And they are at least very successful with you. Ethan said, because you came to me to beg me to hide the truth and not tell Jefferson the truth. Elizabeth Perales widened her eyes and looked at Ethan with horror. Don't worry. I'm not their kind of existence. This is just a logical inference based on the clues I have. Ethan said. Elizabeth looked miserable. I once saw someone debugging the monitoring equipment in the middle of the night. And at first I thought I was dreaming 55. I have to say that the Mr. Blue Eyes played very quickly. Erase one memory and reinforce another, Ethan said, Ms. Elizabeth, you are wrong. In fact, Jefferson is stronger than you think. Even as a puppet. Ethan said with a smile, of course you can't fight them. Elizabeth, I just want him to be well. After all, we can't fight those people. But since I got involved in this matter, it's different. Jefferson would not be able to bear such a truth. And he is at a critical time. When a woman in Elizabeth's seat encounters such a thing, when her logical thinking cannot keep up, she will naturally be overwhelmed by emotion. But a mysterious phone call came in the next day, saying I had better not remember anything because our couple's lives could be destroyed at any time. Elizabeth Perales looked at Ethan quietly, thinking of Ethan's family history in her mind. She sighed for a long time. I love Jefferson. I am willing to give everything for him. But this matter has to be resolved in the end of. Since Jefferson is so brave, then I, the wife, should be brave too. Elizabeth Perales made a decision, Mr. V. We trust you and we will not compromise. Ethan laughed and said, I will find someone to protect the personal safety of you and Jefferson. In addition, after you change your new residence, I will install a dedicated neural security firewall for you. And they will never snoop on your privacy outside. You don't need to touch things like the neural corridors. Elizabeth Perales nodded again and again, Mr. V. I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you. No thanks, Ethan said. I have a deal with Jefferson. And I don't work in veins. Elizabeth Perales laughed and said, of course. Our couple is very relieved to make a deal with MRV. I'll explain to Jefferson when I go back. And tomorrow I'll add a trip to Concord Park to his itinerary. You can meet me. Then it's getting late, so I'll go back first. After speaking, Elizabeth Perales left the ramen restaurant. Ethan ordered another sushi at the bar. And Johnny Silverhand appeared next to him and said, "Looks like you already have a clue, Nines." Ethan said things are difficult to handle. But they are not as difficult as imagined. What can be difficult for the famous V? Johnny Silverhand said, "Do you want to be the true master of Night City by helping the Jeffersons with such conscientiousness?" Ethan, it's kind of interesting. But I'm not neural core-washing people. I convince people with morality. Which means physical meaning. Johnny Silver smoked his cigarette, but then again. What are you going to do with the Arasaka? Ethan said they are smart people. They know that they can't move me. So they don't know what plan they are hiding. But listening to Yorinobu's words, it is estimated that Machiko Aragon may come over in the future. But who knows in the Japanton battles? The death of Hanako Arasaka was obviously a heavy blow to the Arbin Company. Ethan has already become the one enemy of Arasaka Corporation. But it is a very embarrassing situation right now. Adam's hammer, known as the strongest in Night City, was smashed into a ball by Ethan. And the assassination against Ethan made the dog want to laugh when he heard it. There is no point in inciting the street forces. If you don't check, you don't know. Half the major gangs in Night City are related to Ethan. Letting Ethan on the streets in Night City. Maybe you haven't woken up yet. Then there is only a small war left. And the rest of Night City's corporations would immediately attack. As long as the Arasaka dares to do it, it will be attacked by other companies. So Arasaka is so embarrassed right now that Ethan is running around on the street without any trouble. Johnny Silverhand said, "In short, you're good to be sure." Ethan, why are you hesitating? I'm still thinking about Alt and the Mikoshi. Johnny Silverhand said, "The Mikoshi project has been around for more than 50 years since I started. And I don't know that with the integration capabilities of the Arbin Group. It has reached which step 0, ask for flowers 0. What kind of conspiracy will Saburo Arasakata have 99? Do you still want to play a savior act?" Ethan asked back, still not willing to hate the Baron Tower. To be honest, as long as a disgusting company like Arasaka still exists, I'm not comfortable, Johnny Jinrate said. Being with nothing else to do. Ethan also chatted with Johnny Silverhand. Johnny, do you think all the companies and all the new country systems are nonsense? The city needs supervision. Johnny Silverhand said, but there is no need for slavery. No need to be raised, 0 when I served in Mexico. I encountered a special unit of peacekeeper from the East 35. It's unimaginable that there are countries that go to third world countries to maintain peace. I also think it's ridiculous, but when I think about it, it's a practical value. Of course I said no, the world has already given the answer. What is their purpose when Ethan came here? Jefferson was already sitting on a bench, Mr. V. Good mornings. Looking at your Express Ion, it seems that Ms. Elizabeth should have no reservations. Ethan sat next to him and said, if you have any questions, just ask. 5. Ethan smiled without saying a word. It was still very comfortable to be praised in his hometown. The next day, Concord Park, currently in 2077. The East remained one of the world's strongest powers in the world. The two chatted for a while. And Ethan left the ramen restaurant. Who are they? Ethan said, it's a bit complicated to say. Maybe you know about cyberspace, too, cyberspace. Jefferson recalled for a while, and seemed to have thought of certain details. I have seen the proposal for an increase in the departmental budget of the Netwatch Oversight Division before. And briefly mentioned it's 35. Mr. V. Do those behind the scenes have anything to do with cyberspace? 39s. Ethan nodded and said, there is an inevitable connection. As an official of the municipal government, even if you do political theater, your personal safety should not be sloppy. Even Holt would not dare to mess with you like this. But the fact that your private security, SSI, dares to do this shows that people who control them are not from the real world. 340s. Only people from that place will come to Night City to play a simulation from the perspective of God. Jefferson only felt a little confused and said, MRV. Do you mean that the person who manipulates me and my wife's mind is not a person from this world? Can I literally understand it as an alien? Not as exaggerated as aliens, but similar in nature. In 2077, the technology had advanced enormously. Top military enterprises can build space stations independently. And then satellite data spreads all over the world. In daily life, various smart facilities and synthetic foods were everywhere. There is also the cyberspace hidden in the special server and the black wall of space. The development of things must follow certain rules. And once the line is crossed, it will be reversed. After the Fourth Corporate War, the world is riddled with holes in such an environment. Technology has been brought to this level. So the backlash it brings will inevitably come. The rapid development of technology and evolutionary networks has also spawned rogue AI. And rogue AI has to break through the black wall and come to reality. The reason for this is even a bit of metaphysics. Although it is a reaction made with the help of technology, it is still very mysterious. It really corresponds to that sentence. Advanced science had begun to resemble myth. So the current 2077 should belong to entering theology. Ethan retracted his thoughts, patted Jefferson's shoulder and said, "You digest it well. I'll go to the toilet." Using the excuse of going to the restroom, Ethan left the park and went straight to a tall building next to the park. At this time, a mysterious call came in. Ethan answered. "We know who you arrowhead you want to do. And don't mind what you do." The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like a synthetic voice. Ethan smiled. "You make this call redundantly. Since you said you shouldn't have called, I just kindly remind you that you need to pay for anything you do. Provided you can afford it, Ethan, since you know who I am. Then you should know that I can pay the price. You do have some reputation in Night City. But we have things you can't imagine. You're nothing but an ant." Ethan raised his head, looked at the Mr. Blue Eyes on the balcony and said, "So now the ants are looking for you. Do you dare to stand there and wait for me? Stimulation is useless to me. But you interrupted our plan rudely. And you are not going to stop there. So I will give you some punishment." "Ethan, I can't ask for it." After hanging up the phone, Ethan picked up the pace. In the original plot, the Mr. Blue Eyes controls the whole situation behind the scenes. Even in a certain ending, even if the protagonist became the king of the city, he was fooled to go to the space station, and then threw himself halfway to the Crystal Palace. If Ethan can't meet him, that's fine. When he meets this guy who hides behind mystery, he mustn't let him walk around without food. On the balcony, the Mr. Blue Eyes didn't leave. From the outside, except for the pupils that flashed blue light, there is no general difference from others. The Mr. Blue Eyes watched Ethan walk in and said calmly, "You disrupted our plan and got rid of our subordinates. You should really pay the price." The Mr. Blue Eyes snapped his fingers. Ethan was about to touch the gun, but he felt that the surrounding network signals surged, and each one of them turned into attack commands to attack Ethan's neural system. A snap of your fingers to mobilize the surrounding network environment to change. That's really something only top AI or rogue AI can do. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Ethan stood still, nothing happened. It was the Mr. Blue Eyes' turn to be shocked. "You. No way, how could you possess Ibly block nerve damage?" Ethan disdainfully said, "I dare to pretend to use the means of AI to rewrite network commands. Am I proud of killing a large number of rogue AIs with a wave of my hand in the cyberspace?" No, the Mr. Blue Eyes immediately panicked. But it was a pity that Ethan would not give him a chance. Friday erase him with an order. Friday also nanoparticles the network environment and changes the attack command to kill the AI consciousness of the Mr. Blue Eyes operative. No, the Mr. Blue Eyes' mentality collapsed, holding his head. He rolled on the ground in pain, with bursts of white smoke emitting from his head. The one who burned minds was now being burned himself. The Mr. Blue Eyes rolled over and over on the ground, roaring in various strange tones. They have always been controlling Night City behind their backs. And those powerful people have to bow down to them, begging for mercy without hesitation, and now the Mr. Blue Eyes can only see Ethan's feet. He used all emergency procedures to stop Ethan's invasion. But it was useless. Stop on the Mr. Blue Eyes said, "You can't kill me. Once I die, more AI will come here. They are extremely powerful and will destroy the night city, a typical desperate threat. Rogue AI has different forms, different temperaments. Some are locked behind the scenes and play in the sandbox. And some are unparalleled when they come up, originally." It was fine that this guy didn't say anything. But Ethan's eyes almost lit up when he said it. There's such a good thing about destroying Night City. In the end, all the defenses of the Mr. Blue Eyes were disintegrated. And then he was directly burned to death. Ethan looked at the Mr. Blue Eyes' body and dug out the neural core without hesitation. There are traces of weak arcs in the neural core. And there are some light blue chips on the nerve core. Not surprisingly, this chip is to receive AI signals in cyberspace. And using the chip to receive AI and then use it as a Mr. Blue Eyes operative is naturally Night Corp's method. Put the chip in your pocket and leave it to Friday to study. Ethan then returned to the park. And Jefferson seemed to have figured it out on the park bench. "MRV, I just thought about whether it's Night Corp behind it or not. I'm going to try it," Ethan said. "Then let me tell you clearly that it is the Yesi company that controls SSI. It's not just you. They also have the information of a lot of politicians. Their purpose is to make Night City run according to their own ideas, while others are just puppets to advance the game. I won't let them succeed." Jefferson said firmly, "Night City should be in the hands of everyone in Night City. Not a companion business. I will never give up." A look of admiration appeared in Ethan's eyes and said, "Jefferson, remember what I told you. And let Night City have some compassionateth. You do these things, and I will remove every threat behind you for you." Jefferson also said, "I really don't know how to thank MRV." Ethan smiled and said, "You are very similar to your wife. But what I have always said is that I don't do charity and I'm not a good person. It's all transactions, yes, deal." A rare smile appeared on Jefferson's face. A moment later, a floating car came, and Jefferson needed to go to the next event. After parting, Ethan sat on a chair. At this point, the Mr. Blue Eyes' affairs should also be settled. In the original plot, this part was left unresolved, and it was very embarrassing. But after Ethan intervened, it not only smashed the Mr. Blue Eyes, it also kept the Jefferson's safety. And Night Corp behind the scenes turned their attention to Ethan. The matter of Arasaka Corporation is not over yet. And it is really exciting to get involved with a company that may be even more terrifying than Arasaka. At this time, Johnny Silverhand appeared beside him. You are getting more and more formidable." 99 what? Ethan said. Johnny Silverhand, the style of doing things, the tone of speaking, and the suppress SS ion and encouragement of others are just right. What? Ethan, I thought you were going to tell me how scared the blue-eyed people would be if I solved the problem. Zero fear them. It's just a bunch of rogue AIs running in the cyberspace. And they are hosted in the human body through chips to pretend to be ghosts. Johnny Silverhand said disdainfully. "Don't talk about rogue AIs. They really are aliens from the Alpha Centauri. Man, I guess you can throw his ashes up too." Ethan laughed. "Johnny, your words are getting more and more interesting." After returning to Watson District, Ethan took a break. "Every time I finish one thing, stays in the room and does absolutely nothing or something. It's really cool system. Sign in," Ethan said softly. "Sign in successfully, get perfect singing." Ethan raised his eyebrows, and Carrie called him for the second time, indicating that he could see the cracks. "Sign in successfully. Get a perfect level augmentation device. The augmentation blade is the same as the last booster ghost face. Sign in successfully. Get the perfect Iron Man prosthesis upgrade blueprint. 3 times to sign in. Things are okay." It doesn't help Ethan much, but it's different for gang building. This painless singing skill can only be used to hold a concert. And the icon of Iron Man's body upgrade can really raise Ethan's strength dramatically. Next, we have to face the targets of Arasaka Corporation and Yesi Company. And strength is still very important. Caller ID carry Eurodyne, F *** K me I vomited. The concert of the three girls of the Us Cracks is still open. What we did a few days ago was clearly useless. And it's even in the place where I released the album. Grass the phone was connected. And Carrie Eurodyne was directly shouting. Ethan said, isn't this unexpected? There are more than one set of concert equipment in the world. And it is not very difficult for the company behind it to send another set. I won't let it go. Carrie Eurodyne said angrily. I want to let the three girls know that the songs of the Warriors are not for them to sing. And I want to make a major move, Ethan said, a big vote. Are you going to kill someone? How could it be Po SS able to kill? Carrie Eurodyne said, I'm still guilty of murder. And there are other solutions to everything. 5. Anyway, you have to help me, let's meet. Ethan, give me an address. Across the street from Riot, inside the Block Bar. Ethan Yurong came here and waited for a while. And Carrie Eurodyne in disguise also walked in. Not to mention wearing a hat and sunglasses. Carrie really has a bit of Zhang Zhenyu's meaning. At this time, Johnny Silverhand appeared next to him and said with great interest, Carrie also has such a tough day. It's rare, hey. Carrie Eurodyne walked in and said hello to Ethan. And then asked the bar for 2 beers. After the beer was delivered, Carrie Eurodyne grabbed it and drank half a glass. Barely suppressing the fire you don't know. When I heard the concert of the three girls revived, I was angry it's fried. 5. Ethan took a sip of his beer and looked at Carrie Eurodyne. Then what were your previous thoughts, explicit? Carrie Eurodyne said, I wanted to warn them not to hold a concert in Night City by burning their prop car. They are not welcome here, but the matter is contrary. Isn't this idiot? Johnny Silverhand ruthlessly complained. Is it really necessary to make people unable to sing and do it directly? What about now? Ethan asked again. Carrie Eurodyne. We sneaked into the backstage SS-ing room of the little boys and threatened them directly so that they wouldn't be able to sing the songs of the Warriors. 99 Your solution. Ethan said speechlessly, the copyright is dealt with by the record company. And they are legally authorized. Is it Po SS Ibel for Gangliang to stop performing a legally licensed song? Carrie Eurodyne, that's why I asked you for help. The last time you bombed a car and killed a lot of people. You should be a complete ruthless person. I believe you are familiar with this matter. Ethan almost slapped the beer mug on Carrie Eurodyne's head. You huddled behind yourself, leaving me to do the dirty work and take the blame. Carrie Eurodyne said, I'll be there to a SS Istu 39. Ethan said, when you say a SS Istance, you mean watching from the sides? 35 Of course not. Carrie Eurodyne said, how can I let you take risks alone? We are naturally together. But I have no experience in kidnapping people. So I need you to take the lead. Do you have experience in kidnapping people? Ethan said. Johnny Silverhand smirked and said, Krishan is a superb person. And he has to fool himself if he wants to do something. Others do it and make himself clean. You laugh at a hammers, who am I doing it for? Ethan said, do you believe it or not, I suggested that the Us Cracks reenact all the Claw S6 songs of the samurai. Johnny Silver's face turned green. Don't. Well, I won't laugh, okay? 35 still can't cure you. After hitting Johnny's silver hand, Ethan looked at Carrie Eurodyne again and said, it's still not good, I'm not your disposable hired hand. Carrie Eurodyne said, okay, I will pay you. It turns out that your respect for Johnny is far less than money. 35 I don't want money either. Ethan shook his head, I want you to promise me a condition. 35 promise you a condition. Carrie Eurodyne immediately made up his mind. And his eyes were still wandering on Ethan's body. I absolutely can't buy tickets. 99. Carrie Eurodyne also shivered a bit. And he seemed to have come to the realization that he and this guy were indeed not friends. Ethan shuddered. If you don't stop your ridiculous assumptions and eyes, I don't mind sending you to a neural corridance den for a walk now. 35 okay, let's get down to business. Carrie Eurodyne said if it's done. You want money and other things as long as it's not too much. Now let's talk about how to make a surprise for the girls. Buy a ticket. Ethan said it's very simple, buy 2 tickets to go in. Carrie Eurodyne shouted in an octave higher. Want me to pay for the ticket and dreams 35. Ethan just put the gun back into Carrie Eurodyne's hand. Then you will kill your way, Chen. Is there a third option? Carrie Eurodyne hates the us cracks. He hates these 3 girls. What kind of international joke is he buying tickets for their concert? As for killing a bloody path, it is impo ss ibel. The Riot nightclub is the entertainment mecca of Night City. The company behind it is intricate and has top security. It is boring to find trouble. Ethan raised his head and flicked the TV screen hanging in the bar, which was bombarding the concert advertisements in turn. The third option is to sit here and listen to the online concert. Shit, Carrie Eurodyne cursed again. Ethan said, Carrie. Even if you enter, is it necessary for you to dress up here without obviously suspicious disguise? Carrie Eurodyne was stunned. Yes, that's necessary. With his identity, wouldn't it be very convenient to visit the concert of Banus Cracks? Why are you pretending to do this? Carrie Eurodyne, but if I go in person, doesn't it mean that Carrie accepts the gangster band to sing Wuxi songs? The media will hype it up, let him die. Johnny Silverhand said, I can't take it anymore. It's really Tai Shaku neither left nor right. Let him go back to the villa and sit with his asterisk 99. Are all of your samurais so individual? Ethan said with great interest. A big living person and a digital construct. The emotions are synchronized. Johnny Silverhand, everyone else is okay. Only Carrie is a coward, Ethan smiled without saying a word. Carrie Eurodyne is really a coward, but even so, he is still thinking about it. Ethan said, Carrie, do you want to change to a softer way? Carrie Eurodyne, a less reckless solution to keep them from singing the Warriors song. First of all, you have to know some prerequisites. Most of Wuxi's songs are copyrighted on your head. Then your record company can authorize these songs. And your record company chooses to cooperate with Gangly Band Company. Then it is to expand further into the American market with the help of the samurai. 99 No matter what you do, Evan, if you ruin the concert. The us cracks can sing in another place. And you Cleo Dean can ruin every concert. You don't want your job anymore. Carrie Eurodynes, then what can you do? Ethan said, my method is to cooperate. You go to the band with a high profile. And then send Blee SS Ings to interact. And then let them invite you as a guest, 35 in this way. Both of you have good benefits. And then you use the strength of the samurai at the concert to let them really understand that not all songs can be changed to a idol pop style. In the original plot, after all the showdown, the 3 girls directly asked the record company to remove the song from the album and concert. So on some levels at least they play music. And Ganglio knows where the gap is. Johnny Silverhand, it's really a good way to let Carrie use his strength to wash his ears and let everyone know that the martial attendant is always there. Carrie Eurodyne was silent for a while before saying, You're right. I can't spoil every single one of their concerts. So I'll crush them in a different way, 99 doing anything. Whether it is worthy or not, is not determined by someone's mouth. Whether it is worthy or not is on the table. Sober people know who truly understands the music. I probably know how to do it. Carrie Eurodyne patted Ethan on the shoulder and said, How about as a Johnny fan you should know the songs of Wuxi? Do you want to be my guest performer? Johnny Silverhand, V, agreed to the good opportunity soon. Ethan said, then let's play together. After the 2 left the bar, they came to the Composure apartment where Carrie Eurodyne lived together. I'll let my agent know you can do whatever you want. Carrie Eurodyne greeted and walked out of the door to start calling. That casual playing style felt very much like Johnny's silver hand. Ethan plucked the strings lightly, and suddenly a bass voice came in, What? Of course you heard it right. I'm not neural core washed either, you can just arrange it. The posture is skilled, the feeling of the city is relaxed. Ethan raised his eyes and saw that Carrie Eurodyne was already playing along with a bass. When the two played for the first time, he played a harmony, which was extremely compatible. Carrie Eurodyne, hey. Sousa, tell the agent of the Gangly band. I will go to the Gangly band's concert at the Riot nightclub tonight. And if they don't dislike it, I can bring someone to help. 5. After Carrie Eurodyne convinced the manager, he walked into the room and saw Ethan playing softly with a guitar. Wonderful. The last person who was so compatible with me was Johnny Silverhand. Carrie Eurodyne said, I'm looking forward to tonight. When the time came to evening, Ethan and Carrie Eurodyne drove to the Riot nightclub. The Us Crack's first tour in the Americas took place at the Riot in Night City. Tickets for the concert have already been sold out. And fans are also entering the venue early. One thing to say. Gangly is indeed the hottest star band in 2077. Capitalism is highly developed. And people at the bottom are miserable. Some people dream of becoming legends. And some people just get by as ordinary people. And the stars actually come to satisfy that part of the people. It is not groundless to profit from obsessive fans. The three girls of Gangly are powerful commercial brands. And as long as the products they endorse are out of stock, it is evident. Ethan and Carrie Eurodyne walked into the Riot nightclub, which was still luxurious tilde incomparable. Because of Carrie Eurodyne's identity, the security guards were very respectful and not offended. And they even let the two take the VIP elevator. Inside the elevator, Carrie Eurodyne was very bright. He has short silver hair and a large gold chain around his neck. He wears a sleeveless leather jacket with sturdy tattooed arms on his upper body, and jeans and rivet shoes on his lower body. The rock punk feel came out. Johnny Silverhand appeared and looked at Carrie Eurodyne with his arms around his side. This guy. He's not bad. Ethan, it is natural to have real skill to be active for so long. Carrie's singing is really good. Johnny Silverhand said in The Samurai. Although I also wrote songs, it was more about expressing myself. And Carrie was able to create Claw S6 songs. This time you can expose your true identity on stage. Show what you can do. And maybe get Carrie to arrange 2 songs for you. Ethan, let's talk about it. Concert or something could wait. Carrie Eurodyne said, you will be on stage for the first time soon. Will you be nervous? Ethan said truthfully, maybe 35. After all, not everyone can conquer the audience with a microphone. Don't worry. Carrie Eurodyne patted his shoulder care SS in Gly and said, I will take Yao, just let go and play. When the elevator came to the top floor, the elevator door opened. The dynamic sound waves have already passed. And the top floor of the Riot is a huge flat space. The 3 girls of the Us Cracks sang and danced on the stage in the middle. The surrounding fans were roaring. Ethan and Carrie Eurodyne were in the crowd watching the performance. And the live performance was still very shocking. The 3 girls, Red Menace, Blue Moon and Purple Force, are very polished performers. And their songs are also very brisk, which makes people feel relaxed. It's a good song. After trying to let go of his prejudice, Carrie Eurodyne boasted, the musical styles are not compatible, but the aesthetics of the music are compatible. Carrie Eurodyne doesn't like the 2-dimensional music style, but some of the arrangement parts are ingenious. In this way, the two watched half of the concert. When the concert is halfway through, it is also the time to switch between the second half and the rest. On the big screen was playing the MV of the new song of the Us Cracks, and the 3 girls were moving towards the surrounding stands, interacting energetically. Blue Moon's voice was very soft. Thank you very much for coming to our concert. This is the first concert for the Gangly band to enter the American market. It is of great significance to us, and it is also of special significance to the fans at the scene. Concert 35, Flowers 0 Japanese symbol Japanese symbol. There will be even bigger surprises in the next performance. But before the huge surprise comes out, I would like to introduce a special guest. With Blue Moon's sweet voice, the lights in the venue hit directly where Ethan was standing. Let's welcome today's special guest of the Us Cracks concert. He is our senior. He is also a person whom our three sisters admire very much. He's Mr. Carrie Eurodyne from the former Samurai, Zero Wow. There was an uproar at the scene. Samurai is the memory of a generation. And it also leads the thinking of a generation. And has a major influence in the music market. In addition to this glory, Carrie Eurodyne is also a big player in the music scene for decades. In the lights and cheers, Carrie Eurodyne waved to the surroundings, and then went on stage with Ethan from the stage. Once on stage, it is the center of the stage. The three girls in the Us Cracks are all visibly excited. Carrie Eurodyne took over the microphone and said, "I hope everyone will support the Us Cracks. Next, let the girls rest for a while and leave the scene to me. I bring you back 50 years ago to experience the most shocking rock." Standing on the stage, Carrie Eurodyne can calm down. Along with his voiced fans in the audience also whistled. In addition to looking at Carrie Eurodyne, some of those hot eyes came to Ethan. Who in the world can be on the same stage as Carrie Eurodyne?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.